Chapter 780. On the campus of Hidden Dragon High School, when Xingtian's face was pale and his body was thin. Only his eyes were filled with an inexplicable brilliance and pride. My students, 42 talented youths, are about to go to the ruins. My brother has done such an earth-shattering thing for the sake of our brotherhood. This is my pride. They are all worthy of my pride for the rest of my life. In the later half of my life, I will have material to brag about. Therefore, I can't lose face for my brother. If there is a time when I, one Xingtian, am needed, I will not hesitate to offer my loyal heart and pure blood. In this life, I have no more regrets and will never betray this kindness. In this life, I will never tarnish this glory of my brother. Everyone in our class is here. Everyone is here. Follow me. When Xingtian took the lead and walked, even though he had not recovered from his serious injuries, his body was still as straight as a sword. The group of people came to the sports field. There were already a few selected students waiting here. They went to the infant transformation group. The total number of people was close to 300. After a while, the scheduled people all arrived. There were 3 teams, led by Zhang Xiaofei. 8 teachers were protecting them when Xingtian and the others were injured, so they did not have the chance to participate in this escort. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Under the leadership of Zhou Xiaoduo, the 42 students of Class 1 bowed at the same time. When Xingtian stood upright and accepted the bow, safety is the most important thing in all things. I will wait for you to return safely. When Xingtian's voice was slightly hoarse. If you encounter that kind of choice between opportunity and life, remember, choose life first. Yes, teacher. Go. Let's go. The other classes also bid farewell to their teachers. With a single command, the 300 students of the Hidden Dragon High School all soared into the sky, transforming into a gust of morning wind as they flew into the sky. Starlight Mountains. This time, it was completely different from before. It was as if its appearance had changed completely. The surrounding mountains had all disappeared at this moment, and there was only flat land as far as the eye could see. It was like a huge plain, only under the golden door in the sky. There was a big lake with rippling blue waves. It was created by the Flood Witch's hammer that day. At this moment, the scenery was actually very beautiful. Looking at it made one feel relaxed and happy. As the agreed date approached, the various experts arrived one after another. Those who arrived earlier had already settled into the tents that had already been set up. The military experts were the first to arrive. At this moment, the voices of high-ranking military officials could be heard from almost every direction. The Gui Xian experts were already prepared and lined up neatly to receive instructions. The Royal God Realm Masters were almost done as well. There were not enough cloud transformation teams, and more were still coming. The 4 great commanders had already returned to their respective territories. But here, there were still many higher-ups. The left and right heavenly kings, Emperor Zhaixing, and the others were all on the mountain peak, guarding against unexpected changes and responding to unexpected needs. 3 of the 7 swords of the Tao League were also present. 3 of the 11 great shamans also stayed. The Flood Witch, Jin Lin Great Shaman, and the Wind Emperor Great Shaman. The others were all driven back by the Flood Witch. By right, the Great Flood Witch himself could have completely ignored the matters here, but for some unknown reason, he stayed behind. But he also stayed to care about the matters. Everything was negotiated and handled by Jin Lin and the Wind Emperor. The sky had just brightened when a biting cold wind suddenly blew from the horizon. It almost made people think that the ice underworld great shaman had returned. In the direction of Fenghai City, a slim white figure was flying in the air. With her arrival, it seemed that the morning sun on the horizon had lost its color. Boundless cold air suddenly enveloped the entire gathering place. It wasn't until she landed and retracted her aura that the extremely cold air stopped spreading. However, when everyone saw her face and figure, they still felt that she was extremely cold, pure, and unsullied. Their eyes were filled with the feeling that it was too cold to stand at the top. It was Zhuo Xiaoyan who had arrived. Her appearance, which she thought was very normal, stunned everyone. Countless people were looking at her and gasping in amazement. Over at the Nine Heavens Pavilion side, someone had already waved and greeted Lord Spiritual Cat. Among the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Nine Heavens Pavilion, Zhuo Xiaoyan was fully deserving of the title of Big Sister. Everyone stood up respectfully to welcome the arrival of their big sister. Zhuo Xiaoyan saw them before that person spoke. Her body floated and turned in the air, landing in the middle of the crowd. Then, her figure disappeared. Many young cultivators nearby could not help but have their eyes lit up. Although it was only a glimpse, it was already engraved in their hearts and souls. It was hard to forget. Who is this? So beautiful. Really too beautiful. I feel like I'm in love. Sigh. I don't think there's a chance. Too cold. It's lonely at the top, do you know? What do you know? It's only interesting like this. Only then will there be a sense of conquest. Those who had the qualifications to come here were all geniuses from different places. Seeing such an outstanding beauty, there were countless people whose hearts were moved. They all began to inquire about her background. The experts of the Nine Heavens Pavilion looked at these whispering people with pity and disdain in their hearts. Just you bunch of idiots. Wait to be frozen. If this Lord Spiritual Cat was so easy to get in touch with, would you guys even have a chance? Wouldn't our Nine Heavens Pavilion be the most elite group of people in the entire Yanwu Empire? We can tell you very responsibly that we have never seen this spiritual thought heavenly lady smile in such a long time. As for those who had returned to Mystic Realm, or rather, those who had some years of experience in the martial world, they all closed their eyes and sat calmly. They did not think, look, or inquire. It was as if they did not care about the arrival of such a beauty like the Zhuo Xiaoyan. However, they all remembered her. To be able to come this far, these people already knew very well that if such a woman had a home, it would definitely be a ruthless character that they could not afford to offend. If she did not have a home, then those who had their eyes on this woman would definitely be those future ruthless characters. In other words, the fact that this woman could maintain such a temperament and aura could only mean one thing. This woman's background was shockingly huge. She was definitely not someone that anyone could afford to offend. The experienced martial artists all understood that this was an earth-shattering whirlpool. Whoever rashly touched, it would be smashed into smithereens without any chance of survival. Therefore, they would not have such thoughts. For this kind of woman who was so beautiful that she could easily implicate the entire family, they did not dare to think about or touch her. Only those martial arts schools, departments, or those Cloud Royal God experts who had reached the required level of cultivation but had yet to reach the required level of experience were flushed with excitement. They were all thinking of ways to inquire about her, in addition to calculating their own wealth, fantasizing about a beautiful future with this beauty and walking to the pinnacle of life. The experienced martial artists all looked down at their noses. A bunch of idiots who had not been beaten up by society. They really thought that they were the main characters. She could not be bothered with them. She would just go and smash her head into a bloody mess. Beautiful women were always resources, and they had to be of high quality. Once a woman's beauty reached a certain level, not only would she be a high-quality resource, she could also be a disaster. If one was not careful, there might be someone who would bring disaster to himself just because he took an extra look at her. There would be no room for him to turn over. And the beauty of this young lady who flew over from the sky was even above the description. As for the whirlpool that she could cause, they could imagine it themselves. The experienced martial artists even dared to say that among the people present today, if any one of them really moved this fairy's heart, then this lucky guy would probably disappear from the face of the earth before the next day. At this point, the experienced martial artists could guarantee with their own lives and their descendants that it was absolutely true. The experienced martial artists only remembered Zhuo Xiaoyan for one purpose. If this woman was in trouble or something, they would help her. They did not dare to think about winning her heart. Their biggest wish was to leave a favor with her. Once such a woman's favor was returned, it might be the biggest opportunity in their lives. This was what the experienced martial artist wanted. The difference between a rash youth and an experienced martial artist was like heaven and earth. This was the real reason why out of 10,000 rash youths, perhaps only 3 to 5 could live to become experienced martial artists. A big lake separated the three sides. The players of the 4 echelons of the Umno Alliance Dao League also entered the arena one after another. At this time, the participants of Yunduan High Martial Arts and Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts had also arrived, including Zhou Yunxing, Long Yusheng, Wanli Xiao, and the others were all stretching their necks to look for Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. When they found out that the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts had not arrived, their faces were full of disappointment. Finally, the wind and clouds surged. The team of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts had also finally arrived. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong blended in with them, not showing off their abilities. The team of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts had a total of 400 people. In these few days, Li Chenglong had already come up with a relatively complete secret code communication system. For example, the call for help in a critical moment, or the trace of being chased, how to leave a mark on a rock, how to leave a mark on a tree, how to leave a mark on the ground. On this basis, how to distinguish between one's own people and outsiders. In short, all kinds of contact methods were clearly defined. This is only the contact method of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. I believe that the other schools will certainly have their own secret codes. Don't worry about it. When we need help, we can look for them, or they can come to us. But we must remember our own secret codes, and we can't forget them. If my estimation is not wrong, after entering the ruins, it will be difficult to maintain an organization. There's a high chance that everyone will be randomly scattered and fight for themselves. With the secret codes, you can relatively quickly find your own team and regroup. If you can't find your own team for the time being, the nearest team, as long as it is a team from the Astral Souls continent, should immediately join it. When you have the opportunity to find your own team, you can regroup. When you are alone, you must be extra careful. When facing more than 2 enemies, even if there is a great opportunity in front of you, as long as you don't have absolute confidence, try not to take risks as much as possible. Chapter 781. Li Chenglong's rules were extremely detailed, covering all aspects. Our group prioritizes our own safety. The leader's strength is far superior to his peers, so he will naturally support us. But we must have someone who will attack and plunder the resources. The leader's responsibility is the most important. The leader is a bandit, and we are the logistics of the bandit. When Li Chenglong made these rules, Zhou Xiaoduo was not around. Naturally, he did not know that his leader had been labeled as the #1 bandit in the Hidden Dragon High School by Li Chenglong. The vice leader, after the Hidden Dragon High School arrived, the candidates for the trial were indeed separated. The Transformation Cloud experts were brought to the Transformation Cloud area, while the Royal God experts were brought to another area. There were only 400 infant transformation cultivators left. At this moment, a voice shouted, "Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, are you here?" Not far away, a little fatty was looking in their direction. "Here." Li Chenglong stood up and waved his hand. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. "Fatty, come here." In the Hidden Dragon High School team, Yu Yin Air bit her rosy lips. That damned fatty actually came. Last time, it was this bastard who dragged me to sleep in the arena. Li Zhongming laughed. "I'm here, I finally found you." He ran over. Zhou Xiaoduo was about to go out and greet them when he heard 2 voices, "Zhua!" roar. Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiao were laughing and jumping as they ran over. Their faces were filled with a happy expression. In the Yunwan High School team, Zhou Yunxing was full of smiles and waved at Zhou Xiaoduo. The 5 of them, who were also from Phoenix City's #2 high school, reunited, and they were all so excited that they were about to explode. Finally, everyone was together again. Long Yusheng squinted at Li Chenglong. "Swollen, what's your cultivation level?" It wasn't just Long Yusheng. Even Wanli Xiao and Li Zhongming were looking at Li Chenglong with ill intentions. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so of course we have to test each other's skills. Zhou Xiaoduo is the boss, so we don't feel good about it. Secondly, we're afraid that we won't be able to defeat him. Thirdly, we're even more afraid that we'll be the ones to be taught a lesson. it was better to test Li Chenglong first. If he could easily defeat Li Chenglong, then he would have the confidence to challenge Zhou Xiaoduo. At that time, who cares if he's the boss or not? I'll beat him up first. In their respective schools, every day was hellish training. Wasn't this the main reason for most of the true meaning behind it? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "Middle stage, nascent soul. What's wrong?" Long Yuxing laughed wildly. He was so excited that his pupils widened. "I am now at the peak of nascent soul. Haha, I haven't seen you for a long time. We must learn from each other later." It was hard to imagine that a person as handsome as Long Yuxing would have a vile expression on his face, completely insufferably arrogant. However, his wife, Wan Lixiu, was also full of joy and high spirits. Even the two of them looked at Zui Xiaoduo with ill intentions. Li Chenglong is only at the middle stage, nascent soul. Zui is also in the nascent soul team. At most, he should be at the peak of nascent soul like us, right? Roar. Doesn't this mean that Li Zhongming was a little hesitant? He always felt that Li Chenglong was cheating them again. But after hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't resist the temptation of beating Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong up. He rubbed his fists and said, "Don't cry later. It's embarrassing." Zhou Xiaoduo smiled sinisterly. "We definitely won't cry. Sigh, our progress has been very slow during this time. I'm very ashamed. It's time for you to wake us up." "I'm ashamed. He couldn't hold back the evil laughter in his heart. Come to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School to find Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. At this moment, he felt that the faces of the people around him had changed one by one, faintly showing a bit of seriousness. He turned his head and saw two figures walking over from the side of the bay. One of them walked through the crowd like a lone wolf looking for food in the far north wilderness. His whole body was full of a cold, sharp, and bloody feeling. It was Yu Moyan. His whole body was straight, and he walked over like a sword. Beside him, there was a young girl. This young girl, on the other hand, was so beautiful that anyone who looked at her couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Yu Moyan's face was full of smiles, but even if others saw his smile, they would still subconsciously feel frightened. But he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Walking in front of Zhou Xiaoduo, Yu Moyan didn't show the excitement of meeting after a long time. Instead, he said somewhat calmly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Xiu Changming." Everyone called his name once and then stopped, but their eyes were already burning with passion. "This is my senior sister, Sister Yin Er. Well, she's my teacher, Luos. Ahem, daughter. She's very good to me." Yu Moyan said straightforwardly, "Boss Zhou, we'll join your team." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. "Good. Not bad, not bad. Moyan, come and sit. Sister-in-law, come and sit too." Long Yuxing and the others cheered together. "Sister-in-law, come and sit." Sister Yin Er's face suddenly turned red, but she didn't refuse. She went over and sat next to Wan Lixiu. On Yu Mo Yan's dark and thin face, there was a suspicious blush that flashed past, as if he was shy. But he was too dark and used to a poker face. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell that he was shy. "Yu Moyan, we're going to challenge Zhou and Xiaoduo. Do you want to come?" Long Yuxing urged. "I'm not going." Yu Mo Yan rejected him directly. "Are you scared?" "I'm not scared, and I'm not going to fight." Yu Moyan's choice to leave so decisively stunned Long Yuxing and the others. They all felt that Yu Moyan's personality seemed to be more withdrawn and sharper than when he was in Phoenix City. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo introduced Yu Moyan and the others to his school. Under the guidance of Gao Qiaoer, all the Soul Transformation Realm students of the Hidden Dragon High School expressed a warm welcome. Gao Qiaoer's performance was very skillful, making the atmosphere on her side lively and chaotic. Silently, she completed the integration of Long Yuxing and the others. Then, people from the military came over and began to integrate the teams. 3,000 Soul Transformation Realm students were gathered together. The main purpose of this gathering was to introduce everyone's attire. Everyone was wearing the same attire. Those who came from the school were wearing the school uniform. There was a clear symbol on the uniform. Those who came from the military and those who came from the big families all borrowed the military badges and uniforms. The kind that had a soul lock. Everyone didn't have to worry about someone impersonating them. After a detailed introduction, someone on a mountain peak ordered, "Get ready to enter." The Astral Souls Alliance entered as the first echelon. From the beginning to the end, Zhuo and the others didn't see what the disciples of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance looked like or wore before they were ordered to enter the ruins. The distance between the three parties was too far. They couldn't even see them from afar. At this moment, the Soul Transformation Realm martial artists of the Umno Alliance who entered the secret realm all received an order, or rather, a warning. If you meet someone from the Astral Souls Alliance named Zhuo, remember to run as far as possible. Don't fight with him. This order made the Soul Transformation Realm martial artists of the Umno Alliance feel dejected. Damn it, I've never seen such a low morale. We haven't even entered yet, but we've already received an order to retreat. Are we that weak? But the higher-ups, Dan Kong, Bing Ming, Lai Hua, and the others were all clear. Don't underestimate them. Every one of them was a genius among geniuses of the new generation of the Umno Alliance. Many of them belonged to the kind of people who were blessed by the heavens and would encounter good things wherever they went. Each of them was suppressed at least 7 or 8 times in their respective realms. But even with this level of cultivation against Zhuo, he would still be killed or even killed in an instant. Based on this understanding, even though they knew that this order was too demoralizing, they still had to say it. According to the assessment of Zhuo's strength by Flood, Bing Ming, and the other great sorcerers, even if they all gathered together and charged at Zhuo, not many of them would be able to survive. First, the Soul Transformation Realm martial artists from the military entered. Then, the various departments and families entered. Then, the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts School mixed with some other high martial arts students to enter the Soul Transformation Realm. Then, the Yunwan High Martial Arts School mixed with some other high martial arts students to enter the Soul Transformation Realm. Then, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. When the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School was about to enter, suddenly, a golden light flashed in the sky. A burly figure dressed in golden clothes descended from the sky. He stopped in front of the golden door in the sky. The students immediately stopped and looked at this guy who looked like a super expert. What was he doing? The Heavenly King of the Right was beside the golden door and frowned. Golden-scaled Great Sorcerer. What are you doing? Golden-scaled Great Sorcerer. Below, Zhuo and the others were whispering to each other. At this stage, this was a super big figure who could make one's soul tremble just by hearing his name. He was the strongest person in the 3 continents. Immediately, all of them were filled with reverence. They were truly intimidated by the sight of him. The golden-scaled Great Sorcerer snorted and looked at the group of students from the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. He said lightly, "Who is Zhuo?" Zhuo was suddenly confused. Fuck, am I already so famous? Even the golden-scaled Great Sorcerer, one of the 12 great sorcerers of the Umno Alliance, wanted to pay a special visit to me? I seem to have just been promoted to the Soul Transformation Realm. Isn't he thinking too highly of me? Should I be afraid, horrified, and shocked to death? The King of Zulu and the Heavenly King of the Right frowned at the same time and shouted, "Golden-scaled Great Sorcerer, what are you doing?" The golden-scaled Great Sorcerer stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "I just want to say a few words to that Zhuo. I have no ill intentions." "What words?" The golden-scaled Great Sorcerer ignored them and said directly, "Zhuo, come out." So Zhuo stepped out of the crowd and asked with his head raised, "May I ask, golden-scaled Great Sorcerer, what advice do you have for me?" The golden-scaled Great Sorcerer snorted and said, "Someone asked me to say a few words to you." "Well, this is my big brother, the Flood Witch, who asked me to pass it on to you." The Flood Witch. The Flood Witch, who is known to be invincible and recognized as the #1 expert in the universe. Zhuo's expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 782. He might not take the words of others to heart, but he would definitely take the words of the few great shamans to heart. Especially the Flood Witch's message. He had to take it to heart. He definitely could not afford to offend this person. Also, he seemed to be very curious. I don't know the Flood Witch. What message did he send me? We don't have any friendship. The golden-scaled great shaman on the other side began to transmit his voice. So Xiaoduo only heard the golden-scaled great shaman's voice in his ear. My elder brother, the Flood Witch, asked me to tell you, you are not allowed to kill the people of the Umno Alliance. Otherwise, he will kill your parents. Your father is Zhuo Chonglu, right? Your mother is Wu Yuding, right? Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression changed greatly. The golden-scaled great shaman laughed and leaped up, turning into a golden light in the air and rushing away. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was pale, and he was stunned on the spot, not moving for a long time. Yu Dongtian shouted angrily, golden-scaled great shaman, what the hell did you say? In the air, the golden-scaled great shaman ignored him and disappeared from the mountain peak. The king of Zwolu flashed and came to Zhuo Xiaoduo, asking with concern, what did he say to you? Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's hesitation, the king of Zwolu hurriedly said, I am the king of Zwolu. If you have anything to say, tell me. I can make the decision. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, the Flood Witch said, I can't kill the people of the Umno Alliance. Otherwise, the Flood Witch will kill my parents. And they also said the names of my parents, The king of Zwolu was dumbfounded. According to his understanding, this sentence was probably really said by the Flood Witch. Then after you go in, try your best to kill as few people as possible and steal as many things as you can. With your strength, you far surpass your peers. If you show some mercy, you will still be able to surpass the others. The king of Zwolu patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and transmitted his voice. In the future, there will be a great enemy invading. The 3 continents will work together to resist the enemy. Therefore, it is still necessary for the 3 forces to keep the geniuses as much as possible. However, for the time being, it is enough for you to keep this matter to yourself. You're not allowed to leak it out. Your strength has already exceeded the limits of your peers. The others do not have the qualifications to know. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a chill in his heart and said in a deep voice, I understand. The king of Zwolu patted him on the shoulder and said, however, you don't have to worry too much about Flood's warning. If they start massacring our men, then you don't have to show them any mercy. Just go ahead and kill them. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Go in. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong led their men into the Golden Gate one by one. Until he entered, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still thinking about why this king of Zwolu seemed a little familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before, and even talked to him before. However, before he had time to think about it, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. His whole body had entered a whirlpool, and there was a strong suction force pulling his body from all sides. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly gathered his spirit and qi. He immediately activated all his spiritual power to protect his body. However, he still felt dizzy. At this moment, he felt as if he had passed through countless galaxies and galaxies. Amidst countless brilliant lights, his whole body was shot out like a rocket. Zhuo Xiaoduo's head was in a mess. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. I've been shot out. At this moment, I think of my father. Li Chenglong and the others were also drawn into different whirlpools from the moment they entered the Golden Gate. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that he was falling from a high altitude. Below him was a land full of vitality and green plants. In his field of vision, there were small rivers, small lakes, small mountains, cliffs, dense forests, mountain ranges. High peaks. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that all of his spirit power had been sealed. He couldn't stay high up in the air and could only fall down like a waterfall. He could faintly see. There seemed to be a pack of wolves below, right? At the place where he fell. Fuck, I can't fall there. My spiritual power is imprisoned now. How can I fight? While he was thinking, he had already fallen with a whistling sound. A miserable howl covered Zhuo Xiaoduo's scream. The majestic Wolf King on the mountain peak was sitting on the wolf's waist by Zhuo Xiaoduo. As luck would have it, this mountain had directly broken the wolf's waist with a cracking sound. Oh, the Wolf King was in so much pain that it wanted to die, its mouth stuck into the ground, and howled miserably. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices as its body was directly split into 2 by Zwashauduo. The wolf's head was on one side, and its butt on the other. Zwashauduo was also in so much pain that he wanted to die. He rode on the Wolf King's back and howled miserably. Just as he was about to fall on the Wolf King's back, the spiritual power in his body was released. Zwashauduo immediately circulated his spiritual power to protect his whole body and then retracted it into his abdomen. Then, he smashed onto the Wolf King's back. It was not bad that he broke the wolf's waist, but the bones in his were almost crushed out after a long while. He grimaced in pain and rolled down from the Wolf King's body. His lips trembled. It's too painful. The Wolf King was already dead. Its waist was split into 2 by him. How could it not die? Its lifeless eyes looked at the sky, full of grief and indignation. Was it easy for me to be a king? In the end, on the first day after defeating the old Wolf King, when I stood on the mountaintop and lectured my people, that a butt fell from the sky and smashed me to death. That was I wronged. The wolves that were being lectured by the new Wolf King were so scared that they ran faster than rabbits. So scary. The Wolf King was smashed to death by a butt that fell from the sky. That's so scary. Sob, sob, sob. Zwashauduo sat there for a full 5 minutes before he finally sat up and rubbed his butt. His face was still twisted. He was very puzzled. Falling like this, was this the first step of the trial? This was clearly harming others. How could he know that this matter was actually due to the Flood Witch's negligence? When one first entered the Crown Prince's Academy, they had to restrain their spiritual power and not resist being teleported. Naturally, nothing would happen. Moreover, there would not be any restrictions on spiritual power. However, the Flood Witch had been here for so many years. It was already good enough that she only remembered the existence of the Crown Prince's Academy. How could she remember these minor details? Therefore, he did not say anything. The Flood Witch, the only one who had entered, did not say anything. Naturally, the others did not know either. As a result, every single person who entered Crown Prince's Academy had to use all of their spiritual energy to protect themselves when they were hit by the terrifying whirlpool. Thus, every single one of them was thrown into disarray. After these people entered the Flood, which was meditating on the mountaintop, suddenly, she felt her body weaken and her luck weaken. What's going on? Why am I being whipped again? The Flood, which was completely speechless. In the Crown Prince's Academy, Zwashauduo fell from the sky. She was also in a sorry state. However, she was much luckier than Zwashauduo. She fell directly into a deep valley covered in ice and snow. In this deep valley, there was a big tree covered in ice and snow. It was covered in icicles, which made the whole tree look transparent. On the branches of this strange tree, there was a crystal clear bird's nest. A snow-white bird was squatting in the nest, incubating eggs. Zwashauduo fell from the sky and smashed into the body of this ice bird. This ice bird was just like Zwashauduo's Wolf King. It only had time to let out a scream before it was smashed to death by Zwashauduo. However, unlike the Wolf King, Zwashauduo smashed the 3 eggs into a pool of juice. After a slight pause, there was a soft sound, and an extremely cold aura suddenly rose up. It turned into little sparkling and translucent little fairies, circling and dancing in the air. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. With a chirp, a transparent shadow flew out from Zwashauduo's soul's nature sword. It was Ice Spirit. At this moment, Ice Spirit was a little girl the size of a finger. She was flying around excitedly, opening her small mouth and swallowing the little sparkling fairies one by one. After a while, the big bird that had fallen gradually melted and turned into pieces of similar sparkling fairies. Ice Spirit was even more delighted when she saw this. She didn't want to let any of them go. She just waited and ate them all little by little. After swallowing a large amount of sparkling fairies, Ice Spirit, who was still a little weak at first, became energetic in a very short time. Her body also turned from transparent to almost solid. Although it still looked crystal clear, it had become solid. However, Most of them had already materialized like crystals and were no longer in the form of smoke and mist, illusory and unreal. Because of the fall, Zhuo Yin was still feeling dizzy, but because he had personally witnessed this joyous change, he was overjoyed. "Ice Spirit, what is this? How did your condition improve so much?" That's great, that's great." Ice Spirit floated in the air, feeling the extremely comfortable temperature in this space. She couldn't help but stretch her arms and legs, and a satisfied expression appeared on her delicate face. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at her. She waved her small hand, and an ice mirror appeared in front of her. Ice Spirit looked at her own face in the mirror, and then looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face. She pouted, as if she wasn't satisfied with her appearance. She didn't know how she did it, but after a burst of mist, she turned her appearance into the same as Zhuo Xiaoyan's. She held the mirror and looked at herself again and again. Then, she jumped up, seemingly satisfied. She somersaulted lightly and landed on Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm. A small body the size of a finger sat cross-legged on Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm. She tilted her head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan, her enlarged self. Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile warmly. "Oh, Ice Spirit, you become like me. Ha ha ha, you're so beautiful." Ice Spirit somersaulted happily. Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled and lowered her head. "Ice Spirit, what's your name?" "I don't know your name yet." Chapter 783. The Ice Spirit tilted its head and looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan. Looking at the warm smile on her face, it could feel that the girl in front of it was treating it well with all her heart. Perhaps it was a good choice to have such a master. The Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that although the Ice Spirit was intelligent, it couldn't understand her words until it recognized her as its master. She was still very happy. Holding the Ice Spirit in her hands, she smiled happily and said, "That's great. I didn't expect to find something delicious for you the first time I came in. Ha ha. One of the reasons I came in this time was to find an opportunity for you to recover your strength. Your body's condition is too weak." The Zhuo Xiaoyan held the Ice Spirit tenderly and put it on her delicate face. She smiled and said, "I will definitely make you healthy and strong as soon as possible." The Ice Spirit felt the sincere concern and looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan without blinking. It didn't hide the doubt in its eyes. The Zhuo Xiaoyan said happily, "It's okay. I know these things are good for me too, but you are so weak now. You should eat them first. When you recover, you can accompany me for a long life." Ice Spirit blinked her eyes and felt her heart being tugged at. It looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes and the sword in the Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. It couldn't help but show a look of disdain. This sword without spirituality was really ugly, but the shape was still pretty if that it tilted its head and thought for a while. Then it jumped into the Soul Sea's sword and came out again. It tilted its head and looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan for a while, as if it had made an important decision. Suddenly, a bright smile bloomed on the Ice Spirit's face. It was just like the Zhuo Xiaoyan's beautiful smile. The two small hands came together and formed a heart shape. Then an extremely cold energy suddenly burst out. In the heart shape, an extremely bright light appeared and became brighter and brighter. The Zhuo Xiaoyan was shocked. She said in surprise, "Ice Spirit, are you going to recognize me as your master?" This was the special phenomenon that Zhuo Zhonglu and his wife had mentioned when they were giving pointers about Fays recognizing their masters. Once a spiritual object recognized its master, it would give its all. Not only would it be connected to its master, but it would also follow the master through life and death. He gave up his heart, his spirit, his soul, and everything he had at the moment he recognized the master. He gave it all to the master. Thus, since ancient times, no one had ever been able to force a Fey to recognize a master. Using force, at most, one could only force a Fey to recognize a Fey as its master. It was difficult to force a Fey to live or die with it. Moreover, the Eye Soul was a top-notch high-grade spirit item. In order for it to recognize someone as its master, the Eye Soul had to be willing to recognize someone as its master. If it was unwilling, it wouldn't draw such a heart-shaped shape. The ice soul would rather be annihilated than force herself to do anything. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the heart shape and felt the ice spirit's feelings. She was so happy that her heart was about to explode. But she wasn't in a hurry. She sat up straight and said seriously, "Ice spirit, thank you for recognizing me. I, Zhuo Xiaoyan, swear that you will be my closest friend in my life. I will treat you well from now on. I will be one with you and will never abandon you." The ice spirit looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan with her bright and beautiful eyes. Zhao's hair danced in the cold wind. The light in the heart shape became brighter and brighter. Zhuo Xiaoyan stretched out her right hand and pricked her right middle finger with the cat spirit sword. A round drop of blood appeared on her fingertip. "Thank you, ice spirit. Thank you for recognizing me," Zhuo Xiaoyan said gratefully. The round blood stain on his finger gently dripped into the round heart-shaped object. The blood spread out and then disappeared. The entire heart-shaped object seemed to have been dyed a light red by the drop of blood. With a whoosh, the light flew into Zhuo Xiaoyan's glabella, and the circle of light shrank as it spun into Ice Spirit's glabella. The Ice Spirit jumped up and down happily. Her petite body spun in circles on Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm. She was like a little girl who had finished what she wanted to do. Zhuo Xiaoyan only felt a chill enter his divine sense, and his mind suddenly became clear. Immediately, he felt that an unbreakable and clear connection had been established in his mind. On the other side, it was the voice of a little girl. She was saying, "Hello, hello, hello." So Xiaoyan laughed happily. "Hello, hello." "Ha ha." The ice spirit got a response. She stopped moving and looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan with her big eyes. She smiled brightly and even had little dimples. Zhuo Xiaoyan liked it more and more. He held it in front of him and kissed it, saying, "Shall I give you a name?" "Name? What's a name?" The ice spirit was confused. What's your name?" "I don't have a name." "Then, I'll give you a name. You'll have a name." "Ah, that's great." The ice spirit did a somersault happily and sat on Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm. She rested her chin on her hands and waited for her name. "Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and thought. Xiao Duo, Doggy Duo. None of them seemed right. However, when Zhuo Xiaoyan came up with a name, she only thought about this aspect. As for other aspects, she did not even consider it. "Little bitch?" No. "How about Xiao Duo?" Zhuo Xiaoyan asked carefully. The ice spirit blinked and said in her heart, "Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo." In Zhuo Xiaoyan's mind, the ice spirit said again and again, Xiao Duo. Finally, the ice spirit made a decision excitedly. "I'll be Xiao Duo." Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled and said happily, "Okay, Xiao Duo." She thought, from now on, I have Xiao Duo, Doggy Duo, Xiao Duo. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the joy in her heart was indescribable. Ice Soul Xiao Duo was also very happy at this time. She looked petite and immature, but in fact, she had lived in the world for many years. She was probably older than all the existing human practitioners. At that time, because the ice abyss which chose another ice soul to accompany her, she had fallen into depravity for countless years and was lonely for a long time. Now, she finally had a companion and a name. The joy in her heart was also indescribable. She turned over and over in Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand happily. After a long time, she calmed down. In the process of learning from the ice spirit, Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that the ice bird she killed was not a living creature. It was a spiritual creature similar to the ice spirit, and it had the attribute of ice spirit. However, it didn't have the opportunity to form a complete consciousness, so it couldn't be listed as a spiritual creature. The tree it was in was an ice pith tree. As for the eggs it hatched, they were not eggs, nor were they hatched by the tree. They were the same kind of ice spirit essence. They also didn't have the kind of consciousness, but they huddled together and promoted each other. It was a kind of symbiotic relationship. If they could finally form and develop consciousness, maybe after 100,000 years, or maybe after 1,000,000 years, they would transform into ice spirits, just like Xiao Duo did countless years ago. This was the only way for the acquired ice spirit essence to evolve into ice spirits. Zhuo Xianyan's ice spirit was an innate ice spirit. Its level was much higher than the acquired ice spirit essence. Although it was weaker, it had an innate advantage. That was why it could swallow the scattered light spots at the first moment, and the ice spirit essence didn't resist at all. After eating the ice spirit essence, although the ice spirit essence didn't recover to its peak, it had recovered half of its strength. It was much better than before. This is an ice pith tree? Xianyan Duo looked at the tree that she was sitting on. It was completely transparent, and it was dozens of feet tall. Of course, this kind of ice spirit essence can only be born on the ice pith tree. The ice spirit essence also needs to be nourished by the ice pith tree in order to gradually evolve and develop consciousness. Zhuo Xianyan Duo immediately jumped up and looked at the ice pith tree carefully. This ice essence tree was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Its branches were like completely transparent jade, emitting extremely cold air. This is really good stuff. Zhuo Xianyan Duo jumped down and went to the root of the ice pith tree. She took out the spirit-snatching sword and used her cultivation to dig. Zhuo Xianyan Duo had to take away such good stuff. What are you doing? Xiao Duo came out of the spirit-snatching sword with dissatisfaction. I'm digging. Zhuo Xianyan Duo smiled with satisfaction. This is good stuff. It's beneficial to both you and me. How can I not take it? Good stuff. Xiao Duo looked at the ice pith tree disdainfully. In the short term, it is. Then she asked Zhuo Xianyan Duo to open the space ring. With a wave of her small hand, the whole ice pith tree disappeared. Besides the body of the ice pith tree, the mysterious ice wind and snow at the root also went into the space ring. Zhuo Xianyan Duo couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Xiao Duo, you're so awesome. Zhuo Xianyan Duo hugged Xiao Duo and kissed her. Xiao Duo wiped her saliva with disgust. In the world of ice, I am the king. Everything that belongs to ice must listen to my orders. Moving them is just a piece of cake for me. Xiao Duo proudly raised her face that was as beautiful as Zhuo Xianyan Duo's. This was the only thing that she was not satisfied with. As an innate spirit, her original image was not as beautiful as this face. It was so frustrating and embarrassing. However, it was fortunate that she was now my master. That was equivalent to my face. My plan was really good. I made a profit. I made a profit both physically and mentally. I see. Then let's continue to look for opportunities. Zhuo Xianyan Duo was very surprised. She climbed up and looked around. This ice valley was actually a vast land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 784. As far as the eye could see, it was a world of ice and snow. There was almost no other color. Zhuo Xianyan floated up with the spirit-snatching sword in her hand and searched all the way forward. Wherever she passed, as long as it was exposed on the surface, it would automatically fly over to her with a wave of her hand. It was so convenient that Zhuo Xianyan had just entered the Crown Prince Academy, and she had already gained a lot. And the price she had to pay was quite heavy. The Flood Witch's face darkened as she sat at the top of the mountain. She was speechless. Is there no end to this? So Xiao Duo shook his butt and rubbed it again and again. For a long time, he was still walking in a figure-8 shape. He had no choice but to do this because his manhood had been severely injured. Fortunately, he had retracted his manhood in time. Otherwise, Big Sister Nian, I would have let you down for the rest of my life. Well, he had heard that when one reached the Skysoar realm, one could reconstruct their body and get a bigger one. Was it too early to say sorry? However, he was able to adapt quickly, so his manhood was still there. It was just a little painful. It didn't affect him at all. This unforeseen event, in addition to the low-level core he had dug out from the head of the Wolf King he had smashed to death, and the inner core he had dug out from the Wolf King's stomach that had been split in half by him, could be considered to have made up for his psychological trauma. He flew up to the sky and looked around. He couldn't help but be shocked. This is just a training ground? This is clearly a world of its own. So Xiao Duo was astonished. Isn't this a little too big? No matter where he looked, he couldn't see the end of it. There were mountains in the distance, and at a glance, it seemed even more magnificent than the Astral Souls continent. This training ground is so magnificent. There must be a lot of good stuff. The Umno Alliance threatened me with the safety of my parents, so I can't start a massacre. But that doesn't mean I can't take the good stuff. There's no conflict. In any case, it was impossible for him to gather his own team in such a short time. He couldn't contact anyone at all. Zhuo had once roared with all his strength, but there was no response for a long time. Only the silence of the empty mountain and the echoes of his roar could be heard. Instead, it caused many demonic beasts in the distant forest to roar in anger. Damn it! What is it that's screaming here? Disturbing my peace. Xiaolong. Zhuo suddenly thought of his invisible henchman. Come out. Xiaolong wriggled out of the Tower of Annihilation with a wave of his body. He looked a little down and said, Boss, what are your orders? Xiaolong had completely lost interest in the sudden change in terrain. I haven't received my salary for a long time. Why is Boss getting stingier and stingier? He doesn't even give me a deity anymore. I'm unhappy that Xiaolong felt very wronged. He had worked very hard during this period of time, and the space of the Tower of Emptiness was changing day by day. There were huge changes every day, but this heartless boss was just stingy. The sky was 9 feet high, and the feathers of a swallow were not enough to describe it. It's time to pay your salary. Seeing Xiaolong's current state, Zhuo naturally understood this principle. His face was full of emotions. I was really too busy recently. I actually forgot that you worked so hard. Xiaolong's eyes were full of distrust and unhappiness. He tilted his head and looked at him. Forgot? I don't believe you. Huh. A miser like you will say that you forgot even if you remember. How can I not understand your face? Other people's faces are at most as thick as the city walls. You should at least be as thick as the city walls. Who knows, you might even be as thick as the city walls. I'll make it up to you now. There's also an extra bonus. Zhuo was very generous. He directly threw out 2 drops of luck points. Do you want it? This is just your salary. Oh, Xiaolong immediately became energetic. His slender body swished in circles in the air, and his face was full of flattery. Boss is so good. I want to eat, but you're slacking off now. Sigh. Zhuo looked at Xiaolong with disappointment. You don't even have the mood to pay you. You're so lazy. I feel like I'm losing out by paying you. Boss, as long as you have DD, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and become a dragon again. From now on, I'll study hard and improve every day. I'll do my best for you, boss. I'll contribute my last drop of energy until I die. You make it sound so nice. Boss, good boss. Xiaolong anxiously spun in circles, his tail even wagging crazily like a pug. Okay, I'll give it to you. So Xiaoduo threw out 2 drops of luck points, but he was clearly not interested. This is your reward from a few days ago. It's converted to salary, 1.5 drops. I'll directly give you 2 drops now. How about that? Okay, boss is the best. Xiaolong jumped and ate the luck points. His face was as intoxicated as before. At this moment, his dragon life reached its climax again. Perfection. At this moment, whatever you say. Seeing that you've worked hard, I'll give you an extra drop as your bonus. Zhuo threw out another drop. It was rare for him to be generous. He kept his word and really gave a bonus. Oh, Xiaolong jumped up and caught in one bite. Boss, you're so nice. Boo-hoo, I'll let you down. Xiaolong was touched, and tears streamed down his face. I've done too little for boss. Boo-hoo, I feel guilty. Do you see the space? Xiaoduo gestured with his hand. This is an independent space. Take a look inside. Are there any good things like earth veins, dragon veins, and the like? There are also heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Everything here is our goal for this trip. The more, the better. We won't reject anything, Xiaoduo said. Wow, there are quite a lot of earth veins here. There are even dragon veins. Xiaolong flew into the sky and looked around. He was very surprised. In such a place, There must be a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Damn, this feels like this space hasn't been excavated in a long, long time. But why is there an aura of death in such a good place? This shouldn't be. It's too strange. You can tell too? This area is an independent world. It's said that in 2 months, this space will collapse. It's probably what you mean by the aura of death. So we have to take advantage of this time to collect as much as we can. As what Xiao Duo said, do you understand? Xiao Long was stunned. I see. I knew this space had an aura of death. It's gradually turning illusory. It's about to collapse. What a pity. So if the things here can't be transported out before it collapses, it'll be a waste. They'll only return to nothingness. Do you understand? Yes. This time I've prepared 20 drops for you as your basic salary. So Xiao Duo threw out a bomb. 20 drops. The illusory dragon scales all over Xiao Long's body suddenly exploded. His 2 eyeballs directly popped out. His huge eyeballs directly floated as Xiao Duo and stared at him. Just the basic salary? That's right. So Xiao Duo said lightly. The extra bonus will only be more than the basic salary. Boss, I love you, I love you, I love you to death. Xiao Long was so happy that he went crazy. With a whoosh, the whole dragon wrapped around Zhuo Xiaoduo's leg. Several of his claws hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo's thigh tightly. His dragon head rubbed against it again and again. He was so happy that he choked with sobs. Boss, I'm your most loyal, most caring dragon boy. Get lost. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his leg in disdain. Xiao Long held on tightly. With snot and tears, he continued rubbing, and rubbing Boss. I'll be your dragon for the rest of my life. When I'm alive, I'll be your dragon. When I die, I'll be your dead dragon. I'll never leave you. I'll never change my mind. Let go of me. So Xiao Duo said angrily, what you're doing now is useless. What you need to consider now is whether you can get it in your hands. Do you understand? Why are you so happy now? How'd I get in my hands? Xiao Long asked hopefully. How'd I know how you can get it? As what Xiao Duo said, do you see this space? I want all the dragon veins that I can see, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the ground and underground, all the jade of astral souls and all the earth veins. In short, I want all the good things in my pocket. Do you understand? As what Xiao Duo said, this is a big project. If you can't do it, don't even think about the basic salary, let alone the bonus. Yes, that's not right. Not only will I not get a salary if I can't do it, even if I get less, I still won't get a basic salary. You have to make me feel that it's about right. Then I'll pay you a salary. If I'm satisfied, I'll pay you a salary and bonus at the same time. If I'm super satisfied. Xiao Long was so excited that he was shaking all over. His eyes were shining. Super satisfied? So what? The salary and bonus will be doubled on the original basis. After leaving this arcane realm, I'll pay you immediately. There will be no delay. So Xiao Duo waved his hand generously. Xiao Long immediately counted with his dragon claws. It's about right. I'll pay you a salary. 20 DD. If you're satisfied, I'll pay you a bonus. No less than 20. That's 40 DD. If you're super satisfied, your salary and bonus will be doubled. 80 DD. 80 DD. 80 DD. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Even if it's a dream, let me wake up later. Let me be intoxicated before I wake up. Xiao Long roared to the sky for a long time. There were already a few shiny droplets of saliva hanging from the corners of his mouth. He shouted as if he was making a great wish. Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely make you super satisfied this time. I'll let you get the real one-stop service. As he spoke, he was determined. This time he must complete it. He must be super satisfied. Definitely. He must complete it, even if he had to risk his dragon life. 80 DD, that's great. Chapter 785. Don't be happy too early. You'll be rewarded according to your work and punished if you don't. If your harvest is less than 5 dragon veins, you'll be disqualified. At that time, not only will you lose your salary, but you'll also have your future salary deducted. Long. Don't blame me for not warning you. Boss, just wait and see. This is a paradise, a world of its own. It hasn't been excavated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Just 5 earth veins won't be a problem, Xiaolong said confidently. Dragon veins, not earth veins. Okay. Xiaolong didn't feel ashamed at all when he was discovered to be transforming concepts. Boss, go ahead. There are many natural treasures in the forest. Although the quality is average, the variety is okay, especially the white jade vine underground. It looks like it's at least tens of thousands of years old. In less than a minute, Xiaolong had scouted out the nearest loot. The only thing you need to be careful of is that there are a few demonic beasts residing here. Demonic beasts? Are they beautiful? Are they delicious? Are their inner cores valuable? So Xiaoduo asked. They're not beautiful. I don't know if they're delicious or not. Of course, the inner cores are valuable. Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Why don't you ask if you can beat the demonic beasts? Are you so confident? Isn't this too self-confidence? How could Xiaolong not know how much confidence Xiaoduo had at this moment? I'm now at the advanced level of nascent soul. Right now, not to mention transformation cloud. Even if it's a royal god, I can still win. Even if it's a return profound, I can still fight. I was threatened by the Umno Alliance's boss, the world's #1 expert. How can a mere demonic beast be a threat to me? Even now, it's just a nascent soul training area. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaoduo's confidence was like a wildfire, soaring into the sky and filling the world. Without saying a word, he took out the spirit cat sword and told Xiaolong not to worry about him and go to other places to investigate. Then, he started to collect the dragon veins and dragon veins. Then, he rushed directly into the forest. In this world, I'm a god, an invincible existence. But Xiaoduo seemed to have overlooked something, that this was the nascent soul training area. But this was the nascent soul training area from tens of thousands of years ago. After countless years of evolution, even the flood, which didn't know what had happened here. How powerful were the demonic beasts here? Were they really only at the nascent soul stage? So Xiaoduo rushed into the forest, and a few demonic beasts rushed out as expected. Ha! Tearing the earth from the lion's head, plucking the teeth from the tiger's mouth. You demon beasts, how dare you? Get down, open your stomach open, and offer your inner core to be offered. So Xiaoduo took confident steps. Even though he was in a place where no one could see him, he still used an extremely pretentious posture to take care of several demonic beasts with his bare hands. Yes, Xiaoduo's current strength was far beyond his current cultivation realm. Regardless of whether the demonic beast's strength was in the nascent soul stage or not, they were all easily dealt with by him. He took out their inner cores, peeled off their skins, and smelled their flesh. It smelled a little stinky, so he directly threw them away and ignored them. Then he let out a long roar, stood with his hands behind his back, and recited a poem. Today, in the invincible secret realm, I know I'm a real dragon. I'm tyrannical. I asked the 12 great sorcerers, do you dare to speak? Ha! After another seemingly heroic roar, he turned his head and looked around. No one heard it, right? Then he took out a big shovel and began to dig. So what if the demonic beasts didn't have much oil? Weren't there still treasures below? The soil was as soft as the soil. So a Xiaoduo quickly drilled down like a mouse. One, and another. And, wow, I'm really the son of heaven. If this goes on, what's 2 sleeves worth? At least 2 sleeves worth a mountain of silver. That on the other side. Long Yuxing limped out of the pit, and suddenly found that he was surrounded by demonic beasts. Every demonic beast had the strength of a high-level nascent soul. What the hell? What kind of place is this? How can a nascent soul demonic beast strength be so abnormal? Long Yuxing tried his best and urged every bit of strength to launch an extreme battle. Wanli Xiu was crazily running for her life. Behind her, there was a demonic beast at the peak of the cloud transformation realm the size of a small hill. Wanli Xiu was about to cry. Wasn't this supposed to be a nascent soul trial? How could such a powerful demonic beast appear? Wanli Xiu was certainly not the worst. Yu Moyan killed hundreds of demonic beasts with a sword. The thick smell of blood attracted a single-horned dragon that was almost at the Demon King level, so much so that Yumoyan was also running for his life. The most terrible thing was that the single-horned dragon's speed was extremely fast. Yumoyan ran at full speed, but still could only maintain a distance of tens of meters. If he was a little careless or slack off, he would be hit on the back. Fortunately, during this period of time, Yumoyan spent almost every moment of every day in such an environment. He was not afraid of it and kept running with his head down. As long as he was not afraid of being tired and kept running, the demonic beast would eventually feel tired and naturally give up. Li Zhongming was hugging a huge female pig that was 40 to 50 times bigger than him and fell asleep. There was no other way. When Li Zhongming fell here, the first thing he did was to kill a few of these piglets that looked very different and had a horn on their head. As a result, this huge pig was lured out. Li Zhongming was completely not its opponent. He had no choice but to activate the Great Dream Divine Technique and fell asleep together with the pig. Li Qinglong's situation was not better than the others. At this moment, he was running for his life in a valley. Behind Swollen, there was a dense swarm of poisonous snakes. There were big ones and small ones. There were a few golden snakes that were as thick as rollers. They were flying in 3 different directions on both sides of the valley. There were all kinds of poisonous snakes flying out and attacking Li Qinglong. Swollen was about to cry. I didn't do anything. I just fell down and was unlucky enough to fall into a snake cave and accidentally killed a snake. I just drank a few mouthfuls of snake blood and found that the whole valley was full of snakes. Yi Shiwen thought. Yi Shiwen didn't know what to say. This is so unlucky. Who can save me? Li Qinglong looked up to the sky and shouted, using the secret signal that hidden Dragonheim martial artist had set himself. But after a long time, no one responded. This Crown Prince's Academy was so vast that it was like a world. 24,000 people were thrown in, and there was not even a splash. So far, Li Qinglong's cry for help seemed to be heard only by him. The others, firstly, didn't know how far away they were. Secondly, almost all of them were being hunted down by all kinds of demonic beasts that Zhou Yinxing was also running for his life. His luck was even worse. When he fell, he ran into a demonic beast that was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon in the sky. Zhou Yinxing coincidentally fell directly into the demonic beast's mouth. The demonic beast's teeth were broken. The force of the fall caused Zhou Yinxing to fall all the way into the demonic beast's huge stomach. The internal organs of the demonic beast were smashed into pieces. The huge demonic beast that had inexplicably suffered a fatal injury was in great pain. Carrying Zhou Yinxing in its stomach, it ran for thousands of miles before it died of exhaustion. Zhou Yinxing crawled out of the demonic beast's stomach with great difficulty. Only then did he realize that this seemed to be the deepest part of a forest. And at this moment, there were a few demonic beasts eating the corpse of the demonic beast that brought him here. When Zhou Yinxing suddenly came out of the demonic beast's stomach, the demonic beasts that were feasting outside were startled. Fuck! Such a strange thing actually crawled out of this fellow's stomach. But they were only startled because their attention quickly shifted to this strange thing. They wondered if it tasted good? Zhou Yinxing, who had been corroded by the stomach acid of the demonic beast, had not recovered from the pain in his body. He began to run for his life. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, Yin'er, Zhan Piapiao, Pai Yibao, Meng Zhangjun, Gao Qiaoer, and the others. Everyone was running for their lives. In fact, it was not only them. All the geniuses that came in. A total of 9,000 nascent soul transformation cultivators from the 3 continents had come in to train. At this moment, there were less than 1,000 people who were not running for their lives. These 1,000 people who were not running for their lives were not like Zhuo, who had sufficient strength to deal with the situation. But most of them had directly fallen into the demonic beast's nest. Before they could react, they had already been eaten by the demonic beast. In other words, as soon as they entered this training ground, almost 10% of the nascent soul transformation cultivators had already died. After tens of thousands of years of recuperation, this area was really filled with death and danger. For example, a disciple of the Umno Alliance fell into a swamp after falling down. He tried his best to rush to the shore, but he was directly sucked dry by a group of mosquitoes that were bigger than a human. Two disciples of the Tao League fell into a desert. But in the next moment, the desert turned into a sea of insects and directly swallowed the two geniuses of the Tao League, leaving nothing behind. On the side of the Astral Souls continent, a disciple did not have time to land on the ground. While he was still in midair, he was targeted by a huge bird that flew across the sky. The bird took him into its mouth, chewed, and swallowed him. It was not that the disciple did not want to adapt or resist, but his cultivation was sealed and he could not react. It was really easy for him to die. All in all kinds of strange deaths occurred one after another. All kinds of bizarre encounters were naturally different. This situation was not limited to the nascent soul transformation cultivators. Whether it was the Huayan imperial god or mystic returning cultivators, it was the same. There were very few people like Zui Xiaoyan who did not only fall down unscathed, but also directly obtained an amazing opportunity. She was the only one, and there was no other. From this, it could be seen that the flood which was sucked dry, it was really not wrong. Chapter 786. Zhua Xiaoduo dashed out of the dense forest and plucked all the spiritual herbs on the ground and under the ground. This kid was really greedy. He even put the ordinary ginseng that was only worth tens of thousands of yuan into his space-destroying pagoda. Along the way, the entire forest behind him would need at least a few thousand years to recover its vitality. Even the ground was full of holes. Even if his father, the 1 meter higher sky, was here, he might not be able to plunder as cleanly as him. Most likely, Zhuo Changlu could only collect the herbs on the ground. He did not know everything about what was hidden in the deep underground. At this moment, if Zhuo Changlu's old rivals saw Zhu Xiaoduo's operation, they would definitely sigh and say, "The student has surpassed the master. The 1 meter higher sky has a successor." This successor had even surpassed the scope of the 1 meter higher sky. He had reached the level of a devil entering the village. Kill, burn, and plunder. The policy of 3 empties was being implemented. As long as there was something of value, there was nothing that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want. After digging up another heaven and earth treasure, Zhuo Xiaoduo flew directly to the top of the mountain according to Xiaolong's guidance. Looking around, all he could see were rolling hills and mountains. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate and leaped down from the other side. When he was halfway up the mountain, a big snake stretched out its head and opened its mouth to swallow. A hurricane-like suction force was still rising, but it directly swallowed a 9x9 cat hammer. This poor big snake only bit subconsciously, but it bit until the Grim Reaper arrived. Gotcha. Hiss! The big snake rushed out and rolled around in pain. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the snake was too ugly, so he smashed it to death and took its niden. After thinking for a while, he checked its joints and found that the snake's cultivation was still shallow. It did not even have a snake pearl. There was only a small snake pearl in its head. He flew up and kicked it away. He scolded in disdain. "After so many years, you still can't grow the knuckle snake pearl. You've been blind for countless years. I don't think highly of you." They continued to advance towards the second forest in the distance. Along the way, all the demonic beasts within the attack range suffered a calamity. Puff, 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 puff. If they encountered Zhuo Xiaoduo, not only would they die individually, but they would also be wiped out as a whole. Even if they didn't meet him head-on, as long as Uncle Zhuo saw them, their entire clan would be wiped out. Those who were ugly would have their inner cores removed and their brains dug out. Those who were good-looking would have their inner cores removed and their tendons pulled out and their skin peeled off, leaving only the beast skin. They would have to walk a bloody path. In any case, it will collapse in a few months. Rather than perishing with it, why not let me take advantage of it? What's the point of you all collapsing together with the space? Zhuo Xiaoduo slaughtered along the way, and his conscience was at ease. All demonic beasts should kneel down the moment they see me. Then they should take out their inner cores and treasure pearls. Then they should peel off their skin and pull out their tendons. And line up to wait for me to collect them. Who knows? I might even praise them for their excellent service. You actually want to fight with me? You're simply ignorant. Zuoshaoduo rushed madly into the forest like a peerless master. His steps were calm and unrestrained, and his face was calm and collected. All the demonic beasts he encountered, whether they were running away or charging at him, were all killed in front of him. He continued to advance into the depths of the forest. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. A large swarm of mosquitoes flew over, covering the sky and covering the earth. So Shaoduo took a look and was shocked for the first time. Fuck, these mosquitoes, when they spread their wings, they were actually as big as vultures, and their stomachs were bulging. Even if they didn't include the wings, they were almost half his size. So big, so many mosquitoes. So Shaoduo made a prompt decision. Without saying anything, he took out the evil and strange poisonous things that his godfather had given him from the space ring. He waved them in the air, and with a light swoosh, a black wind rushed out from Zuoshaoduo's hand. In an instant, the whole forest was covered. What happened next really shocked Zuoshaoduo. In a flash, he was already high up in the sky. The whole forest, which was hundreds of miles in radius, instantly decayed. The trees directly decayed, and the terrifying number of mosquitoes turned into black ashes the moment they came into contact with the black smoke. After a quarter of an hour, the rumbling sound of trees falling down rose and fell one after another. The whole forest became dark. All the demonic beasts in this area were killed instantly, decayed, and merged into the soil. As the initiator, Zuoshaoduo was so scared that his legs and stomach were cramping. Godfather, Godfather, what are you doing? What have you collected? This thing only says poisonous wind. But I didn't expect it to be such a poisonous wind. Zuoshaoduo didn't even want to go down. According to Xiaolong's report, there should be something down there. But looking at the hundreds of miles of darkness, Zuoshaoduo immediately dismissed this idea. It was too scary. It scared him so much that his little heart was thumping. Godfather, if you are in heaven and know that your things have scared your godson like this, shouldn't you feel ashamed? Of course, Zuoshaoduo didn't know. The things in Godfather's ring were actually tributes from the other great shamans. As long as the great shamans made something new, they would first send it to their boss to see its power and then study it to see if it could be used on the battlefield. Naturally, the greater the lethality, the better. The more terrifying, the better. The poisonous wind he took out was the one that the non-poisonous great shaman had studied for several years. He wanted to use it on the battlefield. In the end, it was strictly forbidden by the Flood Witch. There were a total of 3 of these things, and they were all confiscated. He didn't even leave a backup for the non-poisonous great shaman. All of them were kept in the Flood Witch's life ring. And this thing was named Earth Hair Dryer by the non-poisonous great shaman. It was really worthy of its name. It was used to blow wind on the earth. As long as this wind blew, the entire earth would be clean. From this, it could be seen that when a non-poisonous great shaman wanted to follow him to the astral souls to play, the higher-ups here would rather not hold a party than let him come over. This guy was really not fun. When he was angry, all the living things within tens of thousands of miles would be destroyed. Who would dare to let such a guy come to their house? Not to mention the people in the astral souls. Even the other members of the 12 great shamans had to disinfect it several times every time the non-poisonous great shaman came to their territory as a guest. Each earth hair dryer could be used 10 times. As for Zuoshaoduo, he had only used one of them for the first time. It's better to use this thing less. Judging from these things, my godfather doesn't seem to be a good person, Zuoshaoduo muttered. But the level of these things is too far from Godfather's level, isn't it? He's just an old bachelor who was bullied so badly. Where did so many of these things come from? Zuoshaoduo ran away in the air. In this forest, the demonic beasts that had not yet suffered and were further away were all scared witless as they fled in all directions. It was too scary. What the hell was this thing? Why was it so scary? Xiaoduo ran for more than 1,000 miles and came to another mountain. It seemed to be the main base of a mountain range. Xiaolong was now in this mountain range, working hard to transport. The dragon vein that originally existed in this mountain range had been swallowed by Xiaolong without hesitation. Boss said that this place would immediately collapse. This dragon vein is useless to keep, so I'll swallow it directly to avoid wasting it. There was no such thing as going against the heavenly Tao here, because it would soon cease to exist. It was right to make use of the waste. As Xiaoduo looked at the fat Xiaolong in front of him, pulling an illusory green thing in his arms. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why are you fat? Did you eat fertilizer? No, I didn't eat fertilizer. There's a dragon vein here. Isn't it about to collapse? I discussed it with this dragon vein, and it willingly allowed me to swallow it. Xiaolong held the earth vein and said bashfully, "It's hard to refuse such kindness. It would be impolite to refuse, so I had to swallow it. I believe you. Long won't lie to me." Xiaoduo sneered. Xiaolong smiled embarrassedly. He held the earth vein and was about to go into the Tower of Annihilation. Suddenly he stopped and said, "Boss, there's a big Astral Souls jade mine below. There's also a lot of that black, or of the highest quality. Do you want it? Do you even need to ask? Do you want it?" Xiaoduo's eyes were as golden as the sun. "I have to take it all away. Are you done moving the earth vein? It won't affect me. You can just dig directly. I'll keep pulling the earth vein. Both sides will cooperate. I'll need to move this earth vein about 3 times. Xiaolong was very open-minded. "The cleaner you dig, the better. It'll save you a lot of effort. Not mine anyway." Okay, you point to a spot. Priority is to dig out the highest quality Astral Souls jade. Xiaoduo immediately took out his 99 kitty hammer and smashed a huge hole in the side of the mountain. Then, he used the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to dig wantonly. "I can't believe that I, Xiaoduo, the #1 genius in the universe, am digging now." Xiaoduo felt sorry for himself, but he didn't let his guard down. His big shovel swished, and his face was full of excitement. He didn't look disappointed at all that there was a pile of the highest quality Astral Souls jade mine below. The heavens really bless the good. It's hard not to get rich. Roar, I'm going to get rich. Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. He buried his head in his work without any scruples. In this area, there was basically no one else. Xiaoduo was working without restraint. He used the hammer, smashed for a while, and then used the shovel. Then, he used the hammer again, and again. It was a big scene. In less than 10 minutes, half of the mountain in front of him had been knocked down. Xiaoduo sank deep into the newly dug pit. Chapter 787. Whoosh whoosh. Useless stones and low-level jade of Astral Souls were thrown out one by one. The quality of the Astral Souls jade veins in the land was really good. Other than the low-level jade of Astral Souls on the surface, the rest below were all middle-level jade of Astral Souls. With a casual shovel, all of them were middle-level jade of Astral Souls with a hard outer shell. If it were an ordinary person, knowing that there were top-level and top-level jade of Astral Souls below, they would not be interested in the middle-level jade of Astral Souls. After all, there was a limit to the space ring. The standard of this trial was very high. They were only worried that there would not be enough storage space. However, Xiaoduo was different. Not to mention that his Tower of Annihilation could almost hold the entire Fenghai city, so Xiaoduo already felt that it was a waste to reject the low-level jade of Astral Souls on the surface. If he did not accept the middle-level jade of Astral Souls, Xiaoduo would feel that he had lost a lot of money. It was like throwing money out. Although there was no capital, Xiaoduo instinctively felt that. If he could earn more, he would earn less. That would be a loss. This weird mentality made Uncle Zhuo pile up a mountain of middle-level jade of Astral Souls in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Slowly, they reached the top-level jade of Astral Souls. Xiaoduo opened up another area in the Tower of Annihilation and started to crazily fill it up. It was really too satisfying. The top-level jade of astral souls in the outside world were palm-sized and 20 centimeters thick. They were suitable for sale in the market. However, the top-level jade of astral souls here was as big as a millstone. Its width and thickness were almost the same. The moment they were dug out, they were piled up in the Tower of Annihilation. Xiaoduo was sweating profusely, but he was only happy in his heart. Damn it, there was no one around. The feeling of being rich to his heart's content was really too good. He wondered how many of these mines there were in this space. Just as Xiaoduo was making a fortune, it had to be said that there was a common mentality. Almost everyone had it, regardless of whether they were veterans or green-skinned newbies. Of course, whether it was the humans, the Wu people, or the demon race. There were all of them. This mentality was called curiosity. A guy with an incomparably curious heart finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. In the mountains not far away, a scorpion that was about to reach the king level had been watching them for a long time. The large scorpion was very strange. For so many years, this scorpion has been the overlord of this place, but I have never seen this mountain shake. What is going on here now? Why is it suddenly rumbling? Why is it so loud? What's going on? He was dying of curiosity. Could it be that some ignorant demon had come here and wanted to snatch the territory from me? After enduring for half an hour with the greatest patience, the large scorpion began to cautiously make a detour towards this side. This prince wants to see what kind of thing is causing the mountains to shake and the earth to tremble and make me unable to sleep soundly. They went all the way to the foot of the mountain. It could only hear the sounds of banging and banging inside. Not knowing what was going on, the big scorpion's curiosity grew. Finally, it crawled to the entrance of the cave to take a look. Just as it stretched its head inside, it only saw a big hole in the ground, and it didn't know how deep it was. That's strange. What's going on? Just as it was about to take a closer look, suddenly, with a bang, a large piece of soil as big as a mountain flew up from the bottom of the cave and directly hit the large scorpion's face. There were actually many hard stones mixed in the soil. The large scorpion only felt that its head was hit by a big stone. Its two claws at the entrance of the cave loosened, and it fell down on all fours. As for the big rock, it bounced back with a bang. It fell into the deep pit. So Xiaoduo, who was sweating profusely 300 meters below, suddenly felt that something was wrong above his head. The big stone that he threw out just now bounced back, but Xiaoduo didn't care too much about it and slapped it to the side. Then he frowned. That's not right. I used just the right amount of strength. If it could fly out of the mine, how could it bounce back? I'm absolutely sure. Could it be that there's an uninvited guest? So Xiaoduo had an idea and immediately floated up quietly. It was better to go up and take a look. It was more important to be safe. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he saw the large scorpion climb up again and suddenly stuck its head out. The man and the scorpion were both dumbfounded. Oh my God! As their eyes met, Xiaoduo smoothly swung his hammer towards Lin Fan. Boom! The large scorpion's hard head was hit by the hammer, but there was no change. It just swelled up, and its big eyes were wide open. Dizzy, it fell down. So Xiaoduo jumped out with the hammer in his hand, still in shock. What kind of monster is this? When their eyes met just now, he was really scared out of his wits. Fortunately, he was prepared for the worst and had a hammer in his hand. Otherwise, if he had a sword, he might not have been able to hit this big guy. Damn, the other party's head was too big. As he jumped down, Xiaoduo finally saw what the other party was. What a big scorpion. This scorpion was as big as 3 or 4 houses, and the poisonous stingers on its tail were like half a train. This guy looked more ferocious than the Centipede King, but the threat it gave him was far less powerful than the Centipede King. Probably because Xiaoduo's strength had increased by more than 10 times compared to when he faced the Centipede King. Moreover, he had broken through the nascent soul transformation stage, and his spiritual sense had been greatly improved. At this moment, when facing this big scorpion, Xiaoduo instinctively had a feeling. I can handle this big guy. Once this feeling arose, Zwishaoduo immediately spread out his spiritual sense to check the surroundings to make sure there was no other threat. Then, naturally, he fell down like a meteor. Although Zwishaoduo judged that the other party's level should be within his tolerance range, he still didn't let his guard down. Before he made his move, he circulated the Flaming Sun scripture, ready to evaporate the poison at any time. He also hung the Centipede Queen's inner core on his chest, using it to avoid the poison mist and minimize the risk. Scorpions were extremely venomous, especially their tails. They were extremely venomous. He was here to make a fortune in this trial, so he couldn't afford to fail miserably at such an easy task. After ensuring that his eyes and ears were alert, he began to brandish the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Without saying a word, he smashed the scorpion. The big scorpion was dumbfounded. Come up and fight? Shouldn't we communicate first? I'll roar angrily that you've invaded my territory, and then you'll argue that since you found it, it's yours, and that the treasure belongs to the virtuous one. Then I'll attack you in anger, and you'll fight back arrogantly, but the Scorpion King thought through the whole process. After all, it was always like this in the past. No matter what kind of demon beast it would always say the same thing, But this time, why was this guy so straightforward? Wasn't this too straightforward? This king is not used to this. Naturally, the Scorpion King didn't know that Master Zwa had always been a man of action. He had always believed in 4 words: just fight. No matter how reasonable you were, if you couldn't beat the other party, you were unreasonable. In this world where the bigger fist was the bigger reason, there was really nothing to say. Zwishaoduo smashed the scorpion with his head. The Scorpion King roared angrily and fought back bravely. Its 2 big pincers danced like the wind, and its scorpion tail was like a giant steel whip with infinite power. He was actually able to fight Zwishaoduo's hammerhead on for a full quarter of an hour. That was quite impressive. However, it still had its limits. Gradually, it couldn't hold on any longer, and with a miserable howl, the big scorpion dragged its tail and ran away at an extremely fast speed. With a whoosh, it was already 100 miles away, and it couldn't be seen anymore. Zwishaoduo was dumbfounded by the Scorpion King's escape. It wasn't the time to decide life and death, so why did the scorpion run away? Wasn't this a little too unethical? However, this scorpion ran away without hesitation and disappeared without a trace. Zwishaoduo didn't expect it to run away, so he was caught unprepared and didn't have time to chase after it. How could such a demonic beast that was close to the king realm run away so quickly? How could he run away so shamelessly? Zwishaoduo spat and turned back. It's good that it ran away. I'll continue digging. However, after a few minutes of digging, the light above his head suddenly dimmed. The big scorpion had returned, and it even spat out a mouthful of thick, poisonous fog. In the blink of an eye, the entire mine was filled with dense, poisonous fog. Zwishaoduo was enraged. I'll let you go because I have the best quality star soul jade here. You actually dare to play a trick on me and make a false accusation? He leaped up like the sun. Fortunately, he had been circulating the Flaming Sun Sutra, or he might have failed miserably. This scorpion was simply too hateful. It deserved to die. However, this time, the big scorpion's performance was completely different from before. It was like a different scorpion. It was a fierce battle. The Scorpion King and Zwishaoduo fought fiercely until its pincers were broken by Zwishaoduo, and the poisonous stinger on its tail was broken. However, it still didn't retreat and went all out, risking its life. And this fearless attitude actually made Zwishaoduo feel some respect for him. This scorpion was really awesome. Who said it didn't have any morals? It actually made me so tired that I was gasping for breath. My back was aching, and I couldn't even move down, so Zwishaoduo exerted all his strength and hammered the big scorpion a dozen times, smashing it until its body was in tatters. Even its head was smashed in half. Seeing that it couldn't survive, Zwishaoduo couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and come back to clean up the battlefield. Unexpectedly, the big scorpion let out a long and mournful cry, as if it was summoning its last breath, and rushed out into the forest. Was it trying to find a place to bury itself? Scorpion King, you're overthinking things. It's impossible for you to find a place to bury yourself after meeting me. Duo. You have to cut open its stomach, cut it into pieces, and take all the benefits before you could talk about anything else. However, Duo was overthinking things this time, because the Scorpion King turned around and came back, and in a state that Duo never expected. In just a moment, the Scorpion King rushed out of the forest with a strong momentum, its body pulsing with waves of red light. What really shocked Duo was that the Scorpion King was recovering from its injuries as it rushed back. In just a few seconds, when the big scorpion rushed back in front of Duo, it had already completely recovered. It had completely recovered in such a short period of time and was in a perfect state. It was full of vigor, holding two big claws that were shining with a black light and were intact, without even a scratch, and fiercely rushed over. Its head, which was almost smashed by Duo's hammer, was also intact, without a single scar. If it wasn't for the disgusting bloody traces on its body, Duo would almost think that this scorpion was a twin or triplet. Chapter 788. However, the scorpion's speedy recovery did not frighten Duo. Instead, it aroused his interest. It turns out that this guy is relying on its speedy recovery. That's why it dares to fight me in the most barbaric and extreme way. Duo's mind was racing. I believe that this scorpion was not born with the ability to heal itself. Otherwise, it would have recovered infinitely during the battle. Why would it go back and forth? The first time it escaped, it really escaped. However, it came back for some reason. Then, it was almost killed by me again. It rushed back and recovered. It means that somewhere in that direction, there is some kind of treasure that can help it recover quickly. Thinking of this, Duo's heart was burning. It seems that this treasure is this scorpion's biggest trump card. It's the reason why it's so fearless. Duo did not guess wrongly. The big scorpion had been dominating this place for a long time. It had experienced many battles. Occasionally, there would be powerful demonic beasts that passed by. Almost all of them were beaten away or killed by it in this way. The scorpion had gotten used to this mode of fighting. It had even tasted the sweetness of it. As long as a monster passed by, as long as its cultivation level was not too far apart, it would jump out and challenge it to a fight. It was invincible and invincible. This was also the reason why the scorpion was so curious and overconfident. Any monster, as long as it did not have a crushing advantage, could not recover infinitely. But the scorpion could. Naturally, it was full of confidence. Duo fought with the scorpion again. At the same time, he called out to Xiao Long in his mind. Come out, something big has happened. Xiao Long, who was doing manual labor to move the earth vein, hurried over. Boss, what's the matter? Go and see if there's any treasure over there. This scorpion can actually recover from serious injuries in a very short time. It's amazing. Duo gave a brief introduction. Xiao Long's eyes lit up when he heard this. He went out silently. The large scorpion was completely oblivious to this. It was still charging forward confidently. The two-legged beast in front of it was not much stronger than it was. It was just that its weapon was slightly more powerful. It was not a strong opponent that in a normal battle, he was no match for it, but he could recover limitlessly, which he did not have. As long as he continued to fight, he would definitely be able to become the final victor like in the past. And once he ate such a powerful existence, his cultivation would definitely increase by another level. Exhaust him to death. Eat him. It was simply wishful thinking. The large scorpion cried out excitedly in its heart, cheering loudly for the intense battle. The more it fought, the more ferocious it became, not holding back at all. The heavier its injuries, the happier it was. The more serious this king's injuries are, the more your strength will be drained. Hurry up and use up all your strength. I can't wait to taste your body. The large scorpion continued to attack crazily, completely ignoring the fact that its body was being smashed into pieces. It was a classic example of how one couldn't catch a wolf without sacrificing one's child, how one couldn't catch a hoodlum without sacrificing one's wife, and how one couldn't eat the two-legged beast in front of him. So Xiao Duo had made up his mind. Using defense as an attack, he fought steadily and surely. He gradually changed his position, jumping and jumping. Without the scorpion noticing, both sides' positions changed. Now, the scorpion's position changed from the east to the south, while Zhua Xiaoduo's position changed from the west to the north. Xiao Long flew back quickly, his voice full of uncontrollable excitement. Boss, there really is something good, something super good. What super good thing? There's a 5-colored stone over there. 5-colored stone? Zhua Xiaoduo was completely ignorant of this term. He had never heard of it. To put it in a way that you can understand, it's the life source stone. It should be a whole piece, but for some reason, a small piece was broken off. The big scorpion obtained it by chance and hid it in the forest over there, which is the source of its rapid recovery. The Scorpion King obtained a small piece, then where's the rest? The big piece is still underground over there. Xiao Long was in high spirits. I was wondering why there was such a high-quality Astral Soul's jade vein here. It turns out that there is such a high-quality thing nearby. It's reasonable. It's reasonable. So Xiao Duo swung his hammer and fought while expressing his puzzlement. The 5-colored stone is over there. Why is it mined here? This doesn't make sense, does it? This is the characteristic of the 5-colored stone. The 5-colored stone is the legendary stone that mends the sky, also known as the life source stone. It is the source of life for all living things. The 5-colored stone itself has an extremely abundant and almost endless source of life, which is already extremely rare. But the other characteristic of the 5-colored stone is even more valuable, which is that it can form a vitality magnetic field within a certain range. Within this magnetic field, vitality points are randomly generated. As long as vitality points are generated, over time, all the power and energy will be concentrated in this place, and it will produce various kinds of source stone veins. Xiaolong blabbered on and on. The dragon's mouth was drooling. This 5-colored stone, of course, he couldn't use it directly, but as long as he took it back and placed it in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, the dragon vein in the tower would become more and more stable. And as the vital energy of the 5-colored stone continued to nourish the space of the Tower of Emptiness would only become more and more stable, and it would continue to expand, that when vitality points appeared in the mind of the Tower of Emptiness, his own body of luck would also grow with it, and there would be many benefits. At the thought of this, Xiao Long was so excited that he almost went crazy. He almost received a lot of DD. I see. So this is the whole truth. So Xiao Duo roared and put away the training hammer. The next thing that appeared in his hand was the 9x9 cat hammer. Die, Scorpion. You came to me to give me treasures. If I don't give you a quick death, I'll be sorry for your eagerness. Coincidentally, the scorpion's aura was getting more and more powerful. It breathed in and out poisonous fog, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It was in its most powerful state. In its eyes, the two-legged beast opposite, it seemed to be exhausted. The beating just now didn't leave any scars on its body. It was still exhausted and was about to be defeated. Hee, two-legged beast, watch me eat you up. It had to be said that the Scorpion King was ugly, but it had a beautiful imagination. Just when the Scorpion King was in high spirits and complacent, it saw that the other party's aura suddenly changed. The two big hammers in its hands suddenly disappeared. The weapons disappeared? Why did the aura increase when the weapons disappeared? The Scorpion King looked over and saw that the two-legged beast opposite it had taken out the big hammers again. It was just that the aura was really increasing. At this moment, the Scorpion King almost laughed out loud. This damn two-legged beast opposite it. Is he joking with me? You put away the hammers first and then took them out again. Do you think you've changed your weapons? The hammers are obviously the same too, and their size is exactly the same. Who can't tell? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Looks like I've really reached my limit, and there's nothing I can do. The Scorpion King thought that it had seen through Zhua Xiaoduo's disguise. It happily pounced forward, obviously intending to kill him on the spot. After all, it wasn't seriously injured in this round of battle, and its strength was still at its most powerful state. Xiaoduo roared and directly raised the Flaming Sun Sutra to the second level. He leaped up, and in an instant, the 9-9 Kitty Hammer was covered in a blazing white light. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, activate. Both parties were at their limits, and the same strength. Xiaoduo's hammer smashed down on one of the big pincers waved by the Scorpion King. However, the strength of Xiaoduo's hammer was unimaginably strong, far beyond the Scorpion King's imagination. The Scorpion King let out a miserable howl, and its pincers were instantly broken and sent flying. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Scorpion King had obviously neglected a very important thing. Its pincers had recovered in an instant, but these newly grown pincers were no longer its original pincers that had been tempered for a long time. When facing an ordinary opponent, perhaps it wouldn't matter. However, when facing an opponent of equal strength, the difference in toughness was too great. The other hammer smashed down viciously, and the other pincer was broken. The Scorpion King roared and turned around at lightning speed, wanting to charge back. However, when it turned its head, it was stunned and stood there in a daze for a full breath of time. This direction wasn't right. The Scorpion King quickly identified the direction and planned to charge over, recover, and fight again. However, it saw that the two-legged beast was already guarding the path it had to pass and was attacking it again. Since the start of the battle, the Scorpion King felt that something was wrong for the first time. Xiaoduo roared and smashed down thousands of times in a row. At this moment, the mountains and valleys were trembling and rumbling. The Scorpion King was hammered by Xiaoduo from head to toe. It was truly dead. Until the last moment of its death, the Scorpion King was still puzzled. What's going on? This shouldn't be. I'm immortal. Boom. Xiaoduo smashed his hammer on the scorpion's body that was still twitching slightly. Without any hesitation, he smashed the scorpion's head open. He reached out his hand, and a pomelo-like pearl appeared in his hand. Sure enough, there's more. Xiaoduo continued smashing. He consecutively took out 4 pearls from the Scorpion King's spine and an inner elixir from its stomach. At this point, he could have stopped. However, Xiaoduo was still unwilling to give up. He diligently collected the Scorpion King's brain matter, harvested a few thousand kilograms of the Scorpion King's spiritual meat, and then put the Scorpion King's tail and its poisoned sac into the space-destroying tower. This is good stuff. I'm afraid it's much more valuable than the Centipede King's meat. Xiaoduo thought happily. As everyone knows, the Scorpion King's meat can strengthen the yang energy, and it's an excellent ingredient for brewing wine. Ordinary scorpions can strengthen the yang energy. How powerful would this Scorpion King's spirit be? Xiaoduo thought to himself. He would definitely make a fortune if he sold it to those people who sit in the office and write novels every day. Well, those people, except for the most handsome author with the surname Feng, all of them had kidney problems. Chapter 789. Xiaoduo heaved a sigh as he tidied up the scorpion. He felt that it was a fly in the ointment. In order to end this battle as soon as possible so that he could harvest the multicolored stone, he had used too much force. Moreover, all the flesh in the newly grown pincers had been wasted. All in all, he had wasted a lot of flesh. Thinking of this, Xiaoduo pulled out the tendons of the scorpion that were still intact to make up for the loss. Then, he rushed into the forest. In a place filled with poisonous fog, there was a small cave. A round, multicolored stone the size of a cigarette box was quietly placed there, exuding a soft glow. Even if one were to look at it closely, they would at most be able to see the vibrant colors, but they would not be able to feel any special aura from it. Is this it? Xiaoduo picked up the multicolored stone. The moment it came into contact with the skin of his palm, a surge of life energy gushed into his body like a tidal wave. All the fatigue and negative statuses from the fierce battle were swept away. Moreover, All the bodily functions that he had lost were instantly replenished. It was a miraculous creation. After everything that had happened last night, and made up for all the losses, this multicolored stone no longer had any mystical luster. Lying quietly in Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm, it was no different from an ordinary stone. Good stuff. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. With this thing, I will truly be immortal from now on. Under the guidance of the little dragon, he first arrived at the big scorpion's nest, where the big scorpion slept. Covering his nose, he finally took out the rest of the multicolored stone, which was even bigger, and then hurriedly went out. This scorpion is too smelly. It doesn't pay attention to personal hygiene, just like many single dogs. No wonder it can't find a wife. It's still a virgin, even though it's in its 30s. So Xiaoduo muttered to himself. This guy didn't have any self-awareness. The smell of his feet in his room could make people faint. He had been ridiculed by his parents, Zhuo Xiaonian, and even Li Qinglong many times. At this moment, he had already chosen to forget. What should we do? Holding the two multicolored stones in his hands, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't bear to put them down. This big piece can be buried under the mountain range of the Void Extermination Tower. There will be a surprise in the future. Xiao Long suggested enthusiastically. As for this small one, you can carry it with you in case you need it. You've personally experienced the effects of this thing for yourself just now. That's a good idea. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed his advice and immediately placed the large multicolored stone at the bottom of the mountain range of the void-destroying pagoda. Xiao Long would take care of the follow-up matters, and he would just be a 1-second porter. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo hurried back to the other side and continued to mine. Xiao Long, on the other hand, continued to move the ley lines while sweating profusely. He was a real porter, completely different from Zhuo Xiaoduo, who could only move in a second. Let me explain it here. Earth veins are different from dragon veins. First, there are earth veins. When the earth veins gather to a certain extent, the mountains, rivers, and lakes become one with the earth veins. Only then can a dragon vein be formed. Where there are dragon veins, there must be earth veins. But where there are earth veins, there may not be dragon veins. The two should not be confused, and neither man nor dragon noticed it. Just after Zhuo Xiaoduo left the void-destroying pagoda, the mountain range in the void-destroying pagoda showed a slow but subtle change that was faintly visible to the naked eye. The shape was still the same, but the whole thing showed signs of shrinking inch by inch. The shrinking frequency was extremely slow, and it was really shrinking inch by inch. So much so that when Xiao Long finished his work and sent in a new ley line, he did not notice it. And this kind of contraction was still ongoing. No one knew when it would end. In addition, a strong and turbulent spiritual aura of life slowly emerged in the void-destroying pagoda. It was dense and surging, and gradually filled the entire space of the void-destroying pagoda. In every corner, this process was also slow and orderly, and it was difficult to be noticed. But the space of the void-destroying pagoda was always so small. This kind of majestic spiritual aura was getting thicker and thicker, and it was impossible to not be noticed. It was just that no one knew when it would happen. At the moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo got the multicolored stone in the outside world. The Flood Witch, who felt that the negative state had been eliminated, suddenly felt that her aura was steadily increasing. At this moment, it had reached an unprecedented height. The strength of the power of fate almost made the Flood Witch feel like she had an epiphany. It's happening again. The Flood Witch was speechless. One moment, it was replenishing, and the next moment, it was drawing back and forth without stopping. What was going on? He had already guessed that the problem was with his godson and godson, but he had never heard of such a phenomenon when taking in a godson. Even though the Flood Witch was so experienced that no one in the whole continent could compare to her, she was still confused. She only vaguely guessed. Could it be that someone had hung this matter on the Heavenly Way circulation array? But for such a small matter, to hang the Heavenly Way circulation array, wasn't it too much of a fuss? She had never seen such extravagance. However, what was comforting was that with the frequency of this situation, the Great Flood Witch gradually figured out a set of methods to slightly avoid it. That was to open up another space in her own divine soul, leaving a part of the space and power. Well, she could use the rest as usual. She would replenish this part, and the excess would overflow and be used by herself. She would draw. That was all. Unless it was a special kind of draw, it wouldn't affect the Flood Witch's strength. This was originally a helpless move. The Flood Witch racked her brains to come up with this method. And it was feasible, to be honest. The Flood Witch had never used her brain like this in her life. But this time, she had no choice but to use her brain. But what she didn't expect was that the path she had never taken before, in order to cope with this strange phenomenon of replenishing and drawing, she came up with this strange method, was exactly the path she had dreamed of taking before. The embryonic form of beheading 3 corpses. As long as she continued and slowly perfected it, she could become a saint by beheading 3 corpses. This was a path that no one in the Wu people had ever taken since ancient times. The Wu people had always cultivated their bodies, which could move mountains and fill seas and fight against heaven and earth. They had never cultivated their divine souls before, and the Wu people's divine souls weren't suitable for cultivating another path. However, the Great Flood, which was forced to go down this path by being whipped while replenishing his energy. Of course, the Flood Witch didn't realize that she had made great progress. She only felt that the method she figured out seemed to be useful. Even her brain seemed to have become smarter. Sure enough, the reason why I'm the #1 in the world is that my brain is still very useful. After a while, Zhuo had dug out almost all the top-grade jade of astral souls. She continued to dig down and found the top-grade astral souls jade at the lower level. The top-grade astral souls jade was the same size as a millstone. It was completely black, without a layer of stone covering it. Zhuo was so excited that he was trembling all over. Good stuff, absolutely good stuff. Every piece was the size of a millstone, and there were thousands of them here. Zhuo threw them into the Tower of Space Destruction one by one. It was a pleasant surprise, but Zhuo still had some hope. Since there were so many top-grade jade of astral souls here, would there be a higher-grade jade of geocentric astral souls jade? This time, it wasn't that Zhuo was greedy. To Zhuo, the top-grade jade of astral souls was already beyond his level. The higher-grade jade of geocentric astral souls jade was useless even if he had it. It would be a waste if he used it. He wanted it for another reason. Finally, when they reached the most central position, the Star Soul Jade gave off a different feeling. The jade of astral souls here are purplish red and black. They look like ripe grapes. Zhuo could clearly feel that the quality of the jade of astral souls jade was higher. Moreover, there weren't many jade of astral souls of this quality. There were only dozens of them. At a glance, 36 of these stones were stacked together like a small tower in the middle of the mountain range. Zhuo carefully moved them away. There was a round stone in the middle. It was about the size of an ordinary watermelon. It was transparent purple and shone with a mysterious fluorescent light. This should be the jade of geocentric astral souls. It's also something that Principal Yi and the others need to treat their injuries. Zhuo was overjoyed. Such a big piece, it should be enough. Zhuo happily put away the purple jade of astral souls. How could he not know that the 36 purplish-black, grape-toned large stones from before were already geocentric star soul jades? And this purplish transparent star soul jade was already in existence of another meaning. Zhuo finally finished excavating the entire mine. After repeatedly confirming that he had not missed anything, he realized that he had excavated half a mountain. This is so fucking tiring. Zhuo lay comfortably in the belly of the mountain. He could feel that the soil under the strange purplish transparent stones was also filled with rich spiritual energy. It was also a little purple. It has been nourished by the jade of geocentric astral souls for so long. It must be something good. Since it's something good, I can't let it go. Therefore, he took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel and shoveled a few dozen tons into the Tower of Annihilation. When he felt that there was no more profit to be gained from this place, Zhuo finally left unwillingly. How nice would it be if there were a few more minds like this? I'm not afraid of being tired. What's a little hard work? Zhuo was still a little dissatisfied. I'm a man, so I should do more of this kind of hard work. Not long after he left, the last earth vein was also taken away by Xiaolong. As the earth vein disappeared completely, there was a loud boom, and the entire mountain collapsed. This man and dragon had far surpassed the level of a thief who would not leave empty-handed, 9 feet higher, and feather-plucking swallows. They had emptied an entire mountain and even stolen the earth veins and earth chi that had been immersed in this place for countless years. They were the thieves of the century, stealing from heaven and earth. That with the 5-colored stone in hand, Zhuo was in perfect condition at all times. Almost immediately, he entered the previous mode of leveling up and fighting monsters. Along the way, all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and all kinds of spiritual herbs on the ground and underground were swept clean. Chapter 790. All the demonic beasts that he encountered were killed, skinned, and sucked out of their bones. However, it was no longer like a swarm of locusts that were swept clean. Of course, it was not that Zhuo was no longer greedy. It was just that he had set his sights higher now. Demonic beasts below the nascent soul transformation stage were nothing in his eyes. Even though the space in the Tower of Annihilation was vast, it would take time to clean up those small fries. If he had the time, he might as well look for higher-level demonic beasts to hunt, look for higher-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or look for teammates. But after advancing for several hundred li, Xiaoduo flew to the sky dozens of times to check, but he didn't see a single human figure, nor did he hear any human voice. Helpless, he had to continue to act alone. Finally, after rushing into a mountain, Zhuo encountered another head-on attack. This time, it was a demonic beast at the Demon King realm. Moreover, it was at the peak of the Demon King realm. Its strength was several times more terrifying than the Centipede King in the Starry Mountains. In just one blow, Zhuo was sent flying. All the bones in his body were almost broken. Knowing that he was no match for the demonic beast, Zhuo naturally ran for his life. However, his escape speed was not as fast as the demonic beast. Finally, when he turned around the foot of a mountain, he fought for a gap and was able to enter the Tower of Annihilation. Damn, that was too dangerous. Zhuo looked at the bloody flesh on his body and hurriedly took the multicolored stone. It was truly miraculous. In the blink of an eye, his physical body had already recovered. He was completely healed. So Xiaoduo stood up and moved his body to check his condition. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. Damn, is this still the trial area of a nascent soul transformation stage? There is such a thing in the trial area of the nascent soul transformation stage. It is trying to kill me. So Xiaoduo grimaced. He did not know that in this area there was actually a demon king who was more powerful than this demonic beast. After countless years of evolution, the demon king's strength was completely different from before. Since it's already dusk, I might as well cultivate inside the tower. Without further ado, Zhuo began to cultivate. He spent 30 days in the Tower of Annihilation. Well, it was only one night outside. After Xiaolong continuously shifted the earth veins, the flow of time inside the tower changed again. One day outside was equivalent to 2 months inside the tower. While Zhuo was concentrating on cultivating, Xiaolong was not idle. He was still working hard outside. Xiaolong was now extremely enthusiastic and hardworking. Those countless beeps. Boss's beeps. I'm about to get them. Wah! On one hand, he was exhausted from working, but on the other hand, he was never tired. On the other hand, he was filled with fantasies, and he was filled with happiness. Xiaolong was an illusory spirit body. Even if he encountered a powerful demon king, he would not be able to see him. Well, the main thing was that the other party could not see him at all. As long as he found the earth veins, he would not hesitate to break them up and then forcefully drag them away. This place was completely different from the outside world. There was no heaven way to control things like robbing earth veins. After entering this space, Xiao Long felt that his robber nature had completely recovered, even stronger than before. So Xiao Duo cultivated for a night. Xiao Long had already shifted 4 small earth veins from the outside into the tower. For Xiao Long, these earth veins that had not yet formed into dragon veins were not difficult at all. He directly broke them up and took them away. It was easy and joyful. During this night, Zhou Xiaoduo Xiao was extravagant. He used the supreme gray jade of astral souls to make a couch. He placed his hands on his head and used the 3-hearted jade of astral souls to wantonly absorb the pure spiritual energy of the supreme gray jade of astral souls. He successfully raised his cultivation to the high level of nascent soul. He carefully crawled out and looked around. He found that the huge raging bull demonic beast was not far away. When it saw Zhou Xiaoduo reappear, it immediately rushed towards him. Zhou Xiaoduo used his body movement technique to fight with it. He even used the cat hammer to launch a sneak attack. However, he used all his strength to smash the raging bull demonic beast's body, but it could not break through its defense. After fighting for a few minutes, Zhou Xiaoduo ran away again. The demonic beast roared and chased after him. However, after chasing him for dozens of miles, Zhou Xiaoduo disappeared again. This cycle repeated over and over again. This reverse hunting battle lasted for 2 days. Zhou Xiaoduo had already started to suppress the nascent soul realm for the 5th time in the Tower of Annihilation. However, with this level of strength, he was still helpless against the raging bull demonic beast. He was not even qualified to resist. The raging bull demonic beast slowly lost interest in this little guy. What's the point of fighting and disappearing? Can't young people be a little more virtuous? Legend has it that one would rather die than submit to force. When Zhou Xiaoduo crawled out again, he found that the raging bull demonic beast had already returned to its nest. Zhou Xiaoduo went closer to provoke the raging bull demonic beast, but the raging bull demonic beast ignored him. Do whatever you want. Go and harm others. I want to sleep now. This was not a guess. The raging bull demonic beast king's spiritual energy clearly conveyed this message. Believe it or not, this place is about to collapse. You'll be finished if you stay here. Do you want to consider going out with me? Get lost. The raging bull demonic beast's spiritual energy roared. Fine, I'll get lost. So Xiaoduo simply gave up on this area and crossed over the mountain ridges. According to the usual script, the raging bull demonic beast king would follow me and become my mount, free and unfettered. However, this place did not follow the script. I can't do anything that I've already wasted a lot of time with this raging bull demonic beast. I'd better hurry and find others. In this kind of environment, even I've encountered dangerous situations. Their realm is probably even worse that along the way, he plundered heaven and earth treasures. He grew more and more tired of those low-level treasures. Not only did he not want them, he did not even bother to look at them. This trial space was really too big. If he delayed the high-level treasures because of these low-level treasures, the gains would not make up for the losses. Following the route that Xiao Long had planned, so Xiaoduo plundered all the treasures along the way and advanced aggressively. In front of them, there was a huge mountain that pierced the sky. Boss, that mountain actually has a dragon vein, and there's a lot of good stuff. Let's go. So Xiaoduo waved his hand. Leave nothing behind. That Yumoyan wiped off the blood on his sword and put it back into its scabbard. Then he collected the interspatial rings and weapons of the people in front of him. He did not know if it was a coincidence or not, but he met people. Moreover, he met the disciples of the Tao League and the Umno Alliance at the same time. There were a total of 4 people on both sides. When Yumoyan arrived, the 4 of them had already been fighting for a long time. It seemed that there was a jade moonfruit here. The 4 of them would decide who would get it based on the outcome of the battle. After Yumoyan understood, he immediately attacked and killed all 4 of them. Then, he expressionlessly found the jade moon fruit and plucked 2 of them. He directly swallowed one and continued forward. As for killing these 4 people, Yumoyan did not feel guilty at all. If you can kill me, then my things will be yours. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. At this moment, Gao Qiao, and Wan Li Xiu were running for their lives. Yes, these two girls were very lucky to have gotten rid of the demonic beasts that were chasing them. They were also very lucky to have met each other. The only pity was that when the two girls met, Wan Li Xiu was being chased by more than 10 geniuses of the Umno Alliance. Gao Qiao, of course, went to help her. However, as soon as they met, she was dragged away by Wan Li Xiu. Run. We are not their match. When Wan Li Xiu said this, Gao Qiao's sword had already been knocked away by her opponent. As expected, there was a huge difference in strength between them. The two girls could only think of running for their lives. Behind them, the 12 geniuses of the Umno Alliance were chasing desperately with shining eyes. The two geniuses of the Astral Souls continent were actually both beauties. If it was one-on-one, Wan Li Xiu was confident that she would not be afraid of any one of the 12 geniuses. She could even kill them. However, when facing two of them at the same time, Wan Li Xiu could gain the upper hand and win. However, if the opponents were 3 or more, she would definitely lose. At most, she could drag one of them down with her. But now there were 12 of them. Even if she wanted to drag one of them down with her, she might not be able to do it. As for Gao Qiao, when Gao Qiao rushed out, Wan Li Xiu knew that this girl's cultivation was just so. She was even weaker than herself. Rather than saying that she was a help, it was better to say that she was a burden. The most important thing now was to run away first. Fortunately, women's bodies were originally light and agile. They usually practiced the light body technique more and more. Even if the opponents did not stop chasing, the two girls could still hold on. But in the long run, this was not a solution. Women were more skilled than men in the light body technique, but their physical endurance and cultivation depth were often inferior to male cultivators of the same level. And the 12 people in front of them clearly had evil intentions, chasing after them all the way. In such a dense mountain forest, there was almost no road. At first, the two girls flew in the sky. Later, they landed on the ground and ran wildly. Flying in the sky was not only an obvious target, but it also consumed too much spiritual energy. It was better to land and use the complicated terrain to escape. That would give them more room to maneuver. Along the way, the two girls ran. Every once in a while, Gao Qiao would leave a secret signal on the side. Even when they were chased to the end, Gao Qiao did not give up. After drinking another bottle of life spirit water, Gao Qiao pulled Wan Li Xiu's hand and said, "Run over there." On the other side, there was a sky-piercing mountain. It was extremely steep. In this mountain range, it was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Over there, Wan Li Xiu was hesitant. There must be high-level demonic beasts over there. Moreover, the mountain was too high and too steep. Now that they were exhausted, they might lose everything if they made a single mistake. Up there, we'll have more room to maneuver and maintain the initiative. Gao Qiao said while running wildly. When we get there, we'll look down from the high ground. Then, we'll find a place that's steep and dangerous enough. As long as we throw down a few big rocks, we'll be able to create a big commotion. It'll be easier for others to hear us. We can't do it here. The mountain here is too steep. The shrubs are also dense. I'm afraid a big rock will only roll a few times before it gets caught in the shrubs. That place is steep enough. Moreover, there's a cliff. Chapter 791. As long as we stand at the top of the mountain, we'll be more obvious targets. After running for such a long time, we don't have much strength left. If we continue to chase blindly, we'll really be finished when we're exhausted. Now, we can only take a risk. Even if the people from the Wizard Alliance come, we'll accept it. If we don't fight, we'll only be waiting for death. Okay, at this time, the pursuers were only 100 meters away. Wan Li Xiu took a deep breath and pulled Gao Qiao toward the mountain on the other side. This time, she didn't hold back at all. She swallowed a handful of elixirs and forcibly restored her strength. For a time, the two women were like two slender lightning bolts, flying in the void and breaking through space. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to the left side of the mountain and rushed all the way up crazily. Chase. They are exhausted. The geniuses of the Umno Alliance behind them were overjoyed when they saw that the two women had suddenly shaken off their pursuers. Obviously, they want to make a last stand. This mountain is the end of this chase. Everyone was a genius and clever person. When they saw each other's choice, they knew what each other was thinking. The 12 nascent soul transformation stage geniuses of the Umno Alliance immediately chased after them, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Let's enjoy first and then kill. I'll tell you in advance. Don't make it bloody and make it boring. Of course, don't worry. When the time comes, we will divide into two groups and draw lots to decide the first one. Okay. Duh. So the mountain in front of us not only has a lot of earth veins, but also a dragon vein. Xiao Long wagged his tail and pointed his small claws at the mountain in front of them, which was hidden in the clouds halfway up the mountain. This mountain seems to have demonic qi. Zhou Xiaoduo took a look. From the qi examination technique, this mountain was full of demonic qi. It was not a good place. There are also many good things. Xiao Long said, I'd better plan a safe path first. I don't want to meet those great demon kings again. So Xiaoduo felt a little discouraged. Originally, he felt that he was already very powerful and could defeat all the soul transformation stage demonic beasts. However, he didn't expect that a mere demon king would be able to torture him until he was half dead and had to flee for his life. It was really too hurtful. Under Xiao Long's planning, so Xiaoduo carefully looted all the way to the top of the mountain. Xiao Long, on the other hand, quietly burrowed into the ground to shift the earth veins. So Xiaoduo and Xiao Long had the same plan. They would go up from this side and collect as much good stuff as they could along the way. Then they would go down from the other side and collect everything they could along the way. Since they were already here, how could they leave empty-handed this way? Nothing would be left behind, and Xiao Long would have enough time to collect the ley lines. It was the best of both worlds, taking advantage of both. Because they planned before acting, Xiaoduo deliberately avoided the nests of several demon kings and began to loot. However, they hadn't even reached the halfway point of the mountain yet. Rumble, rumble. Zhou Xiaoduo's spirits were lifted. It seemed that there was a movement over there. Someone? Or a demonic beast. So Xiaoduo very straightforwardly gave up on plundering this area. His body was like an arrow that left the bow as he charged forward. At this moment, he was already using his full strength. If there were people fighting, at least 1/3 of them would be people from the Astral Souls continent. What if they were at a disadvantage? If the rescue was delayed because of a herb, wouldn't it be a great pity? It had to be said, that's what Xiaoduo was, a person who put himself first most of the time. He wasn't so calculative. Zhou Xiaoduo's movements were as fast as lightning as he dashed all the way. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through the clouds and continued to fly upwards for more than 5,000 meters. As he gradually reached the top, the mountain range was covered in frost, and the higher parts were still covered in snowflakes. Zhou Xiaoduo stepped on a layer of ice and reached the top of the mountain. The cold here had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. Even ancient martial art practitioners who were below the embryonic breathing realm of the origin elixir realm would be frozen into ice in a short time. So Xiaoduo silently used the flaming sun scripture to resist the cold. He stuck his head out and looked down. He could faintly see movement below, but there was no sound of people shouting. There was only the rumbling sound of rocks falling continuously. It doesn't seem like a battle between demonic beasts. If it were two demonic beasts fighting, their roars would have been heard long ago. So Xiaoduo's heart suddenly tightened. His body descended like a meteor. If it was a battle between the Dao League and the Umno Alliance, he might be able to take advantage of it. It was true that Zhou Xiaoduo put people first. However, if it didn't involve the lives of his teammates, he would still look at money. He would still be calculative about what he should be calculative about. That Gao Qiao and Wanli Xiu tried their best to climb up the cliff. At this moment, their spiritual energy was almost depleted. Previously, in order to push their bodies to their limits, they had taken too many pills in one go. Even if they forced themselves to take them again, the effect would be minimal. Wanli Xiu gathered her remaining energy and shouted. She slashed down a huge rock that was hundreds of thousands of kilograms that was hanging outside. The huge rock rumbled as it rushed down. The sound of it hitting the ground echoed continuously. However, it was a pity that after a while, no one was coming. There was also no sound from anyone. Below, the silhouettes of the 12 Umno Alliance geniuses had appeared. They were only a few hundred meters away from them. Their faces were all pale. However, there was an inexplicable excitement in their eyes. The two women's hearts were cold. Wanli Xiu was silent for a moment. Then, she said lightly, "Don't run. If we continue to run, we will really run out of energy. If we face them again, we can only wait to be slaughtered. We have created such a big commotion, but no one has come. Obviously, the area is too big. There is no one nearby." Wanli Xiu took a deep breath and said, "Let's just end it here. Try to drag two of them down with us. If we continue to waste our energy, I'm afraid we won't even be able to drag them down." Gao Qiao smiled faintly and said, "Life and death are predestined. Let's fight to the death here. If two of us die, it will be worth it. If we can earn more interest, this battle will not be in vain." Then, she opened the space ring and took out the last few bottles of life water and origin spirit recovery pills. The two women divided them. Then, they raised their heads and gulped them down. Wanli Xiu slapped a handful of ice and snow on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "I will try to take 3 of them. You, just do your best." Gao Qiao smiled. "I know I will only be a burden. I will try my best. If I really can't do it, then help me." Okay. In the face of life and death, the two women were very calm. Since they were in a desperate situation, why not fight? On the cliff, Wanli Xiu held a long sword. She took a deep breath and operated her martial arts. She tried to recover her strength as much as possible. She wanted to take a few more enemies with her. However, Long Yuxing's appearance uncontrollably appeared in front of her. "It is difficult to have a future in this life. Maybe I can accompany you. I hope you'll take good care of yourself for the rest of your life." With a whoosh, a Umno Alliance genius jumped onto the cliff. He had a playful smile on his face and said, "Why aren't you running?" Wanli Xiu was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. She was still operating her origin chi and trying to digest the pills she had just swallowed. However, there was only disdain in her heart. If it were us, we would have already taken action. We were afraid that the other side would have more time to recover. This guy actually talked like a cat playing with a mouse. How could he be an Umno Alliance genius with such a brain? The Umno Alliance's geniuses are really not that high. Gao Qiao smiled and said softly, "May I know the name of the Umno Alliance's genius in front of me? I have to say, you are really good looking. We all thought that the Umno Alliance's geniuses did not look like humans. I didn't expect that all of you are quite good looking." Wanli Xiu did not answer, but Gao Qiao chose to respond to her nicely. Between the two of them, Wanli Xiu's fighting ability was much higher than hers. If she wanted to win, she would have to see how much Wanli Xiu could recover. As for Gao Qiao's advantage, it was more about her ability to use money and power. She smiled sweetly and used words to confuse the enemy. If she could delay for a period of time before attacking, it would allow Wanli Xiu to recover more strength and have more capital to play with her life. The Umno Alliance's young man had a hooked nose. His eyes fell on Gao Qiao's pretty face. Gao Qiao smiled faintly. She stroked her hair and said, "What are you looking at?" The Umno Alliance's young man's Adam's apple could be seen swallowing. Just now, when Gao Qiao stroked her hair, she showed her feminine beauty. His heart was burning. He could not help but say, "I am Yi Zhangyan. What is your name?" At this moment, the remaining 11 people had also climbed up and formed a circle. Gao Qiao did not seem to see the others. She only focused on Yi Zhangyan. She sighed and said, "We are on opposite sides. It's our fate to be like this. But to know the name of a genius of the Umno Alliance before I die, it's worth it to die." She smiled sadly and said, "The night sky is vast and deep with white clouds. The world changes, but the sky never changes. What a good name." Then she smiled bitterly and said softly, "Yi Zhongyun, senior brother Yi, how are you going to deal with us?" Yi Zhongyun stared at her face and said, "What is your name?" Gao Qiaoer's eyes were watery. She said pitifully, "My family calls me Qiaoer. Brother Zhongyun, how about you call me Qiaoer too? If I can be called by a pet name, it will be like being at home. It will be comforting." Her voice was very soft, and her words were spoken very slowly. Her voice was graceful and extremely pleasant to the ears. Although it was a dead end, she was still trying her best to stall for time in a subtle way. Yi Zhongyun said, "Qiaoer, what a nice name." On one side, a short and fat young man of the Umno Alliance said impatiently, "Yi Zhongyun, what are you talking about? Hurry up and take them down. Could it be that you actually want to cultivate a relationship before you force yourself on her?" Chapter 792. The other youths all looked at the two girls with burning eyes and swallowed their saliva. Obviously, they already saw the two girls as theirs and couldn't wait any longer. When they were in the Umno Alliance, they spent most of their time training and fighting. Everyone was surrounded by their fellow countrymen and classmates. Even if they had beast desires, they still had to restrain themselves. Now, facing the two beauties of the astral souls, they didn't have to restrain themselves anymore. They were enemies of life and death. No matter what they did, they should do it. And the two beauties in front of them were rare beauties, even in the Umno Alliance High Martial Arts School that they studied in. It must be said that in a war between races or countries, the so-called rape and pillage was a very normal thing. It wasn't that there was no bottom line, but in that kind of life and death environment, all the evil in human nature would be magnified to the maximum. The reason why the war between races was so tragic was because of this. Usually, after the enemy's army had passed through, the prosperous cities would immediately turn into ruins. Young and strong children would be killed, and the slightly beautiful women would be raped, killed, and taken away to the so-called kindness of human nature, the so-called compassion and justice. All had no place in this kind of situation. Not only the warriors of the Umno Alliance would do this, but the warriors of the astral souls would also make the same choice. Of course, there were also those who abided by the bottom line, but those people were definitely the minority. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. I knew that there would be countless saints jumping out at this point, but it was futile to explain this part. "Sigh." Gao Qiaoer sighed and said to the short and fat youth, "Brother, why are you in such a hurry? We sisters know very well what kind of fate we have today. Our last bit of effort is in vain, so we can only accept our fate. Don't you think that, if we talk, the result will be better?" Gao Qiaoer smiled bitterly. There was a kind of helplessness in the wind, and said, "In the end, we are just two weak women. In our hearts, we don't want to participate in this kind of war. But this is our fate. There is nothing we can do. Today, in this kind of hopeless situation, don't we want to live?" Gao Qiaoer tried her best to move her lips and tongue to stall for time. She said, "Don't tell me. You only want to kill us?" Just because he wanted to satisfy his bestial desires for once. Did he have to force us to the point that there was nothing left to live for? Do you really want to force us to fight to the death with you? In that case, we will certainly die, but what good will come to you? Or rather, where's the fun in that? The short and fat youth's eyes were burning. "I think you're just stalling for time." Gao Qiaoer laughed. "If we really had the strength to kill you, why would we need to run? Why waste your remaining energy to create a commotion and carry out that futile attempt? Isn't it just hoping for a fluke? Now that your hope has been shattered, you're already in despair in this hopeless situation. Even if you try to stall for time, what benefits can you gain?" It had to be said that Gao Qiaoer's ability to see through people's hearts and speak eloquently was extremely effective at this moment. She fought for a bit of hope in the face of death. His words made the other Umno Alliance youngsters show expressions of approval. That's right, with just these two delicate girls in front of them. Even if they stalled for time, what could they change? In this kind of hopeless situation, could they still turn the tables around? However, the short and fat youth's face became more and more serious. He slowly pulled out his sword and said lightly, "Even though what you said seems to make a lot of sense, even though I don't know what your intention is in stalling for time, my instincts tell me that I can't let you continue." Gao Qiao smiled sadly. "Are you going to kill me immediately?" She stuck out her chest and slightly leaned to the side, standing there gracefully. Intentionally or unintentionally, the beautiful curves of a woman's body were revealed without any concealment. As she tilted her face slightly and let the cold wind blow on her face, her beautiful hair immediately fluttered and her clothes fluttered. She was extremely beautiful, stunning everyone. At this moment, Gao Qiao could be said to have displayed her beauty and the charm that belonged to a woman to the extreme. Basically, every beautiful woman knew how to make use of her beauty, and Gao Qiao was one of the best among them. With just a simple tilt of her body, her originally messy hair fluttered in the wind. Her drooping clothes, with the help of the wind, turned into a beautiful fairy descending to the mortal world, her clothes fluttering in the wind. The youngster's eyes became even more fiery. That waist, that chest, that face, that style, that temperament. Some of the boys felt that even if they killed this woman after today's pleasure, they would still be unable to forget her beauty at this moment for the rest of their lives. They would linger in their dreams and forget to return. The short and fat youth's eyes were also intoxicated for a moment, but he suddenly ordered, "Attack together. Hurry up. Don't let her delay any longer. When we catch them, you can do whatever you want. But at this moment, don't forget that they are still strong enemies. They are not some weak girls. Everyone be careful." A loud roar instantly woke up the rest of the people. The 12 of them straightened their swords together, and their auras were also reactivated. However, at this moment, Wanli Xiu had already finished adjusting her breath. Gao Qiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. She knew that she had succeeded. She had achieved her goal. Just now, when she was speaking and acting, there were clearly some people who had tender feelings for the fairer sex in their eyes, and some who felt that they could not bear to kill her. And this kind of feeling was the atmosphere that Gao Qiao wanted to create. Once the enemy had this kind of mentality, whether they had realized it or not, then when she and Wanli Xiu attacked, they might only be able to kill 3 or 4 people to accompany them to the grave. But under this kind of mentality, the two of them might be able to kill 5 or 6 people, or even more. This was a woman's greatest advantage, her greatest charm. A woman's greatest charm was never how much money she earned, but a beautiful woman who could kill a man who should not have died. This was the best display of a woman's charm on the battlefield. Of course, this was the best result. The two of them would have to stop here and die prematurely. Gao Qiao was very clear that even if she continued to speak, the effect would not be better than this moment. If she spoke more, it might even make these men wake up and feel that they had been fooled and become angry out of humiliation. Now is the best time to attack. However, even though Gao Qiao had quietly pulled out her sword, she still said pitifully, "Can I have a request?" On the other side, someone subconsciously replied, "What request?" Gao Qiao said sadly, "We sisters are destined to die today. But can I ask you guys, if we are no match for them, when you attack, don't hit our faces. Thank you." As she said that, she actually bowed slightly. We are girls after all. Even if we can't avoid death, we still hope to keep our faces intact. You guys should understand that what women care the most is none other than their faces. The few men on the other side nodded lightly. "Okay, we promise you." Gao Qiao said, "Thank you. Even though before I die, I will be. But this mercy is enough for me to be touched." Her heart calmed down again. With this restriction, the chances of her and Wanli Xiu getting more scapegoats would be greater. This bunch of stinky men would definitely not hit their chests and lower bodies for their later desires. Now, even their faces had become a little more scrupulous. Gao Xiao who took a deep breath and stood back to back with Wanli Xiao, saying, "Everyone, please." Her long sword shook, and a cold light flashed. The sword in Wanli Xiao's hand had already shot out like a bomb. The battle started instantly. Wanli Xiao was going all out from the start. Although Gao Xiao had a long sword in her hand, she was not in a hurry to join the battle. First of all, her combat power was not enough. Second of all, she had successfully created an atmosphere where the geniuses of the Wizard Alliance would not attack her, or at least not kill her. As long as she was there, she would be able to tie down the opponent's manpower more effectively than fighting in a battle. This operation was undoubtedly better than directly joining the battle. It would reduce the pressure on Wanli Xiao by a lot. This was a very subtle, psychological manipulation. Gao Xiao grasped this balance very precisely. She seemed to be on guard, but in reality, she was constantly paying attention to the battle behind her. As long as Wanli Xiao gave the signal, she would immediately turn around and use the most decisive method to take back her capital. Her target was definitely not the people in front of her who didn't attack her and were restrained by her, but the people behind her who were fighting with Wanli Xiao. Once she turned around, she would have the chance to kill the enemies to the greatest extent because of the unexpected outburst. Wanli Xiao's sword wind was getting stronger little by little. She pursed her lips tightly and fought meticulously. She was accumulating power. She was fighting and accumulating power at the same time. Her current attack mode did not have the lethality to kill the enemies. She could only wait until the sword net was formed. When she was most confident, she would risk her life to fight. Then, Gao Xiao would move back and attack at the same time. She would use all her strength to attack, and then self-explode. She would take away as many as she could. As for leaving behind corpses to be humiliated, Wanli Xiao did not think of this possibility. Gao Xiao also did not think of it. The sound of weapons colliding continued to sound. Wanli Xiao's accumulation of power had gradually reached the peak. She was about to launch a thunderous attack. At this delicate moment, a voice full of surprise sounded from the sky. "Wow, damn. Xiao, I can actually see you being bullied on such a remote ice mountain peak. This is too unexpected. I don't know how long Yuxing will thank me later." This voice came from the sky and was getting closer and closer. Chapter 793. Hearing this voice, Gao Xiao and Wanli Xiao were overjoyed. He was so surprised that his heart was about to explode. "Boss! Zwa!" Wanli Xiao burst out with all her strength. Gao Xiao also attacked at the same time. The moment their attacks surged, they forced the enemy to retreat. Then, they quickly retreated and faced the person who spoke. At this moment, their attacks were no longer about earning profits. Instead, they wanted to save their lives and ensure that they could reach the person who spoke at this moment. Their lives were saved. The only feeling in the hearts of the two women was excitement. They were so excited that they were about to explode. This kind of extreme joy of escaping death almost made the two of them faint. At the last moment of desperation, there was actually such a strong helper descending from the sky. In this desperate situation, where the hope of receiving help had been extinguished, they were about to go to the extreme. The strongest helper had come. The person who came was, of course, Zhuo. The two women knew a lot of people. Even if the others happened to be there, it would be difficult for them to reverse the situation. Only Zhuo had the strength to do so. He had painstakingly climbed over the mountain and followed the sound from the top of the mountain. He had just arrived at this moment. If he had arrived 1 or 2 minutes later, Wanli Xiao and Gao Xiao would have self-detonated and risked their lives. Gao Xiao had racked her brains to stall for time. At this moment, she had received the most ample reward. If she had said a few words less, the battle at this moment would have been over. If the two women were already dead, even as Zhuo helped them take revenge, what was the point? Until the two women retreated, What Xiaoduo descended from the sky. His feet touched the ground. His body didn't even sway. He had already floated in front of the two women, protecting Gao Qiao, and Wan Li Xiu behind him. Gao Qiao, and Wan Li Xiu gasped for breath. They couldn't help but sit down behind Zhuo Xiaoduo. They suddenly relaxed and felt that there was no strength in their bodies. However, an incomparable sense of security rose from the bottom of their hearts. They were safe. Who? Seeing the uninvited guest, the 12 members of the UMNO Alliance immediately became alert. Seeing that this kid was wearing the same clothes as the two girls, it was obvious that he was also from the same school in the Astral Souls continent. They couldn't help but understand. It turned out that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the Astral Souls continent. Now, there were 12 people on their side and 3 on the other side. Only one of the two women was relatively difficult to deal with, so the 3 of them could easily take her down. As for the other woman, she was basically just an extra. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would have the upper hand. If it was a 2-on-1 fight, they would be able to take care of her. In this case, there were still 7 people left to deal with this man. Seeing that this man was familiar with the 2 girls, he should be a student of the same level. Even if he was stronger than the 2 girls, or even much stronger, the 7 of them should be able to take him down, right? No matter how one looked at it, there was no risk at all. So Xiaoduo looked at the many people in front of him and couldn't help but be shocked. How did you all gather together? Can you teach me? What he was most depressed about now was that he couldn't find a team. How could they gather together in such a big area? If they continued to be separated like this, situations like Wan Li Xiu and Gao Qiao being in danger would continue to happen. Even if they didn't encounter the people from the Dao League and the UMNO Alliance, encountering the demonic beasts in the ruins would still be very risky. Maybe even now, who knew how many people had already been killed? The 12 people on the opposite side all narrowed their eyes. This guy who ruined everyone's mood actually asked this question as soon as he arrived. In fact, the 12 people were also very confused. After they landed, they didn't walk for long before they met each other. Naturally, they joined forces. God knows how they got together. However, there was no need to tell this fellow about this. If it was a beautiful woman, it would still be interesting to interact with each other. But with a gigolo like you, we have no interest. None of us are interested in your type. Gao Qiao, stood behind with Xiaoduo and only felt safe. She bit her lips and said bitterly, "Boss, these guys are up to no good." Up to no good. So Xiaoduo looked at them and only felt a strong, murderous intent rising. However, he suddenly smiled and said, "You have good taste. Every one of you is like a man, up to no good when you see a beautiful woman. This is well done." On the opposite side, the short and fat young man narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said leisurely, "I am your ancestor." The 12 people on the opposite side were all furious. In a flash, each of them held their weapons in their hands, overflowing with murderous intent. The short and fat young man took a deep breath and was about to give the order to attack. "Stop!" Zhuo Xiaoduo's shout was like a clap of thunder in the sky. "If you want to fight, you can, but first take off your interspatial ring and give it to me. Otherwise, it would be a waste to break them later." The 12 people were so angry that their mouths were crooked. This bastard is arrogant. "Go!" The order to attack hadn't been given yet. The young man on the opposite side shouted again, "Wait, what do you want now? I see that your faces don't look good." Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised to find that the death aura on the 12 people's faces was getting heavier and heavier since he came down. As his murderous intent grew stronger, the death aura on their faces also became heavier and heavier. Gradually, it became so thick that it was impossible to look at them. They were basically at death's door, and there was no way to avoid it. So Xiaoduo tried to let them go in his heart, but the death aura on their bodies didn't decrease at all. In fact, it was increasing bit by bit. Before he came in, he was indeed warned by the golden-scaled witch, but so what? He actually had such thoughts. If he didn't kill them, why would he keep them to disgust himself? Did he, Zhuo Xiaoduo, look like someone who would endure such humiliation? Besides, The king of Zulu said that he would take care of it. Besides, his parents should have gone back by now, right? Even he couldn't find his parents. How could the flood witch find them? Of course, the key was that the king of Zulu would take care of it. This sentence gave Washauduo a sense of security. The king of Zulu and the heavenly king of the right, the star-plucking emperor and the sky patrol minister, were on the same side. When the king of Zulu couldn't take care of it, everyone would definitely come out together to take care of it. So many people couldn't take care of the flood witch. Besides, how free could the flood witch be? Therefore, when Washauduo jumped down, he threw the threat of the flood witch to the back of his mind. The king of Zulu was taking care of it. I'll kill if I have to. What threat? Nonsense. What do you mean by not looking good? The short and fat young man was surprisingly interested. He actually reached out and stopped the people on his side. You know how to read faces? Yes, I do. I'm an expert in this. The short and fat young man showed a thoughtful look on his face and said, You see that we don't look good? Then look at us. Are there any of us who were separated from our family since childhood? Or are we missing parents or one of our parents since childhood? Washauduo instinctively froze for a moment. He looked deeply at the short and fat young man and said, You lost your mother when you were young, lost your father when you were young. According to your appearance, your father died not long ago. Today, the aura of death is gathering on your face, and the gates of hell are open. You are destined to die. You, parents, are still alive. You achieved success when you were young, and your life was smooth sailing. Your luck was good, and you have never been wronged. But today, death is coming, and a great disaster is coming. He pointed to another person. You lost your mother when you were young, but your father is still alive. You have an older brother at home. Although you are full of the aura of death today, your father should be able to live a more comfortable life in the future. You lost your parents in an incident last year. You have a younger sister at home, but she is destined to wander around for the rest of her life. And all of this is because you are destined to rush into the gates of hell today, and there is no way to escape. Your mother was killed when you were 7 years old. Your father was killed when you were 12 years old in search of his enemy. Today, death is inevitable. There is no way to avoid it. You, parents, are still alive. You have a good family, and you're the only son in your family. But after you die today, your parents will follow you in at most 3 years. Washauduo pointed to the 12 people and talked about them one by one. He commented on everyone's facial features, speaking as if he was telling the truth, speaking frankly and confidently. However, every word he said shook the hearts of the people involved. He did not say anything about the aura of death today. After all, it had not come true yet. But the family situation, parent situation, personal encounters, and so on, not a single word was wrong. There was no mistake. The short and fat young man stared at Washauduo with wide eyes. Suddenly, he asked in a hoarse voice, You are from Phoenix City? Washauduo narrowed his eyes and said, Greedy Wolf Sect? Am I right? The short and fat young man took a deep breath and suddenly asked sternly, Where's my junior sister Xian-yi? Washauduo snorted and said, I read your faces just now. Is what I said accurate? The short and fat young man said angrily, Of course what you said is accurate. But let me ask you, where is my junior sister Xian-yi? Of course what he said was accurate. This meant that he acknowledged Washauduo's divination. What the short and fat young man said was, Before you said that we were about to die, everything you said was accurate. But in Washauduo's understanding, it was different. As long as he killed all of you, then what he said before was accurate. All of you had acknowledged him. In that case, the Providence points given to these 12 people would definitely belong to the Zhou family. Thinking of this, Washauduo suddenly became spirited and said casually, Your junior sister is called Mo Xian-yi. I remember that she was killed by someone. It seems to be the king of Zhongyuan. The short and fat young man said angrily, The king of Zhongyuan? That's right. This time, you will probably be able to see your senior sister again. Washauduo laughed. Even though the other party was about to die, Washauduo still did not intend to tell the truth. Go find your senior sister in hell. If you can't find her, Then it's your impatience. So Xiaoduo laughed. Come on, no need to say anything else. Let's fight. The short and fat young man said angrily, I haven't finished speaking. What's the use of that? Chapter 794. Zhou Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, Are you brainless? Or is there something wrong with your brain? I've already said what I want to say. What does it matter to me whether you finish your words or not? What's more, even if you break the heavens, can you still escape death? All of you are doomed to die. That's what I said. Wan Lixio was panting behind Zhou Xiaoduo. She couldn't help but laugh and said, Our Zhuo is here. What's the difference if you say more or less? Anyway, you're all dead. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoduo had already rushed forward bravely and shouted, Remember to be a ghost in front of the King of Hell. I'm Zhou Xiaoduo, nicknamed Iron Fist Young Master. When you're in front of the King of Hell, don't be a muddle-headed ghost who doesn't even know the name of the person who killed you when others ask you how you died. As he spoke, the short and fat young man in front of him had been punched 3 meters away. Iron Fist Young Master, Zhou Xiaoduo will remember you. Suddenly, the short and fat young man reacted. Yours was Xiaoduo? This is a misunderstanding. He suddenly remembered what he had told him before he came. If they encountered Zhou Xiaoduo, they would retreat. They were all dumbfounded. How could they retreat now? They were already fighting head-on. Misunderstanding my ass. Zhou Xiaoduo scolded. Go back and send your sister to us, Astral Soul, so that we can have a good time. Then come back and tell me that it's a misunderstanding. A bunch of trash. It was already irreconcilable. The 10 people on the opposite side also had the intention to fight with all their might. Another person gritted his teeth and came forward with his sword. We'll tell you when we get back. The person we killed is Iron Fist Young Master. Before he could finish speaking, his eyeball shattered with a pa sound. A small white jade gourd was embedded in his eye socket, and it exploded immediately. He let out a miserable howl and rolled on the ground in so much pain that he wished he were dead. That hidden weapon had entered his brain through his eyes. At this moment, his brain was already a mess. Although he was still rolling, he was already a dead man nailed to the board. The moment the hidden weapon hit him, it had already announced his death. Watch my iron fist. Zhou Xiaoduo roared. He stood still in front of Wan Lixio and the other 2 girls and punched 3 times. Then 7 or 8 small white jade gourds flew out silently. Then the sword moved and Zhou Xiaoduo shouted, Watch my sword. The Dragon Gate kick under his feet attacked continuously at an unimaginable speed. Puff! Ouch! The 3 people on the opposite side covered their crotches and knelt down with twisted faces. As Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation increased, he became more and more proficient in the Dragon kick. It was impossible to guard against, and his strength was super strong. After 3 kicks, the 3 of them could directly make tomato egg soup without stirring. The other people hurriedly dodged but felt something under their feet. Before they could react, they had already exploded and screamed. This bastard, he used his iron fist and sword. In the end, it turned out to be a sneak attack using hidden weapons. The main thing was that Zhou Xiaoduo's fame was deeply rooted in their hearts. They were already on guard against Zhou Xiaoduo's shout. After hearing it, they subconsciously guarded against the iron fist and sword. In the end, they didn't know that it was not the case at all. What they guarded against did not come, and what they didn't guard against did not fall. This kind of tragedy was really speechless. If they didn't have such a warning before coming, although the outcome wouldn't be much better, it wouldn't be so easy. Now, it could only be said that this was fate. So, Xiaoduo swung his long sword and slashed 3 times in a row, chopping off the heads of the 3 people who were holding onto their crotches and howling miserably. Then he kicked the 3 heads off the cliff with 3 pung-pung pangs. However, he carefully kicked the bodies behind him. Show air, search them and take their rings. Okay, Wan Lixio answered crisply. Gao Chaoer, who was standing at the side, suddenly understood. No wonders where Xiaoduo had so many miscellaneous things last time. It turned out that they were all from this dot, While Wan Lixio was busy, another headless body was dragged over by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Screams could be heard. The 8 people on the opposite side had already been killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wan Lixio was busy and felt lucky. Fortunately, she didn't spar with Zhuo. If they really fought, she would definitely have avoided a loving education. She couldn't even defeat 3 people, but Zhuo dealt with 12 people alone and killed 8 of them in an instant. This combat power was simply off the charts. As the 8 people on the opposite side fell one after another, drops of luck points fell from the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits as he fought. This kind of battle was still the best. From inside to outside, there were gains everywhere. The other 4 people screamed and turned around to escape. TSK, I haven't even paid you for reading your fortune, and you want to run? How can there be such a logic in this world? Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly unleashed his movement technique. With a speed that was 3 times faster than these people, he madly circled around. With 1 slash of his sword and 2 punches, he sent 2 people back. With 1 kick, he kicked another person's crotch and sent him flying back like a corpse. The short and fat young man looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in despair. We, the greedy wolves, won't forgive you. You talk too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo chopped off his head with his sword. What's the use of saying this now? Is there any meaning to it? What a waste of saliva. Ignoring the pleas of the other 2, he killed them one by one with his sword. Search them. I feel that these guys must have something good on them. Zhuo Xiaoduo said expectantly. He didn't hide his greedy face. Gao Qiaoer and Wan Lixio both rolled their eyes. Boss Zhuo, your man. How can you let us 2 girls do this kind of bloody and dirty work? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. Ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo also rolled his eyes. Sure, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't have realized this. Then you realize it now, right? Why don't you do it yourself? Wan Lixio said. I mean, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't have realized that you're a girl. Ha. Gao Qiaoer suddenly burst out laughing and swayed back and forth. This sentence was a stroke of genius. How did Zhuo Xiaoduo come up with it? Wan Lixio was so angry that her breasts expanded by a cup size. She angrily threw the 12 rings to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Here, you stingy boss. Nothing else? I'll leave the weapons to you too. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the corpses expectantly. After confirming that there was nothing else, he kicked them all into the abyss. He also swept up the wind and snow to clean the cliff platform. Then, he warmly greeted them. Come. It's not easy to meet again. Sit down and have a good rest. We'll split the loot later. We won't split it, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiaoer said at the same time. They'd just been saved. How could they have the face to split the loot? Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a large number of pills and healing potions. He placed everything on the ground. Okay. We'll listen to you. See if there's anything missing. This doesn't count as loot. Okay. This time, the 2 didn't stand on ceremony. If they continue to stand on ceremony, it would be pretentious. Especially for Wan Lixio and Zhuo Xiaoduo, there was no need to stand on ceremony. Xiaoer, why are you so weak? You can't even defeat these few people? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very surprised. Didn't I hear that the 2 of you are the strongest among the new students in Yinduan High School? Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? However, Zhuo Xiao's question was really hard to answer. Gao Qiaoer smiled bitterly and said, You can't blame Sister Xiaoer. The selection this time is to select the most outstanding geniuses from the entire 3 continents. Those who are slightly weaker won't be able to enter the list. For example, how many people in our school are at the soul transformation stage? Those who can enter the Hidden Dragon High School. Which one of them isn't a top pick? However, in the end, only 400 people can enter the list. As for the rest, any one of them, if placed in other high martial arts schools, would also be a top choice, right? Sister Xiaoer is indeed outstanding in Yinduan High School, but these people in their own schools, I'm afraid that they're not much weaker than Sister Xiaoer. Gao Qiaoer analyzed. So, to be able to fight 1 against 3 is already a very impressive level of strength. So Xiaoduo said proudly. Then how can I fight 1 against 12? Wan Lixio and Gao Qiaoer were so angry that their chests puffed up. So this bitch was waiting here, just to show off? The two girls said in unison, gnashing their teeth. Because you are bitch. A bitch is invincible in the world. There was definitely no time to tidy up the space ring now. The space was so big, and there were so many treasures waiting to be tidied up. How could there be time to open the space ring? With the cultivation of those brothers, how much could they have gained? It should be known that all the gains in Zhuo space ring were piled up like mountains and seas. It was more than enough to supply the whole team. Right now, there were only Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao. The three of them rested for a while and went down the mountain. Along the way, Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio were so shocked that they were numb. As far as their eyes could see, there was clearly nothing. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo started to dig a hole without any warning. And as soon as he dug down, he found a rare heavenly treasure. If they insisted that this was a coincidence, it was really difficult to say that this was a coincidence in this situation. That was why they insisted on saying that it was a coincidence. But then, along the way, there was a piece of messy stone. A few shovels also flattened it, revealing the flat ground, and continued to dig. After digging down, he found another ancient treasure. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly stopped on the smooth cliff. He dug a hole in a few moves and pulled out a set of heavenly and earthly treasures from the hole. Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao looked as if they were in a dream. How'd he find out all this? If Li Chenglong's search for heavenly treasures was based on the theory of physical properties and there were traces to follow, then Zhuo Xiaoduo's move was really traceless and amazing. Zhuo, how did you find out all this? Wan Lixio was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. It was a taboo for practitioners to pry into other people's privacy. However, Wan Lixio and Zhuo Xiaoduo were close friends. In addition, she was too suspicious at this time, so she finally couldn't help but ask. This requires daily accumulation and good observation. I can see that you don't work hard usually. Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled a long face and caught Wan Lixio to teach her a lesson. Chapter 795. Wan Lixio's eyes widened in confusion. Have I learned this before? Zhuo Xiaoduo scolded her. Did you see just now? There are patterns on the stone outside. The patterns are like a dog's tail. This means that there is something inside. Just now, the stones there looked messy, right? In fact, it is an irregular triangle. You could tell that there is something below. And there, at the lee side, there are two dung beetles. Of course, there is something below. So Xiaoduo made up a bunch of nonsense, as if it was true. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You talk a bunch of nonsense that no one would believe. You're talking nonsense with a serious face. Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. Gao Qiao was still thinking about the possibility of this nonsense. However, for Wan Lixio, who knew Zhuo Xiaoduo better, she didn't even believe in punctuation. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Zhuo Xiaoduo spread his hands. Maybe it's because of my good character. I just casually dug, and there's a heavenly treasure. Hey, Xiao, don't move. All of a sudden, he was startled and shouted loudly. Wan Lixio stiffened and didn't move. What? What? Before she finished speaking, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the big shovel again and dug more than 10 meters under Wan Lixio's feet. Under Wan Lixio's surprised gaze, he dug out a 3,000-year-old blood-replenishing vine. He threw it over. Here, I see that Xiao is weak now. There must be something good where you are standing. I just casually dug, and it is indeed the blood-replenishing vine that you need the most. Here you go. Wan Lixio's eyes widened. Gao Qiao's eyes widened too. Is this true? Gao Qiao hurriedly asked. Boss, look at what is under my feet. So Xiaoduo took a look and said, You are not injured. What can there be under your feet? There is nothing. Gao Qiao Wan Lixio. The two women's lips twitched. They were a little skeptical. They didn't believe it at first, but it was dug out right under their eyes. As the saying goes, facts speak louder than words. To dig out what she needed the most right under her feet, Wan Lixio felt a little dizzy. He was actually doubting his previous accurate judgment. A man's mouth was a scary ghost, but Zwashiaoduo's mouth was even scarier than a ghost's. Zwashiaoduo laughed so hard that his belly almost burst. He said, "Let's go, let's keep going. I feel that you still need another heaven vein vermilion fruit to fully recover. How can we miss out on this opportunity? Heavenly vermilion fruit? Can't miss it. How can it be guided by destiny?" Wanli Xiao felt a little dizzy. "Come, let's go this way." Zwashiaoduo led the way. "Follow this path down the mountain. You don't have to be so cautious. The heavenly axiom is there for you. If it's yours, it's yours. Your boss will always be your boss." Then he took the two of them and jumped down the rapid current. In an instant, they fell more than 1,000 feet and landed on a flat ground. At this moment, Wanli Xiao's feet landed on the side of a tree. She was about to continue flying down when suddenly, "Don't move," Zwashiaoduo immediately said. "Stand there and don't move." Wanli Xiao immediately became nervous. "Is there something?" Zwashiaoduo rolled his eyes. "When you fell, your breathing was rapid. It was caused by your internal injuries. So, there must be something nearby that can heal your internal injuries." Wanli Xiao was surprised. "Really?" Gao Qiaoer was also dumbfounded. They couldn't really dig out the heaven vein vermilion fruit here, right? Then, the two of them watched as Zwashiaoduo took out a super big shovel and dug down 400 to 500 feet. Then, he reached out and pulled it out. "It's out. Let me see. Damn, Xiao it's really the heaven vein vermilion fruit you needed the most. And there are exactly 3 of them. One for each of us." Looking at the heaven vein vermilion fruit in Zwashiaoduo's hand that was shining with a black light and seemed to have stars twinkling in it, Gao Qiao, and Wanli Xiao's beautiful eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, it's really there? Could it be that Zwa wasn't spouting nonsense? Was there really such a thing? Zwa is really Zwa. Eat it quickly. Chew it together with the blood-replenishing vine. The effect will be better," Zwashiaoduo said sanctimoniously. "It's more important to recover quickly." Wanli Xiao ate it as she was told. Indeed, she quickly recovered and almost fully recovered. This time, the 2 girls were not surprised at all. As expected, they were naturally duped by Zwashiaoduo. Then, Zwashiaoduo realized that he had gotten himself into trouble. The 2 girls would stop at almost every place they went and stomp on the ground. "Boss Zwa, quickly come and see if there are any opportunities down there." The first few times were fine, and he was secretly happy. But after a while, Zwashiaoduo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The heavenly Tao has proof of this. What you're doing is too deliberate. "Sai, my mouth is cheap." Zwashiaoduo was a little depressed. Trouble comes from careless talk. He only cared about acting tough and wanted to dissipate the fear of the 2 girls being hunted down. So, he made such a joke, and in the end, he got himself into endless trouble that the 3 of them walked forward happily. Gao Qiao still left signals and arrows along the way. Every once in a while, she would fly into the sky and let out a long whistle, hoping to get a response. Unfortunately, there was no response. The 3 of them sped all the way and soon reached the foot of the mountain. But it was already evening. "Let's find a place to rest." "Okay." Zwashiaoduo quickly dug 2 big stone caves of the mountain pass. He gave one to Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiao, and the other to himself. Right at the mountain pass, Gao Qiao was puzzled. Wasn't the target too obvious? "It's okay. This is the only way." Zwashiaoduo smiled. "No matter who comes from here, they won't miss this place." Gao Qiao suddenly felt a toothache. This sentence, "no matter who comes from here," seemed to have a deep meaning and lingered in her mind. After the arrangements were made, Zwashiaoduo personally flew into the sky and let out a long whistle. Still, there was no response for a long time. He then called everyone back to the cave to rest. After Zwashiaoduo entered the cave, he immediately went into the Tower of Emptiness to cultivate. Inside the Tower of Emptiness, there was a lot of time, and he had plenty of time to do anything. In the other cave, the 2 girls took out their camping equipment and tidied up their resting place comfortably. Then, They huddled in a tent to talk. Why do I still feel like we've been fooled? Gao Chao said. It can't be, right? Wan Lixio was more honest. She said, Zhou really dug it out from under my feet. How can this be faked? Even if Zhou can clone himself, he can't create treasures out of nothing. The mountain walls and the ground are in perfect condition. That's not what I mean. I'm not saying that he's prepared something good in advance. But think about it carefully. No matter where we go, Boss will lead the way. He will take us wherever he wants us to go. As long as he has the intention, you'll stand wherever he wants you to stand. The more Gao Qiao thought about it, the more she felt that she had been fooled. She couldn't help but feel depressed. It's fine that Wan Lixio was fooled, but why am I fooled too? What do you think Boss wants to do by arranging a campsite here? Is there something fishy about it? He wants to rob us. Wan Lixio didn't know much about Zhou Xiaoduo. She said directly without thinking, if the people coming up tonight are from our side and the Astral Souls continent, it's fine. But if they're from the Umno Alliance or the Tao League? Haha. Gao Qiao said, I think so too. If they are from the Tao League, it's fine. They will rob money and not kill. But if they are from the Umno Alliance, I don't think anyone will survive. Wan Lixio sighed. Gao Qiao also nodded. From the moment Zhou Xiaoduo killed those 12 people, the two women could feel it. Zhou Xiaoduo's murderous aura was soaring. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. That was the truth. What the Flood Witch's warning. Fuck you. I will kill every member of the Wizard Alliance that I see. Anyway, the King of Zwolu said that he would help me. Who am I afraid of? Moreover, as long as I silence all of them, how can you accuse me of killing them? Do you think that just because you, the Great Flood Sorcerer, claim to be #1 in the world, your words are law? Have you forgotten that we, the human clan, also have sky-inspecting ministers? That mighty figure with the surname Zwolu might even be my relative. Of course, he is also my relative. Do you dare to act rashly? Late at night, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation for half a month, came out. The night wind was cold. Why hasn't anyone passed by here yet? Just as he was thinking, he heard a whooshing sound in front of him. Zhou Xiaoduo was energized. He shouted loudly, Which continent are you from? The person flying in the distance was also shocked. He did not expect there to be people here. He asked subconsciously, Which continent are you from? Zhou Xiaoduo said naively, I am from the Astral Souls continent. I am alone. I haven't found a team yet. You are from the Astral Souls continent, right? Are you from the Astral Souls continent? His voice seemed to be full of nervousness. From the Astral Souls continent? Alone? Someone suddenly laughed and said, You are from the High Martial Arts Academy, right? Other than those students and martial artists, the others would not be so naive. Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Yes, yes. You too? Ha. A few people on the opposite side laughed heartily. Then, 6 or 7 people landed in front of Zhou Xiaoduo. These people's attire was somewhat retro. All of them were wearing long robes. The leader was a young man with a beard. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo mockingly. Alone? People from the Astral Souls continent? Zhou Xiaoduo's face relaxed. So, it's the senior brothers from the Tao Alliance. Our two alliances are of the same breadth and branch. We are one family. We should work together. Bah, who is family with you? Who wants to work together with you? The man from the Tao League scolded. Astral Souls brat. Hand over the space ring and kill yourself to atone for your sins. Zhou Xiaoduo panicked. The Tao League and Astral Souls have always been on good terms. We work together to fight against the Umno Alliance. How can we not be family? How can you do this? No. Chapter 796. Don't! Zhou Xiaoduo screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was terrified. On the other side of the cave, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao were laughing so hard that they were shaking. This bitch was really bitchy. Not only did he want to kill, but he also wanted to create all kinds of reasons and opportunities so that he could stand on the moral high ground. Even if someone wanted to settle accounts with him afterwards, he would have something to say and be completely reasonable. Who's with you? Little bitch, you're about to die in front of your eyes, and you still want to talk nonsense? The 6 people in front of him laughed evilly as they approached. So Xiaoduo stepped back slowly, his face full of panic, and said, Don't. He screamed like a girl who was being forced by a pervert, desolate and helpless. How about, senior brothers, I have some knowledge of the similitude method, and I can tell your fortune. Let's get to know each other. I'm known as the iron-mouthed divine fortune teller. So Xiaoduo was still in a state of panic. Then, he immediately said in rapid succession, Your physiognomy. Why is it so bad? You must be careful. Why is there such a dense, bloody calamity, immeasurable deity? Nonsense. It's true. There's really a bloody disaster. There's no door to fortune or misfortune. You're causing trouble for yourself, and your words and actions invite disaster. Fate will appear. So Xiaoduo looked at him seriously, as if he was desperately trying to find a reason for himself to live. Look at your face. It's full of black gas, and there's a murderous aura between your eyebrows. The bloody disaster is already in front of you, and it's only a moment away. Little bitch, how dare you scare us? The bearded young man stepped forward fiercely and stretched out his hand to grab him. See if I don't kill you. Then, with a soft sound, the bearded man's arm fell to the ground, and blood spurted out wildly. The young man was even stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly screamed, Little bitch, how dare you plot against me? So Xiaoduo's face became serious, and he stepped forward, slapping him hard in the face. First, he broke his teeth, and then he grabbed the young man's neck and lifted him up. I said that you'll have a bloody disaster, and it's true. Do you believe me now? The young man was choked to the point where his blood flow was obstructed. Unable to speak, he kicked his legs wildly. You. The other 5 drew their swords at the same time. Put him down. Each and every one of you will face a bloody calamity. Do you believe me now? Bullshit. Release him. Sword light flashed. A moment later, all 6 of them were lying on the ground with broken limbs. Bloody calamity. Do you believe me now? If you believe me, I'll let you live. I believe you. Hand over all your spatial rings. Put them over there. Okay. That's all. Do you still have any private stashes? No more. Are you really willing to let us live? So Xiaoduo said righteously. I said that I'll let you live, so I'll definitely let you live. A real man keeps his word. Thank you. I will repay this kindness in the future. You're welcome. So Xiaoduo waved his long sword and said, As long as you can escape from my sword, I'll let you live. I'll give you a clear price for this. I won't cheat you. I can't watch or listen anymore. Gao Xiao, and Wan Lixio were laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. From the beginning to the end, the 2 women did not intervene in this matter. So Xiaoduo settled everything by himself. Carrying the spoils of war, he slowly returned to his cave. The 6 corpses had also been cleaned up by him. The mountain breeze blew, and the smell of blood quickly drifted away. Tell me, did Boss will plan to silence him from the very beginning? No. How could such a thing happen? They were the ones who wanted to kill me first. I was just defending myself. It's legitimate defense, understand? Gao Qiao said, Boss is indeed not a bloodthirsty person. He showed weakness at the beginning to give the other party a chance. If the Tao League disciples were willing to let him go, he wouldn't have snatched their things. He would have let them go. His showing of weakness made the enemy think that they could bully him easily. From a certain point of view, it was also luring the enemy to have evil thoughts. But if these people didn't have evil thoughts, they wouldn't have been lured. Gao Qiao understood very well. She said, Boss said it well. There's no door to misfortune. Only people call for it. This sentence is not false at all. Boss is guarding the pass alone here. It's a fatal crisis, but he's also a wonderful teammate. If they had good thoughts, they would have received Boss's protection. Helping them a few times is nothing. But if they had evil thoughts, it would have led to a fatal disaster. So life or death, it's actually their own choice. Gao Qiao sighed faintly. In front of Zhua, I've really verified a sentence. What sentence? Good will be rewarded with good. Evil will be punished with evil. Gao Qiao said, he's this kind of person. If you treat him with kindness, he'll repay you with kindness. But if you show him evil thoughts, he'll be 10,000 times more evil than you in an instant. But whatever he does as he pleases. He only wants his own thoughts to be clear. In other words, as long as he feels in his heart that he can do something, he'll do it immediately. After he's done, he'll feel very good. He only pursues this. Gao Qiao sighed. She really envied him. This kind of person lived the most unscrupulously. Wan Lixio nodded silently. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo was this kind of person. All his words and actions were determined by his opponent. It was up to his opponent to decide his own life and death. When others showed their evil intentions to him, Zhuo Xiaoduo would return with even greater evil intentions. He would feel more at ease. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. It's just that you didn't want to give me a chance. So why should I give you a chance? Requite evil with good. How should I requite good? Requite good for good. Requite evil with justice. It wasn't a coincidence or not. They hadn't met anyone in the trial before, but for the entire second half of the night, 2 groups of people passed by the mountain pass. The second group was 3 people from the Umno Alliance. When they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo alone here, they didn't say anything and directly killed him. Even when Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to read their fortune, he didn't have the chance to speak. He just flew into a rage and directly killed them. Gao Qiao, and Wan Lixio seized the time to sleep and rest to recover their bodily functions. They didn't even come out. Early in the morning, the mountain pass was still as clean as ever. There was not even a speck of dust on it, as if it had been cleaned by someone. The 3 of them went on the road again. Waiting for an entire night was already the limit. They flew all the way for thousands of miles. Along the way, they passed 3 mountain peaks. Zhuo Xiaoduo once again collected a lot of spiritual herbs. What made Gao Qiao and Wan Lixio feel even more strange was that Zhuo Xiaoduo never took the usual road. Although there were also shrubs and other things growing on the flat ground, it was still much easier to walk on than the mountain forest. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo never walked. Along the way, he basically chose to go through the mountain forest. Boss, are you looking for herbs? Why don't you take the normal road? Yes, I'm looking for herbs. I'm not stupid. There's no need for me to not take the good road. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo had to walk on such terrain, because only in places with undulating mountain ranges could there be earth veins. Xiaolong had to wander around such a place, so Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally followed him. And the richer Xiaolong's harvest was, the richer Zhuo Xiaoduo's harvest was. Where there were earth veins, the earth qi would be much richer than on flat ground. And where the earth qi was rich, it meant that there would be heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This was an absolute theorem. As Zhuo Xiaoduo gained more and more, Wan Lixio and Gao Qiao naturally gained more and more, and their wealth skyrocketed. What was that saying again? Even a little bit of dregs dropped from between the fingers was worth a lot. Moreover, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo only give the 2 girls some dregs? And when encountering demonic beasts, as long as they weren't too fierce, Zhuo Xiaoduo would command the 2 girls to fight them. How dare you, demonic beasts? Look at my army of women. Therefore, the army of women with only 2 people rushed up. Only when the army of women couldn't defeat them, Zhuo would take action and end the battle. They swept all the way. After calculating the distance, Gao Qiao smacked her lips. Sister Xiao, do you feel it? All the places boss passed by were simply, on average, they dug 300 meters underground. It's not just the 1 meter higher sky. It's at least 900 feet. Wan Lixio sighed. There's nothing left. It's really too clean. After us, the geniuses who enter this area may have an easier time than traveling. As they were talking, they saw countless birds suddenly rushing up to the sky from the forest in the distance, flying away in panic. The scale was huge. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment and looked in that direction. They saw smoke and dust billowing up to the sky. Then, there seemed to be more than 20 small black dots shooting out from the forest and running toward them crazily. After that, hundreds. No, thousands. No, tens of thousands. No, tens of thousands. No, tens of thousands. like a tide of violent black dots, madly rushing out without end. A long howl rang out. Even though it came from far away, it could be heard clearly here. So Xiao Duo gloated. I don't know where these guys came from, but they provoked a pack of wolves. Ha! It's not an ordinary pack of wolves. Wan Lixio was worried. I don't know if there are any of our people in there. I still can't see where they came from. If there aren't any of our people. Damn, isn't that Long Yuxing? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Zhou Xiaoduo slapped his thigh in shock. If there weren't any of his own people, Zhou Xiaoduo definitely didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Going against such a huge pack of wolves was not only risky, but also had little to gain. It was not in line with Zhou Xiaoduo's plan of benefits. When Wan Lixio heard Long Yuxing's name, she immediately rushed out. Don't rush. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped down and held Wan Lixio down. It's useless for you to go. I'll go. You and Xiaoer will be in charge of receiving them. Also, treat their injuries. I think that there are all kinds of martial arts experts in this batch. Basically, they're all our people. We have to help them. However, we have to think of a strategy to help them. Brute force won't do. Chapter 797. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoduo threw down a big bag of medicine. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo rushed up to the sky and turned into a brilliant light with his sword. He shouted, "Run this way." Now they could see clearly that Long Yuxing was not the only one who was rushing over. Zhou Yinqing, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Pai Yibao, and the others were all there. There were also more than a dozen students and martial artists from Yunduan High School. Everyone was flying as if their lives depended on it. Behind them, the tide-like pack of wolves were also flying through the air, chasing after them relentlessly. It turned out to be a pack of demonic wolves that were at least at the nascent soul stage. If the number of demonic wolves at this level was not particularly large, even if Long Yuxing and the others joined forces, the threat would only be regarded as ordinary. But now, the number of the opponents was too much. Just now, there were tens of thousands of giant wolves, which was far from what Long Yuxing, Zhou Yinqing, and the others could deal with. Among the running crowd, Meng Zhangjun was carrying a bloody person on his back. It was Zhen Piapiao. She was unconscious on his back with her eyes closed. Meng Zhangjun stimulated his primordial qi and ran desperately. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Zhou Xiaoduo who came to help. Everyone was overjoyed. Class monitor, Zhua. Help! You guys continue to rush. Wan Lixio is waiting for you in front. I will block the wolves for a while. Go! Zhou Xiaoduo rode the sword light and brushed past the crowd. The sword light flashed like lightning. As soon as it touched the 3 giant wolves, it had already divided them into 6 pieces. Then little white light sprinkled out like a rainstorm. Zhou Xiaoduo had been practicing hidden weapons for such a long time. Today, he finally made a fortune. Puff, 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 countless white jade gourds, white jade flying daggers, and other things. Following the shortest trajectory, they accurately shot into the eyes of the giant wolves. The giant wolves howled miserably as they fell down. Although this pack of giant wolves had at least the strength of the nascent soul realm, and there was no lack of the cloud transformation realm, their combined strength was only at the level of the ordinary nascent soul realm. With Zhou Xiaoduo's current strength, it was enough to kill them in seconds. This also caused the white jade concealed weapon mixed with Zhou Xiaoduo's true essence and qi to be able to kill the giant wolves in seconds as long as it hit the vital part of the giant wolves. Looking from afar, Zhou Xiaoduo looked like an indestructible dam in the sky. The sword light in his hand formed an absolute defense. Even if there were a large number of demon wolves in front of him, they could not advance any further after coming into contact with Zhou Xiaoduo's sturdy dam. They could only fall down like dumplings. Zhou Xiaoduo's roar shook the sky. The sword in his hand turned into a dense light screen, connecting the sky and the earth. From afar, from his hand, there were waves of white sword light surging out. Each wave was higher than the previous one, colliding with the black mass of the demon wolves. Soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic sword, river sea sword, sea sky sword, drizzle sword, rainstorm sword, that all kinds of exquisite sword techniques that came from his godfather matched perfectly with the footwork that his father taught him. The concealed weapons in his hand were also endless. One by one, they were thrown out. With such a large number of demon wolves, it would be a waste to forcefully control them. He directly threw them to the north and south. There was no need to deliberately aim. He just needed a hit. As long as the slender white light flowed, the demon wolves would howl continuously. At least a dozen wolves would fall at a time. The warriors who had just escaped from danger and were beginning to heal under the care of Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiao were panting and taking healing medicine. Some of the students from Yunduan High Martial Arts University looked at the figure in the sky with a shocked expression. They clicked their tongues and sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? How can he be so powerful? Long Yuxing panted and said proudly, "This is my boss. This is our boss." This sentence was said by Meng Zhongjun almost at the same time as Long Yuxing. They could not help but smile at each other. At this moment, Wanli Xiao and Gao Qiao had already made a cave nearby and carried Zhen Piapiao inside to treat her injuries. The other male warriors were treating her injuries on the spot. Medicine was sprinkled on the wounds, causing waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls. Zhou Yinqing panted and bandaged his injured thigh. His right thigh was almost bitten off by a demon cloud wolf. His face was twisted. "What's going on?" Zhou Yinqing was still in a daze. He had just arrived with a group of juniors from Yunwan High Martial Arts and saw these guys being besieged by huge wolves. Naturally, he went up to help without saying anything. At first, it was fine. They almost had the situation under control. He did not expect that the more they fought, the more wolves there were. In the end, they were all over the mountains and plains, surging over like the tide of the sea. Such a pack of demon wolves, and all of them are high level. How could so many of them gather for no reason? Cough, cough. Long Yuxing coughed and said awkwardly, "There was a rainbow tri-leaf orchid under a wolf's den on the cliff. I was with Meng Zhongjun and the others." Zhen Piapiao was moved when she saw it. Although this rainbow tri-leaf orchid is not very useful for cultivation, it is especially good for young girls' skin. And it was big enough. It looked like it was enough for 10 or 20 girls to use. So we took action. But there was a female wolf in the wolf's den? Zhou Yinqing sighed. Yes, there were also a few wolf pups. We killed them quickly and took the rainbow tri-leaf orchid. But before the female wolf died, it leaned on the ground and howled desperately. We knew something was wrong and rushed out. We thought that we would be fine after we rushed out of the mountain. But as we rushed out, more and more wolves appeared. In the end, we even met you guys. Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. Then we ran for our lives together. Zhou Yinqing was speechless. You guys dared to touch a wolf's den guarded by a female wolf, especially when there were wolf pups inside. That was an irreconcilable feud with the wolf pack. Everyone, hurry up and heal. Those who have recovered their combat strength, go and help with Xiao Duo. Zhou Yinqing sighed. There are too many wolves. With just Zhuo Xiaoduo alone, it's impossible to maintain the situation for too long. I think that the wolf king of this pack is about to arrive. In the clouds in the distance, a giant wolf the size of a few houses stood majestically high in the sky. It howled from time to time, commanding the battle here. Even further away, there were still countless giant wolves rushing over like a wave of greenish-black waves. Long Yuxing stuffed a pill into his mouth and washed it down with a bottle of life water. He turned his head to look and panted. "We should be fine. Look at him fighting in full swing, and he still has energy left. Even a wolf can't rush over, so he should be fine for now. Let's focus on healing our injuries first. Hurry up and recover." From the looks of it, the wolf pack won't retreat. Wolves are the most vengeful creatures. If we kill their female wolves and pups, I'm afraid that all the wolves within a 10,000-mile radius will rush over to take revenge. Moreover, the smell of blood here is so strong. Zhou Yinqing stared at the battle in the sky. Xiao Duo has restrained the attack of the wolf pack, but we don't know how long he can last in this state. Everyone needs to heal as soon as possible. He thought for a while and said, let's split into two groups. Later, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhangjun, and a few of you from Hidden Dragon High School will go up with me. We'll use the fan wing formation to help fight. Replace with Xiao Duo. Even if we can only delay for a few minutes, let's with Xiao Duo come down to rest for a while. We'll go up after he has some breathing room. As for you guys, when your condition improves, you'll rush up as with Xiao Duo. Zhou Yinqing had to admit that among the students of Yunduan High School, other than himself, Long Yuxing, and Wan Lixiu, the others really couldn't compare to this group of Hidden Dragon High School students in front of him. Moreover, the gap in strength seemed to be a little big. Even the girl who was seriously injured was still much stronger than the geniuses of Yunduan High School. At the most critical moment, Zhen Piapiao used a desperate method to fight with the Wolf King that suddenly appeared. That was why she was seriously injured. It could be said that if it wasn't for Zhen Piapiao, perhaps none of the people present would have survived except for himself and Long Yuxing. If the two of them were to be surrounded by the wolf pack, they still couldn't escape the fate of being completely annihilated. There was no doubt that they would have died. Whenever he thought of that scene, Zhou Yinqing still felt inexplicably shocked. That was a girl. At that moment, she resolutely stepped forward bravely and fought with her life. Using her weak body, she clearly knew that she was no match for the wolf in front of her. She fought to the death. She had 5 seconds for everyone to retreat. If it wasn't for those 5 precious seconds, the consequences would have been unimaginable. High up in the sky, Xiao Duo shouted loudly, "You don't have to worry about me. Focus on healing your injuries." More than 10 different sword techniques seemed to have become one with him. If he wanted to be soft, he would be soft. If he wanted to be hard, he would be hard. He could bend and stretch, advance and retreat as he wished. He could suddenly attack the enemy's den and advance courageously. He could also retreat in an instant. He could reach the climax in an instant with dazzling brilliance. He could also shrink into a ball in an instant and defend himself tightly. Not only was he able to freely use his sword techniques, but he also shot out countless jade-colored hidden weapons in waves. Although the wolf pack was large in number, they couldn't advance as they were blocked by him alone. Under the command of the Wolf King, the pack of wolves formed a huge fan shape in the sky. They moved in unison from all directions and attacked Xiao Duo, who was in the middle of the encirclement. As for the wolves on both sides, they were looking for an opportunity to rush down. Xiao Duo shouted and changed his moves again. Suddenly, the spirit cat sword danced in the air at an extremely fast speed. Once again, the spirit cat sword performed the body and sword as one technique. In a flash, from east to west, from west to east, all the giant wolves that tried to break through the spirit cat sword from both sides were cut into halves by the spirit cat sword. Countless internal organs, severed limbs, and a large amount of blood rained down. The wolf pack came with the wind and was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. Zhou Xiaoduo's position was against the wind. This situation made him very unhappy, because in this situation, the earth hair dryer was useless. Chapter 798. If not, as long as he took out the earth hair dryer, he could probably turn these giant wolves into ashes in an instant. You guys find a big cave, hide in it. Remember to leave someone to guard the entrance. Xiao Duo shouted in the air. Long Yuxing was the first to react and hurriedly led everyone to move. High up in the sky, Xiao Duo roared once again, and the sword light flashed violently. It actually rushed into the dense pack of wolves, and like a white light, it rushed straight into the pack of wolves, blocking everyone's line of sight. Immediately, he changed the sword into a hammer, and the two big hammers attacked. In a flash, he fiercely hammered 3,000 times. After a fierce attack, he wantonly consumed the opponent's strength. Then, he changed the hammer into a sword and used the move of body and sword as one to rush out quickly. The people below who were working hard to carve out a hole could only hear a series of miserable howls in the air, one after the other. Everyone couldn't help but look up. High up in the sky, the other end of the wolf pack spread out like a bomb, revealing a large area of the sky in the middle. Everyone estimated that there were at least more than 1,000 giant wolves falling from the sky like dead meat. Boom, 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 the ground roared. Then, a dazzling sword light rushed out from the wolf pack like a stream of light. It was so fast that the space trembled and distorted. In a flash, it went to the front of the wolf pack. The sword light flashed again, and 4 or 5 giant wolves were beheaded and fell to the ground. What's going on? A student in Yunduan High Martial Arts instinctively felt trembling. What kind of attack was that? It actually killed thousands of giant wolves at once. Isn't this the nascent soul training area? Doesn't that mean that the student fighting above is actually nascent soul? Is he a nascent soul cultivator like me? But from what he knew, even a cloud transformation peak cultivator would not be able to do this, right? In my place of birth, even in Yunwan High Martial Arts, I was regarded as the best of the best. But now, it seems that I'm just a frog in a well who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What's your boss's cultivation? Someone asked Long Yuxing, hoping for a different answer. He must be at the nascent soul transformation stage. Long Yuxing looked at the other party in surprise. This is the nascent soul transformation training area. Would he be able to come here if he had a different cultivation? It was really the nascent soul transformation. All the students of Yunwan High Martial Arts High School felt as if their world had shattered. If he's at the nascent soul transformation stage, then what are we? What was this? He was able to kill thousands of nascent soul and cloud transformation realm wolf demons in one strike. While we were having a hard time dealing with 2 of them, doesn't that mean that we can't even block a casual strike from him? What the fuck? They were actually in the same realm. Could it be that I, your father, am practicing fake martial arts? Now, this nascent soul student on the ground had already killed more than 6,000 giant wolves, right? The ground beneath him was completely covered. Blood gushed out from the ground, and the sound of flowing blood could actually be heard. The so-called rivers of blood were nothing more than this, right? Also, didn't he feel tired at all? Especially after using such a terrifying move just now. Didn't he feel that he was running out of energy? Was he still human? Bang, 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 that another 20 or so wolf corpses fell down. They didn't seem to have any wounds on their bodies, but they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. This was just the beginning. In the following period of time, hundreds of huge wolves fell down one after another. They were all like this. With the number of wolves in this pack, even if there was a big discount, he still had to give it to his grandma. Damn, I can only read the fortune of people now, but I can't read the fortune of wolves. If I forcibly say that these wolves will face a bloody disaster, the luck points won't be given out, right? Let's fight. The Wolf King's spiritual energy vibrated in the void. Its huge body was in a fighting posture. So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Okay. Suddenly, his body rose into the air. Taking advantage of this calm period, he took out long strips of cloth from the space ring and connected them one by one. His spiritual energy vibrated. Wolf King, wait for my weapon, Long Whip. The Wolf King's eyes were full of contempt. Long Whip? You're so soft and fluffy. What's the use of it? I'll wait for you. Zhou Xiaoduo quickly connected the long whip that was hundreds of feet long. Suddenly, he waved it in the air. With a soft sound, a whirlwind suddenly formed. Awoo! The Wolf King was about to rush forward. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Zhou Xiaoduo's spiritual energy vibrated. In front of all his subjects, how could the Wolf King lose his king's demeanor? He stopped again and stood proudly. I'm just waiting for you to be ready. What do I have to be afraid of? On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo continued to wave his long streamer. The wind whistled and suppressed the oncoming tailwind. All of them were pushed back, and the wind was flowing. The sound of the wind was shrill. He actually artificially created a tailwind environment for himself. The increasingly violent hurricane blew the fur of countless giant wolves in the air. It was like a whirlwind storm in the sea. The wolf fur formed ripples. The sound of the wind was getting louder. The group of students below were puzzled. What was going on? Even Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and Gao Xiao, who thought that they were very familiar with Xiaoduo, were also confused. They had never seen Zui use such a skill. What was he doing? Finally, Xiaoduo's streamer suddenly moved forward. The unprecedentedly violent hurricane blew strongly. At this moment, the sky was gloomy, the earth was miserable, and the sun and moon were dim. Begin! Before Xiaoduo's voice died away, he had already taken out the earth hair dryer and sprayed it 3 times in a row. Then, he immediately put it away and retreated quickly. The streamer continued to wave, continuing to create strong winds that blew toward the opposite side. He had wanted to use this thing for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to do so because of the fierce battle. Now that the Wolf King actually wanted to show off his kingly demeanor, he would give it some wind. Poison. Oh, when the Wolf King heard the start, it howled toward the sky and immediately moved. Its body was as fast as lightning, and it charged forward fiercely. It was just that. When it pounced over, it seemed to have automatically pounced into the black smoke that Xiaoduo had just released. This made Xiaoduo a little speechless. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. Anyway, this guy was too cooperative, and his luck was too good. He rushed in blindly at the first moment that the strong wind rolled up the black smoke, and in an instant, it filled the entire wolf pack. The next moment, something shocking had happened. First, the Wolf King let out an earth-shattering howl, and its body, which was invaded by the black smoke, trembled rapidly. Then that only a few moments had passed, and the gigantic body slowly fell to the ground. At first, it was still twitching and struggling, but after a few breaths, it stopped struggling. Halfway through the fall, the hair on its body began to melt and disappear, and its flesh was also rapidly decaying and disappearing. When it completely fell to the ground, only a few pitch-black bones were left, and these bones were still melting. Yes, even the inner core had melted. As for the tens of thousands of soldiers behind the Wolf King, after being swept by this strange black smoke, they all began to fall to the ground, without exception, in less than 10 breaths of time. All the giant wolves had turned into black ashes before they even landed on the ground. As Xiaoduo continued to create strong winds without sparing any effort, he flew backwards with a whoosh that everywhere the black smoke passed, there was no exception. A large area was blackened and decayed, and then the entire forest rotted. The area became larger and larger, and finally, at a certain point in time, it finally stopped. But looking from the other side, the space within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with darkness. Yes, it was a pitch-black flatland. All the trees and vegetation on the flat ground had disappeared. The huge wolf army of more than 40 to 50,000 had all disappeared. The ground was pitch-black. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 799. Xiaoduo was still creating strong winds in the air. He didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was actually in the limelight. Once he stopped creating the wind, he would definitely be attacked. Who knew if there were any remnants of the earth hair dryer left in the air up below? All the students were dumbfounded. Their eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared at the scene in front of them blankly. All of them felt that their minds were blank. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and disbelief. They had completely lost the ability to think. After a long time, gulp, a student from Yunwan High School swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. He only felt that his throat was so dry that it was about to catch fire. What is this? Demonic technique? How can it be so abnormal? Long Yuxing, Meng Zhangjun, and the others were also dumbfounded. What kind of secret technique was this? Or rather, what kind of poison was this? How could it be so abnormal? That was a terrifying thing that could poison any living being within a radius of several hundred li. The Wolf King was so huge, and so many wolves were unable to resist it. Yet, in the end, not even a corpse was left behind. Also, many towering trees on the ground were also corroded into ashes under the attack of the black smoke. That this was simply a dream. The wind in the air was still blowing. Duo had already landed on the ground. He looked like he was in a lot of trouble as he wiped off his sweat. Damn, what the hell is going on? How do we attract so many wolves? I'm so tired. Long Yuxing, I only saved your wife for 2 days, and you're thanking me with this? You're repaying kindness with evil. You have to give me an explanation. You have to. Long Yuxing and the others opened their mouths and stared at him dumbfounded. Until Duo came over to speak, everyone still hadn't recovered from the shock. The scene just now was really terrifying to the extreme. It was so terrifying that everyone was speechless and unable to respond. Duo gently pushed Long Yuxing. What's wrong? Are you stupid? Do you think you can avoid an explanation by pretending to be stupid? Poof! Long Yuxing fell to the ground with a pale face. Boss, just now. What happened? Can you stop scaring me? Not only him, but Zhou Yinqing and the others also pricked up their ears. Fuck, you dare to blackmail me? Don't you know that I'm an expert in scamming? Are you talking about black smoke? Duo replied with a distressed expression. In a mountain range over there's a cave in the ruins, and there's a bottle of this poisonous smoke inside. I don't know who left it behind, but I tried it once before, and the effect was pretty good. I originally wanted to go to the battlefield to make a fortune, but in the end, you guys brought over so many wolves, and I had no choice but to use it. Now, it's all gone in an instant. What a waste of such good stuff. If it was placed on the battlefield, how many military merits would I gain? Duo sighed. I'm telling you, kid, you have to pay for my loss. If you don't, I'll go to your wife and ask her to pay for it. Long Yuxing's face turned red and white. My wife can compensate, but she can't accompany. Duo's face darkened. Fuck off. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. We've never seen such a terrible thing in our lives, and there's no record of it. So it was found here. This must be an evil thing created by the ancestors of the monster race. It's so vicious. Or else it's the former master of the continent that, however, Duo had saved their lives, and they had caused them to lose such a powerful treasure. They really felt guilty, especially Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiao. They didn't feel that Duo was blackmailing them this time, but they really felt that they owed him, if such a good thing was brought to the battlefield. Sigh, what a waste, what a waste. Zwa wasted it. Duo sighed sadly. He looked at the densely packed wolf corpses on the ground in front of him and said gloomily, the wolf meat isn't delicious. I don't know if these inner cores and wolf skins can make up for my loss. Sigh, this time it's really such a good opportunity, and it's wasted. Zhou Yinqing stood up and said, Brother Zwa, don't worry. We won't let you suffer for nothing. Come, students, let's work together. We'll peel off the inner cores and wolf skins of these demon wolves and give them to Squad Leader Zwa as compensation. Squad Leader Zwa, if we get anything in the future, we'll definitely repay you for saving our lives today. Duo frowned. What are you doing? How can you give me all these inner cores and wolf skins? This is the result of everyone's hard work. This is the result of our joint efforts. How can you give it all to me? This won't do. I was just joking. I didn't mean it that way. Zhou Yinqing held his hand. Brother Zwa, you're welcome. If it weren't for you, we would have been eaten by the wolves. At the very least, there are so many wolves here. 99% of them were killed by you. How can we accept it? You must accept it. Brother Zwa, don't make us feel even more guilty and sad. Zhou Yinqing said. This isn't good, is it? Duo looked like he was in a difficult position. What's not good about it? This is what we should do. Zhou Yinqing looked at his classmates. Don't you think so? Exactly. These can't repay Brother Zwa's kindness at all. Ayaya. Duo looked embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, honestly, we're all good classmates, good friends, and good brothers. You don't have to be so formal. All right, I'll accept it. If any of you need it, feel free to ask me for it. Thank you, Brother Zhua. You're welcome. Come, let's work together. The sooner we finish, the better. After that, Zhou Yunqing led his people to work. Zhua is awesome. Long Yuxing gave him a thumbs up with a flattering look. Zhua Xiaoduo glanced at him and said, "Don't give me that. When we were outside, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with me? I think now is a good time. When you're better, we can spar. You can ask Xiao to help you. I definitely won't mind." "But I mind." "Wait, who was the one who said he wanted to spar with you?" "It wasn't me." Long Yuxing shook his head like a rattle drum. "I didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. It was you, Moyen, who said that." "Didn't say that. Really didn't say that. Did I hear wrong?" "Boss, you must have heard wrongly. I've always been loyal to you. Why would I challenge your authority?" Long Yuxing rubbed Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulders attentively. "Boss, you've worked hard. Let me give you a massage." "Well, this is not bad. Left, a little to the left, use some strength. Yes, to the right, up, down." Zhua Xiaoduo contentedly twisted his neck and enjoyed the service from someone. Squad leader Zhua Meng Zhangjun walked over anxiously. "Go in and see Pia Piao. She's badly injured." Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao carried Jun Pia Piao into the cave and hadn't come out yet. "Okay." Zhua Xiaoduo stood up with a start. Just now, everyone was whispering about what happened this time. They were full of admiration for Jun Pia Piao. Zhua Xiaoduo was also a little emotional. He didn't expect this usually delicate girl to suddenly show such a strong side today. Sure enough, if you didn't encounter something, you wouldn't be able to force out your hidden side. However, Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao had many elixirs with them. Among them, there was no lack of healing medicines. As long as she was still breathing, there should be a way to save her. Why hadn't she gotten better? So Xiaoduo walked to the entrance of the cave quietly and asked softly, "Sure, can I go in? How's Pia Piao?" This was a question he had to ask. After all, the girl was injured. Perhaps there was something inconvenient for men to see. "Come in." Wan Lixiu's voice was hurried. Zhua Xiaoduo stepped in. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others waited anxiously at the door. "Pia Piao's condition is very bad," Gao Qiao said to Zhua Xiaoduo. "When she fought with the Wolf King, she consumed 99% of her primordial qi. The remaining force of the impact fell on her body. In addition to losing a lot of blood, the bones in her chest and back were broken into several pieces. Her internal organs were damaged. With the current conditions, there is no way to save her. I've already given her the life potion, but it can only slightly replenish her primordial qi. Her current body can't stop the flow of primordial qi at all. I can't think of a way to save her." Zhua Xiaoduo was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Jun Pia Piao, who was lying on the ground and breathing weakly. Her primordial qi was indeed flowing away. Although it was just a glance, Zhua Xiaoduo was told that this girl was about to die. Zhua Xiaoduo took a deep breath. "You two go out first. I will save her with the secret method." "Okay." Wan Lixiu and Gao Qiao were full of trust in Zhua Xiaoduo. Hearing this, they walked out without hesitation. "Why did you come out?" Meng Zhangjun asked anxiously. "How is Pia Piao's condition?" "Her condition is very bad. Squad leader Zhu will use the secret method to save her." Gao Qiao said, "Don't make noise. We need the quietest environment now." Looking at the chaotic situation of the crowd, Gao Qiao made a prompt decision and sternly stopped them. "All of you, shut up. If you disturb squad leaders with treatment, and something happens to Pia Piao, will you be satisfied? All of you sit down. If not, go to work. Get out of here." After a pause, she said, "Why are only the people from Yunwan working? Do we, the people from Hidden Dragon Sect, just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Why don't you all go to work?" She drove everyone away in a domineering manner. Although Meng Zhangjun and Hao Han were worried, they were mercilessly suppressed by Gao Qiao. They had to go to the other side to help. Gao Qiao and Wan Lixiu guarded the entrance of the cave with heavy hearts. They sighed in their hearts. In their opinion, Jean Piapiao's injury was already fatal. There was no way to save her. Today, perhaps they really had to send away a good sister. As they were thinking, footsteps sounded in the cave. Squad leader Zhua, Piapiao Shi, Gao Qiao, looked up and asked hurriedly. But halfway through, she suddenly opened her mouth wide. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 800. Wanli Xiao turned her head to look and immediately cried out in surprise. She was stunned. She was completely stunned. Then she rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was seeing things. It was Jean Piapiao who came out of the cave. And it was Jean Piapiao who was in perfect condition with a rosy face and fluttering long hair. If it weren't for the bloodstains on her clothes, it would be hard to prove that Jean Piapiao was seriously injured just now. But what was going on now? It was such a serious injury that would have killed her. How did she recover? It hadn't even been that long, right? Piapiao? Gao Qiao was stunned for a while before she asked in disbelief, You're fine? You're fine now? In an instant, Gao Qiao had the illusion that Jean Piapiao was dead and her soul had floated out. This was too amazing. I'm fine. Jean Piapiao nodded with a smile. I feel that my current state is much better than when I wasn't injured. Then what about Zhua? Wanli Xiao asked hurriedly. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Just now, Zhua Xiaoduo said that he used a secret method to save Jean Piapiao, and then Jean Piapiao recovered instantly. What kind of secret method could have such a miraculous effect? Could it be a secret method of exchanging injury for injury, a life for a life? Otherwise, how could the effect be so obvious? Did that mean that Zhua Xiaoduo used his own body to heal Jean Piapiao's inherent injury? Wanli Xiao didn't dare to continue thinking. If that was the truth, it would be too terrible. In order to save me, squad leader Zhua used a secret method. He is now recuperating inside. He told me to tell you that he needs an hour. Don't disturb him. Jean Piapiao said gratefully. I thought I was going to die. I even clearly felt that my soul was about to float out of my body, but it was still lingering for a short time. I didn't expect squad leader Zhua. Jean Piapiao choked with sobs. Squad leaders must have exhausted a lot to save me. Let's protect him together. Okay. The three women sat at the entrance of the cave to protect him. Piapiao. Meng Zhongjun came over like lightning and said in surprise, You're fine? That's great. Jean Piapiao sighed softly. Her expression turned cold as she said, It was class monitor Zhua who saved me. Don't be loud. You'll disturb class monitor Zhua's recovery. Meng Zhongjun smiled and said in a relaxed manner, Good. I'm relieved that you've recovered. I'll go back to work now. You guys guard me well. He turned around and practically skipped away. It was a sense of relief that came from the bottom of his heart. Following which, Hao Han and the others also expressed their concern. Jean Piapiao thanked him with a smile. Gao Qiao looked at the group of boys sweating profusely and couldn't help but laugh. Piapiao, it seems that you have a lot of suitors. She was indeed a femme fatale. It's just that I wonder who our great beauty Piapiao has taken a fancy to. Jean Piapiao forced a smile and said, I'm focused on martial arts. I don't have the time to think about these matters between men and women. After saying this, she was in a daze. Gao Qiao imperceptibly glanced at Jean Piapiao's face. She smiled faintly and said, There's no end to the road of martial arts. It's the same road for hundreds, thousands of years. Even if you're devoted to this road, it's inevitable that you'll feel lonely. It's not bad to have someone to accompany you. She sighed from the bottom of her heart and said enviously, Just like our class monitor Zhua, he found a fairy to accompany him. That kind of appearance, that kind of temperament, that kind of charm, it's really enviable. To be honest, I had some thoughts about class monitor Zhua at first, but since that day, I've been completely desperate. There's really no comparison. Alas, my life is bitter. My first love ended before it even started. Don't you think I'm miserable? Hearing Gao Qiao's words, Jean Piapiao lowered her head. In a place where no one was paying attention, the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. She said with a smile, "Yes, only such a fairy is worthy of class monitor's wa." Then she said, "Sister Chiao, as the most beautiful woman in Fenghai, you must have a lot of pursuers, right? First love is difficult to have a result. Why hang yourself on a tree? Just choose another one." Gao Xiaoer smiled. "Pia Piao, your family is different from mine. Your Zhen family is rich and powerful. You don't have to worry about anything. But our Gao family is completely different." She sighed deeply. "It's a long story." The two women began to chat about their daily lives. Juan Lixiu was concentrating on guarding. She didn't listen to what the two women said at all. This kind of talk was really meaningless. Juan Lixiu didn't realize that Gao Qiao had cruelly extinguished Zhen Pia Piao's love fantasy in these few words. In the stone cave, Xiao Duo went into the Tower of Space Extermination as soon as Zhen Pia Piao went out. This 1 hour of rest was necessary. Otherwise, Zhen Pia Piao's quick recovery was bound to arouse suspicion. It would lead to endless trouble and even disaster. He entered the Tower of Space Extermination to cultivate for an hour. Now, 1 hour in the outside world was equivalent to 2 days in the Tower of Space Extermination. He didn't want to waste time. The process of him treating Zhen Pia Piao was actually very simple. He just put the multicolored stone, and it was done in a moment. But this kind of divine object was an extreme thing that couldn't be exposed. It was already at the level of defying the heavens and changing fate. No matter which force or expert, they wouldn't let it go. It couldn't be exposed. 3 beautiful women guarding the door. This kind of treatment was undoubtedly super high. However, this wasn't the focus of everyone's attention. The martial artists who were cleaning up the battlefield were all quietly discussing. What was cultivation level? Isn't he too strong? I don't believe that he's only at the nascent soul level. A martial arts student in Yunwan High School couldn't hide his admiration and admiration. He had already naturally called him Zhuo like the other students of the Hidden Dragon School, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with calling him that. Only such a strong person was qualified to be called the boss. Of course, Boss Zhou of Yunwan was also called the boss by his own people. But one was the boss of the Hidden Dragon School, or the common boss, while Boss Zhou, cough, was just the boss of Yunwan. He's really at the nascent soul level, and he just broke through not long ago. Before this, he had been working hard to suppress his true essence. I heard that he suppressed it 9 times. Zhua has a similar true essence suppression at every level of cultivation. Otherwise, how could his strength be so strong? The students of Hidden Dragon Academy were proud of him. In all fairness, when they were in school, they felt that class rep Zhuo was a cheap person. Even though they knew that he was strong and far surpassed his peers, they never had such a strong impression of him up close. Now that they were facing a life and death situation, they were powerless, even though they wanted to help. Then, they saw class rep Zhuo turn the tide with all his might. The shock and impact of the comparison between the two made them realize that class rep Zhuo, who didn't put on any airs in school, was the best person to rely on in a life and death situation. He's already so strong at the nascent soul level. The students of Yunduan exclaimed, "That's because you're ignorant. Class monitor Zhuo is invincible in Hidden Dragon School. Many 3rd and 4th grade cloud transformation high cultivators aren't his match. How is class monitor Zhui usually? He's usually amiable in school. You can't see that he has a temper at all." The students of Hidden Dragon School bragged. "This is a big shot. He's approachable and blends into his every move and action." The students of Yunduan exclaimed. The students of Hidden Dragon School's 1st grade twitched the corners of their mouths. They turned their faces away and didn't participate in the discussion. The students of Yunduan sighed. "Why doesn't our school have someone like Zhuo? Look at how happy the students of Hidden Dragon School are. With such a boss, they feel so safe." The students of Hidden Dragon School expressed, "It's only at times like this that they feel safe. Usually, when he's cheap, they don't feel this way. At that time, they just want to beat him to death. And they can't beat him." Hao Han moved closer to Meng Zhongjun. "Brother Jun, Zhen Pia Piao, doesn't seem to be very warm to you." Meng Zhongjun was silent for a moment and said, "Do you want to see how warm she is to me?" Hao Han frowned and said, "In short, she was neither cold nor warm before, but now she's quite cold. It seems like she's deliberately distancing herself from you." Meng Zhongjun stopped tidying up and turned to face Hao Han. His face showed that he was struggling. "You have to pay attention to what you say. All this time, since the military store, I've been pursuing her, but she's always ignored me. Until now, it's still like this. She's never had anything to do with me." Meng Zhongjun said, "She's never hinted at anything to me, let alone accepted any gifts from me." "Hao Han, what are you trying to say?" Hao Han let out a long sigh and said, "I just feel that, after so many years, even if she has a heart of stone, she should have warmed up, right?" Meng Zhongjun said sadly, "Hao Han, if a woman doesn't have you in her heart, then, even if you give your whole life, it's hard to warm her heart." Hao Han was speechless. After a long time, he said bitterly, "Then's with Xiaoduo." Meng Zhongjun reached out and stopped Hao Han. He said bitterly, "Hao Han, please give me some hope. If Pia Piao likes someone else, I still have hope. If she likes Xiaoduo, then I'm destined to have no hope in this life." Hao Han said unhappily, "What's so good about Xiaoduo? Isn't it just that he's a little more handsome than you, taller than you, fairer than you, more popular than you, better at earning money, and a brighter future? Yes, and his cultivation strength. That's a little stronger than yours, but what else does he have?" Meng Zhongjun looked at Hao Han with grief and indignation. After a long time, he said with trembling lips, "Hao Han, we've been classmates for so many years. I only know that your ability to comfort people is actually so strong." Chapter 801. About an hour later, Xiaoduo came out of the cave. His face was as pale as paper, and his footsteps were weak as if his body had been hollowed out. Zhan Piao was the first to step forward. "Class monitors, how are you? Are you okay?" I'm fine. I have such a strong foundation. What can happen to me? Are you all okay?" So Xiaoduo patted his chest. He made a heroic face. "We're all fine. Our injuries are almost healed." That's good. Zhou Yinqing walked over and handed over a space ring. "Brothers, there are 7,203 demon wolves' inner cores and fur inside. They're all here." "Okay." Xiaoduo didn't refuse and directly accepted it. Xiaoduo was very clear in his heart. If it was his, he would not decline or act pretentiously. He also wouldn't do something like he did all the work alone, but shared the spoils equally with everyone. Equal distribution could only happen between a limited number of people. He had contributed the most in today's matter, so it was only right for him to get it. He would let Gao Qiao count later to see if it was this number. So Xiaoduo knew how many wolves he had killed. After counting, he confirmed that there was no discrepancy in the number. He thought that if he did this in the future, then after he went out and exchanged these things for resources, he would naturally give everyone share. If you know the rules, I will show my own demeanor more. But if you don't know the rules, the number is wrong, or if there are any problems in the future because of this, then I'm sorry. These are all mine. Whoever wants them, draw your sword and take them. This was Xiaoduo's character. Everyone was in a good state and organized the team. There were a total of 8 hidden dragon martial artists and 11 Yunduan martial artists, making a total of 19 people. Zhou Yinqing came to discuss with Xiaoduo. Should we split up or move together? What do you think? Xiaoduo actually didn't have any opinion about splitting up or moving together. Anyway, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the hidden dragon martial artists would definitely follow him. It didn't matter if the others came or not. Let's split up for now, Zhou Yinqing said. We are here to gain experience. If we stay together, with your cultivation, you will be invincible in this area. If we follow you, it will be like traveling. Although it may be dangerous for everyone to split up, it is also the best way to gain experience and grow. All right, Zhuo straightforwardly agreed, and then something unexpected happened one after another. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu came together and bid farewell to Zhuo. We will be in a separate group. Don't worry, we won't be too far away from you. All right, Zhuo thought about it and agreed. Zhou Yunqing's concerns were very reasonable. With everyone around him, this trip was indeed meaningless. Let's form a group as well, Meng Zhongjun suggested. We Hidden Dragon High School's people should choose another direction. We should split up into batches and train separately. We shouldn't all gather together. All right, after this assignment, there was only one person left besides Zhuo. Gao Qiao. Even Zhun Piapiao had chosen to go on an adventure alone. However, Zhuo decided to go west. Zhun Piapiao also went west, but she was separated from Zhuo by dozens of miles. If there is danger, I will call, but when I can handle it myself, I will train alone. Zhun Piapiao smiled and waved her hand. Class monitor Zhua, take care. Only Gao Qiao was very casual. I don't plan to train alone. From the beginning, I didn't ask for a strong cultivation. It's good enough as long as it's enough. Gao Qiao said, it's safest for me to follow you. I think I can still help you with some work. All right. Zhuo smiled and said, however, following me doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe. Gao Qiao just smiled indifferently at this sentence. She really didn't believe it in her heart. Zhuo was invincible in the nascent soul realm's training ground. This recognition had been deeply rooted in Gao Qiao's heart. So, how could it not be safe to be by his side? But soon, her cognition was subverted. When Zhuo carried her to escape crazily, and the Demon King realm demonic beast chased after them desperately, Gao Qiao even felt a little regretful. This guy actually risked angering the Demon King realm demonic beast to steal the heavenly treasure that the Demon King realm demonic beast was looking for. He really didn't know how to spell the word death, but he succeeded in stealing it. After that, the Demon King realm demonic beast only reacted when it saw that the treasure was gone. This was simply inconceivable. Gao Qiao didn't know that Zhuo carried the Void Transformation Stone with him. It was really easy for him to sneak into a Demon King's storage. She only knew that she almost died in this escape. Well, Zhuo got a starry peach this time. If he just picked a few peaches, the Demon King realm demonic beast might not be so angry. But this guy carried the whole tree away. More importantly, the peach was not ripe. Facing this situation, the White Elephant Demon King's heart was broken. The starry peach only ripens once every 2,000 years. I didn't make it the last time, and it was eaten by other demonic beasts. After more than 10 years of hard work, I fought off all the opponents and guarded it for more than 1,980 years. It's about to be ready to eat. I can smell the fragrance of the ripe starry peach. What the fuck is this thing that came out of nowhere? He even carried the tree away. Can you be any more shameless? The White Elephant Demon King's combat strength was undoubtedly strong, but because his body was too big, he was inevitably lacking in agility. As Zhuo fled, the White Elephant Demon King was so angry that he screamed and spat blood behind him. There was nothing he could do. Even though his boundless mental energy had shattered the void countless times, it was useless against Zhuo, who was as slippery as a loach. He could only sigh helplessly. When the peach ripens, I'll give you one, Zhuo said to Gao Qiao. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was an extremely rare act of generosity. There were 99 starry peaches on a single tree. There were quite a lot of them. Moreover, Zhuo had dug up the entire tree. It was no wonder that he was so generous. I estimate that if you eat one of these peaches, you can increase your pure cultivation by about 500 years. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. When you go back, hurry up and cultivate to the peak of nascent soul. After suppressing it a few more times, you'll be able to eat the starry peach. I estimate that you'll be able to directly rush to the peak of cloud transformation. It's even possible for you to directly break through to the god-reigning realm. So Xiao Duo explained happily. Gao Qiao thanked him profusely. However, she was doubtful in her heart. This peach is clearly not ripe yet. How can you guarantee that this thing will definitely survive in your hands? Pulling it out so barbarically like pulling out grass. Aren't you afraid of hurting your roots? But although she criticized him in her heart, Gao Qiao still believes with Xiao Duo almost instinctively. Along the way, she had seen too many incredible things. 70 to 80% of the things that Xiao Duo had plundered had been transferred to Gao Qiao's hands. Go back and deal with it. It was just that the many things that she had obtained so far made Gao Qiao feel that buying half of Fenghai City didn't seem to be a problem. What made Gao Qiao even more shocked was that this Zuo was directly scraping the ground as he advanced. Wherever he passed, wherever he could see, no matter whether it was on the ground or underground, he didn't let go of anything. Not to mention other things, just the inner cores of demonic beasts that Zuo Xiaoduo had handed to Gao Qiao, for her to deal with when she went back, had already exceeded 20,000. 20,000. Even for someone like Gao Qiao, she had never seen so many inner cores since she was born. At the very least, there were more than 20,000 inner cores of demonic beasts at the nascent soul level. In addition to the inner cores, there were all kinds of demonic beads and bone pearls, all kinds of demonic beast corpses and furs. The units were all in the tens of thousands, and this was just the demonic beasts. It didn't include the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were harvested along the way, those that grew on the ground and those that grew under the ground. It was just like a sea of them. There were also all kinds of strange metals that, in addition, Gao Xiao knew very well that although these harvests seemed to be huge, it only included the low-level and mid-level items. As for the high-level items, Xiao Duo didn't put them out at all. They were all for his personal use. But this was an experience. Gao Qiao really felt dizzy. For others, even if they didn't constantly hover between life and death and struggle to survive, they would at least have to suffer a lot. But this Zua, all the way here, was simply to travel and make a fortune. As for the path that's what Xiaoduo passed by, it was really, even a mouse that entered would rush out with tears in its eyes. There was nothing left. It was too clean. The group of students gradually expanded as time went on. Slowly, the nascent soul cultivators of the Astral Souls continent began to meet one after another. They contacted each other and then separated to gain experience. After a few days, according to the feedback, more than 100 people's whereabouts had been reported. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still very anxious, because he hadn't seen Yu Mo Yin, Li Qinglong, Li Zhongming, Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others. Since he knew that this place was dangerous, how could he not be worried? What Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know was that in another direction, Li Qinglong and the others had all gathered together. Li Zhongming had painstakingly gotten rid of the sow and then dug up a few spiritual herbs. He even ate a few red fruits that he had accidentally picked. As he was circulating his energy to digest the medicinal effects, he saw Yu Yin being chased by a large group of demonic beasts, running in a sorry state. And it was a large group of high-level demonic beasts. Li Zhongming looked up to the sky and sighed. He knew that he couldn't win against them, so he simply went forward and helped Yu Yin block them. While running for his life, he activated the Great Dream Divine skill that in the end, he successfully carried Yu Yin and a large group of demonic beasts, and fell asleep together. When he woke up and carried Yu Yin, who was still sleeping soundly, he ran into Li Qinglong and the others. Li Qinglong looked at Yu Yin, who was sleeping soundly on Li Zhongming's shoulder, and was shocked. "Damn, you slept with her again?" Chapter 802. Li Zhongming had a stomach full of complaints. "What do you mean I slept with her again? Do you even know how to speak properly?" Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the rest all had strange looks on their faces. Naturally, they were reminded of the arena battle back then. After that, they encountered a group of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Both sides had a disagreement, and after a battle, both sides suffered injuries. However, just as things were about to reach a climax, the mountain beside them collapsed. An ancient demon's cave abode that shone with treasures had appeared majestically. Both sides were energized. At this crucial moment, dozens of people from the Tao League had also found this place. The three sides were in a heated debate about the ownership of this demon's cave. However, in terms of strength, Li Chenglong's side was the strongest. Li Chenglong dominated all the geniuses, and no one was a match for him. However, with Li Chenglong's display of strength, the Tao League and the Umno Alliance gradually showed signs of joining forces that Li Chenglong was smart enough to suggest that the three sides should negotiate and enter together. As for who would obtain the treasure, it would depend on their luck. Everyone agreed readily. Regardless of whether it was the Tao League or the Umno Alliance, if they had a choice, they would not be willing to join forces with each other. The three sides entered the ancient demon's cave abode one after another. However, after everyone entered, the ancient demon's cave abode suddenly disappeared. Along with everyone else, it also disappeared from the ground. But as time passed, more and more geniuses from the three continents encountered each other. It became more and more frequent. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's side, although they were training separately, they were in the same direction. Once there was any sudden change, he would roar, and everyone would respond together. Under such a mechanism, they would not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there was also Zhuo Xiaoduo who traversed the entire region. This huge shitstir was basically a ready-made cheat. All the geniuses of the Tao Alliance and the Wizard Alliance who encountered him gritted their teeth and harbored evil intentions. They either died on the spot or had their rings stolen by him. There were only a few exceptions. The reason why he was an exception was probably because there were a few geniuses from the Tao Alliance who were mild-mannered and were spared by Zhuo Xiaoduo. After that, Zhuo Xiaoduo blamed himself for a long time. Why did I suddenly become soft-hearted? Is this still my Zhuo Xiaoduo? Could it be that he was possessed? He must be possessed. There were also a few groups of geniuses from the Umno Alliance. Their attitudes were also very gentle. After meeting Zhuo Xiaoduo, they actually introduced themselves and asked for Zhuo Xiaoduo's name. As soon as they heard the name Zhuo Xiaoduo, these people immediately gave in and took out a large number of natural treasures they had obtained from the secret realm, saying that they wanted to make friends with Zhuo Xiaoduo and form a good relationship with him. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand at all. What was going on? You're from the Umno Alliance, okay? We're enemies, okay? Why are you being so polite? What's your stance? This makes it difficult for me to do anything. Hence, Zhuo Xiaoduo started to pester them endlessly, demanding for a yard after getting an inch. He was obviously trying to find a reason to do something. However, these geniuses from the Umno Alliance were too good-tempered. Their faces were full of subservience, and they would do whatever he said. You want something? Okay, I'll give it to you. You want a ring? Okay, I'll give it to you. What else do you want? If you want a beauty, we have it here too. Even if you want us, we're not a problem. I'll take off my pants and wait for you. You want to beat us up? Okay, we'll lie down and you can beat us up. You want to kill us? We'll stretch our necks and you can kill us. We will make a move. We will make a move. Do whatever you want, do whatever you want, do whatever you want. Faced with this scene, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was gloomy. Even if the other party scolded him, he would still be able to come up with a reason. No matter how lame the reason was, it was still a reason. However, if there was no reason, then there was really no reason. There was a fundamental difference. Even if they showed a humiliated or angry expression, he could still use it as a pretext to make a fuss. What? Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Are you provoking me? I think you're just looking down on me, Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, there wasn't even an angry expression on the other party's face. What the fuck? That he had no choice but to read their fortune one by one. Then, he extorted a lot of treasures as payment for reading their fortune. He pulled Gao Xiao away unhappily. Gao Xiao was dumbfounded. When did Zhuo have such a big reputation? The geniuses of the Umno Alliance, each and every one of them, were like mice that saw a cat when they saw him. They didn't even dare to move. What the fuck? The same geniuses of the Umno Alliance chased after me and Wanli Xiao for thousands of miles when they saw us. However, these groups of people were much more numerous than that group of people, but they were like sheep in front of Zhuo. They automatically offered treasures and bowed to him. And Zhuo didn't look happy at all. This was simply too awe-inspiring and domineering. One person showed his name, and the other party collectively prostrated themselves respectfully. There was also a group of people who saw the situation from afar and immediately turned around and ran away as if there was oil on the soles of their feet. Where's your loyalty? But all of this was too unimaginable, wasn't it? Of course, there were also those who didn't know what was going on. There were also those who were successfully picked on by Zhuo. Those people's ending was that after they contributed many treasures and rings to Zhuo, they also contributed a bunch of luck points that were fulfilled by the bloody calamity. Ever since Zhuo had entered the mystic realm, he had obtained more than 400 providence points. It could be said to be an unprecedented, huge harvest. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. The nascent soul transformation cultivators on Zhuo's side from the Astral Souls continent improved their strength and cultivation rapidly. Moreover, they cooperated with each other. At least in terms of safety, they were much better than the other two sides. Seeing this situation, Zhuo let Gao Qiao go back. I'll walk around alone and look for opportunities a little further away. Zhuo thought very clearly. With him secretly following them, these students wouldn't be in any danger, but because of this, they wouldn't have any experience. If he wanted them to really grow, he had to leave them alone and let them face the difficulties and dangers on their own. Gao Qiao also knew that if she followed Zhuo, she would only be useful in dealing with the harvest. The rest would only be a burden, so she nodded happily and went to find the main group. Gao Qiao's goal was very obvious. My aptitude is not that of a peerless genius. I'm destined to have no hope of reaching the peak of martial arts. Then I'll set my goal as a second-rate cultivator. As long as I don't fall too far behind and don't leave the main group, it'll be fine. If this is the premise, then no matter if I rely on elixirs or opportunities, I'll cooperate with my own efforts to improve my cultivation, that unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't fight the enemy head-on and kill them. I'm more suitable for logistics. So if I don't follow Zhuo, I'll find another relatively safe person to accompany me. After thinking about it, she entered the middle position of the group. Not far to the left was Meng Zhongjun and the others. Not far to the right was Hao Han and the others. Accompanying her was Zhen Piao. Well, it's decided happily. It's safe and foolproof. After Zhuo separated from Gao Qiao, he immediately turned into a sharp arrow and sped away. Another reason why Zhuo decided to separate from Gao Qiao was that this large area, about thousands of miles in radius, had been drained clean by Shaochang. There were only a few kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this area. Zhuo was gradually dissatisfied with such a harvest and even irritated. Although it was very annoying to say this for Zhuo, so far, there were only a few harvests on this trip. There were no more surprises, so he was very depressed. If his thoughts were heard by other nascent soul geniuses, it would most likely arouse public anger. They would attack him together and beat him to death. You fucking obtained wealth that we may not be able to obtain in our entire lives. How dare you say that you didn't get anything? But in Zhuo's heart, this was really what he thought. Maybe it was because he had gained too much, and his vision had become a little higher. It was a bad result of being used to it. After parting with Gao Qiao, Zhuo swept across the hilly area of the 7,000-mile plain in one breath. Like a gust of wind, he galloped across. Except for stopping to rob 2 groups of geniuses from the Umno Alliance, he didn't stop. However, in the process of robbing, Zhuo unexpectedly met a weirdo. The other party was a tall and thin man who belonged to the Umno Alliance. He was dressed very luxuriously. When he saw Zhuo coming down to rob him, he was actually very arrogant. However, this guy did have some goods under his hands. Not only did he dare to go against Zhuo Xiaoduo, but he also resisted Zhuo Xiaoduo's attacks for a full 3 minutes before he was defeated. Then, when this guy was kicked in the crotch by Zhuo Xiaoduo and flew into the air, he screamed and showed a gold medal. Stop. I'm a disciple of the golden-scaled Great Wizard Clan. I have the death-free gold medal of the left and right heavenly kings. Then he covered his crotch and screamed, "Ha! Ow! So Xiaoduo never dreamed that he would meet such a weirdo. He felt the gold medal and found that there were indeed 3 extremely powerful spiritual forces on it. They should be the top geniuses from the Umno Alliance, the group of people that the 3 continents had promised not to hurt. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt very angry. Why don't I have this thing? What the hell? Who is he looking down on? Am I not more talented than him? Am I not more promising? Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry. Although he did not dare to kill him, he still stripped this descendant of the great wizard down to his underwear. Give it to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo's fiendish expression. You should at least leave me something, right? At least leave me the ring. This guy argued. I'll empty the ring for you, okay? As the descendant of the great wizard, I have to be shameless. Shameless? What's your name? Shahai. Shahai. Your ancestor's surname is Jin, and your surname is Shah? Do you think that I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, have no brains? Have you never been to school? Zhuo Xiaoduo began to find excuses. Are you looking down on me? Zhuo Xiaoduo. His words were spoken in an incredibly heroic and imposing manner. It was as if he didn't hold Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others in any regard at all. It was as if he could single-handedly defeat the 7 swords of the Tao Alliance. The 10 people behind him felt a wave of exhaustion. When I first started following you, I saw that you were killing people everywhere. You were very awesome. You didn't smile, and you had a cold face. I really thought that you were amazing. But I only realized that I was following a clown when I met a tough opponent. So Xiaoduo walked for a few hundred miles, but he still felt uneasy. Why don't I have that tablet? Why didn't anyone give it to me? Why? Am I not a genius? Who do I need to appeal this matter to? So Xiaoduo counted with his fingers and sighed. I don't know anyone from the upper management of Astral Souls. Should I tell Principal Yi about this? Should I ask Principal Yi to fight for it? What am I thinking? Principal Yi's position is only useful in Fenghai. In front of the upper management of Astral Souls, he has no say at all. Then we can only rely on Uncle Nan. It seems that Uncle Nan is the chief of the South. So Xiaoduo sighed softly. Dad and Mom only know one high-ranking official in our lives. Although it's already a great achievement to know this high-ranking official. I don't know when I can see Uncle Nan again. Let's see if I can be thick-skinned and mention it. But this matter involves the approval of the Heavenly King. It seems that Uncle Nan can't do it. Damn it! Is the descendant of the Golden Scale great, which so awesome? How dare he threaten me in front of my face? So Xiaoduo was really angry. His life's dream was to win without doing anything, but this dream was shattered by someone who even wanted to do the opposite in front of him. Such a blatant threat, clear in front of his eyes. You can't kill my descendant. This should be my way of doing things. What kind of logic is this? We're enemies, okay. But I can't kill your descendant. Then what's the point of fighting? This life is full of difficulties and frustrations. I can't say anything when I'm threatened. When I'm on the top of the sky in the future, I'll catch a great witch and beat him up. He wrote a poem very gloomily. Only then did he feel a little spiritual victory. He looked up at the road ahead. He saw dark clouds in front of him. Moreover, this dark cloud didn't seem to be moving. It just lay across the sky in the distance. At the end of his gaze was a tall mountain that reached straight into the sky. The mountain peak directly pierced into the dark clouds. Over there, lightning flashed like silver snakes. In short, it looked very terrifying. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. I seem to have a feeling here. I really want to go in. It seems that something is waiting for me to go over. It was a very clear and real feeling Xiao Long came over like a gust of wind. His eyes were filled with fear. Boss, let's change direction. It's extremely dangerous ahead. The power of the way of the heavens is in a chaotic state over there. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. What's going on? Tell me specifically, why is it in chaos? Xiao Long stammered and said, that seems to be the chaotic sea of thunderclouds. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand the term chaotic sea of thunderclouds at all. However, he vaguely felt that there was something over there that was vaguely attracting him. Let's go over and take a look. Try to be careful. If things don't work out, we'll retreat immediately. Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't control the feeling in his heart. I'll go over and take a look. Just a look. If there are benefits and the danger isn't too great, I'll naturally try. If I feel that the danger is too great, then I'll turn back and leave. I'll never turn back. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave himself a few shots of precaution. Boss, I still suggest that you don't go. The rules of the way of the heavens, they're really chaotic and out of focus. Xiao Long's words and actions were full of fear. Boss, you're protected by the way of the heavens. According to common sense, you'll be fine in the land of astral souls. However, once you go to the land of the Tao League and the land of the Umno Alliance, things might not be the same. However, if you only go to the land of the Umno Alliance and the land of the Tao League, even if you're targeted, you'll still have a lot of chances to escape. It's not impossible for you to survive the danger. However, in such a chaotic place, the way of the heavens will be difficult to take effect. Boss, please reconsider. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? I'm protected by the way of the astral souls? What do you mean by that? He really didn't know about his own way of the heavens. Although he used to look at his face in the mirror, he really couldn't see much. As for the way of the heavens, neither the divination technique nor the aura observation technique could see one's own way of the heavens. Zhuo Xiaoduo only knew that his luck was good, and his way of the heavens should be stronger than most people. However, this was only his own guess, and there was no actual proof. At this moment, after listening to Xiao Long's words, he vaguely understood something. Can you tell me in detail what's going on with the chaotic way of the heavens? Zhuo Xiaoduo tried hard to recall the relevant knowledge he had seen. I don't know the details either. It's just the name. Xiao Long was also dumbfounded. It's probably very dangerous, the kind that's extremely dangerous. If you go even a little closer, you might die. He was already scared out of his wits when he saw the chaotic way of the heavens. To Xiao Long, such a place was a land of death. If he really entered, he would be completely torn apart in an instant. Such a place was a land of death, even for the Son of Providence, who carried the way of the heavens. Because in such a place, the more providence one had, the easier it was to be targeted by the chaotic way of the heavens. After the Son of Providence was torn apart, the providence he carried would be absorbed by the chaotic way of the heavens. It was no different from a great tonic. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He became more and more apprehensive. If he would die if he went close, then it would not be as simple as a land of death. How can there be a place with chaotic way of the heavens? Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. Could it be that this was caused by the separation of the continent back then? Xiao Long said in fear, no. The chaotic way of the heavens is actually the chaos of the universe before the heavens were opened. It was chaotic and disorderly. Xiao Long said, I don't know the specifics, and I've never really seen it. Anyway, it's very, very dangerous. Moreover, in any world, after the heavens were opened, the chaotic way of the heavens would not completely disappear. It might be temporarily hidden, or it might be sealed. In such a place, only powerful people who have a very, very high level of cultivation can protect themselves if they enter. Those who are slightly weaker will be torn apart immediately if they enter. There are very few lucky people. Xiao Long was a little puzzled. But why would such a place appear here? Isn't this the trial space? This is simply equivalent to a martial disciple who has just entered the way of the Tao encountering a formation set up by the Umno Alliance's great shamans. It's not just a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. It's simply a 10 out of 10 chance of survival. Chapter 804. After hearing Xiaolong's words, Zhuo was even more confused. Yes, according to what he knew, this was a training space that was about to disappear. How could there be such a super-level item? Of course, Zhuo did not know the reason. Or rather, the Flood Witch, who had entered this place once, did not know either. This Crown Prince's Academy was a special space that sealed the chaotic heavenly Tao after the opening of the sky. Back then, the Rock Demon Master lost the opportunity to prove his Tao and had no choice but to find another way. He asked for the help of the 2 Demon Emperors on the condition of being the Demon Master of the Crown Prince. With the help of the 2 Demon Emperors, countless powerful figures of the Demon Clan worked together and separated a piece of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, this piece of land became the Rock Demon Master's territory. The Rock Demon Master lived in this place and used the chaotic rules to train himself day and night, hoping to find another way. In the end, the Rock Demon Master succeeded in comprehending the spatial rules. It was all because of the tempering of the chaotic heavenly Tao. Then, the Rock Demon Master used this space to compress the space he lived in and created this Crown Prince's Academy. He used layers of seals to seal the chaotic heavenly Tao. However, it was also because of this Crown Prince's Academy that the Rock Demon Master left. Because the last person to enter the Crown Prince's Academy, the 7th Prince, somehow broke into the chaotic heavenly Tao's seal and died inside, along with all the demon generals that accompanied him. The Demon Empress was furious and pursued the matter. Even though the Rock Demon Master was a demon master, his days became difficult. Later on, he left the Demon Clan due to some other matters, and his whereabouts were unknown. Of course, this was all in the past. However, one thing was certain, and that was, the Crown Prince's Academy might really collapse, but the chaotic heavenly Tao would not disappear. Once it broke free from this shackle and left the sealed space, there would naturally be new opportunities. However, Zhuo did not know this at all. These were things that were far beyond his knowledge. He only felt that something was attracting him. However, he was worried because of Xiaolong's reminder. Could it be that the chaotic heavenly Tao wants the power of fate that I carry? Is it deliberately creating this feeling to lure me over? My Lord Zhuo doesn't want to get caught here. Zhuo calculated the distance. At this moment, he was about 1,000 miles away from the chaotic dark clouds in the sky. To go or not to go? This was a difficult choice. As far as the eye could see, the dark clouds on the other side changed again. Following the sudden explosion of thunder and lightning, thousands of white lights shuttled back and forth in the sea of clouds, twisting and turning. It was as if huge dragons were fighting each other, and the battle was in full swing. Immediately after, another ball of red light shot up into the sky. That ball of red light was so huge that it looked like a mushroom cloud. Zhuo stared blankly. The intense red light, especially the abundant energy contained within, reminded him of his heart of the ardent sun. If this was Zhuo took a deep breath. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's too dangerous. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. It was better not to go. Thus, he turned around and walked back. My Lord Zhuo would not go to such a dangerous place. Long. That place looks like the heart of the ardent sun. Zhuo muttered casually. Although he had decided not to take the risk, he could not help but feel depressed. Xiaolong, even if you don't answer, I know it must be there. But I don't dare to go. Xiaolong watched as Zhuo walked further and further away. Finally, he was relieved. As long as Zhuo did not go in that direction, he would be fine. There would be no danger. Hearing what Xiao was muttering, he was even more relieved. He replied casually, "The heart of the ardent sun is nothing. It's just a mutated jade of astral souls from the Earth's core. It's only useful for you now. In this chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, fate is the resource. There are countless good things inside. Even innate spiritual treasures are not few in number. You only need one to be invincible in this world. The muscles on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face twitched. It was an expression of infinite heartache. The heart of the ardent sun is nothing. My liver hurts. The best treasure I have right now is the ardent sun's heart. It's nothing in your mouth. Although he was still walking slowly, his footsteps were getting slower and slower. Suddenly, there was a roar from the top of the mountain in front of him. A huge white tiger suddenly swept across the sky like an aircraft carrier, flying towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom filled with dark clouds. Fuck, what's going on? So Xiaoduo's eyes widened. This tiger is much stronger than a king-level beast. It can kill me in one blow. What kind of beast is this? That's a high-level beast above the emperor level. Of course it can kill you in one blow. Xiaolong only glanced at it and said disdainfully, even if it was a beast of this level, it was still meaningless to Xiaolong. Although he couldn't hurt the beast couldn't hurt him either. He couldn't even see it. While they were talking, another huge golden eagle with a wingspan of more than a few hundred meters flew towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. It scattered golden light all over the sky. With a long cry, it flew towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. In front of it, there was a huge eagle and a single-horned serpent. They were all rushing towards the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom. In a flash, there was a roar from the mountain. A huge bear the size of a small mountain rushed out. It ran a few hundred meters with each step. When it passed by Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was less than 1,000 meters away from him. However, it ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo. It didn't ask him anything and just rushed past him. Zhuo Xiaoduo watched from the side, his heart beating fast. However, in addition to his fear, doubts grew in his heart. Long, didn't you say that there was danger over there? Why are all these powerful beasts running in that direction? It's impossible that they didn't sense the danger. Why aren't they avoiding it? So Xiaoduo scratched his head and asked. This chaotic space of the heavenly axiom has a limit because it's too chaotic. That is, in the constant strife inside, there will often be some good things falling out of the cracks in the space. These beasts should be going to snatch these things that they like. Didn't you have a similar feeling just now? If I hadn't stopped you, you might have already passed by now. Xiaolong explained patiently. However, after hearing what he said, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Doesn't that mean that there won't be any danger if we just wait outside? Xiaolong suddenly widened his eyes in confusion. It's true that there won't be any danger if we just wait at the edge. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to resist going in. Just now, you almost fell into the trap. With your addiction to the world's wealth and treasures, I'm sure you can resist it. Xiaolong, oh Xiaolong, how dare you lie to me? Today's matter isn't over. So Xiaoduo turned around and left. These beasts are fine if they go there to pick up the treasures, but will something happen if I go there? Besides, I have the Void Transformation Stone on me. I'm an expert in this kind of sneaky business. I'm an expert in this field. That big bear just now was definitely it. Back then, I wore the Void Transformation Stone and stole the spiritual medicine around it. Didn't I still not discover it? Wherever these powerful beasts are, I'll be there. Can't I just sneak around? As long as these powerful beasts are not dangerous, then I shall, who is like a speck of dust, will naturally not be in danger. This is such a simple logic. This is such an obvious opportunity to get rich. 2 sleeves of MT bow. I'm coming, wait for me. Xiaolong was so anxious that his mouth was full of bubbles. Boss, don't go. I beg you. It's really too dangerous over there. You won't be able to withstand it with your small body. Don't worry. I'll just stay nearby. I'm not greedy. I just want to get some benefits. Zhuo Xiaoduo comforted him. Don't you understand me? Even if it's a treasure comparable to the entire heaven realm, it's not as important as my life to me. Xiaolong felt that this sentence made sense. Boss's fear of death had gone to a considerable extent. His degree of cautiousness was also obvious to all, and he had a good reputation. It shouldn't be a problem to just take a look and get some benefits. Xiao Long followed as well. Xiao Duo anxiously and started to walk toward the mountain in the distance. In just an hour, they reached the foot of the mountain. Under Xiao Long's guidance, Xiao Duo hung the void transformation stone in front of his chest. He also tied the small piece of multicolored stone with a rope and hung it around his neck. It was tightly attached to his chest to replenish his vitality at all times, in case of any sudden danger. Then, like a huge lizard, it climbed up silently. Its cautiousness was much greater than when it was plotting against the centipede queen. As Xiao Duo climbed about 4,000 meters. Suddenly, he saw a space ring in a crack of a rock. It was connected to half a broken finger. Although the blood had dried up, it didn't seem to have been there for long. So Xiao Duo took it out and looked at it. It took him a little time to break the seal. After checking it, he couldn't help but sigh. This was a relic left behind by a student of Yunwan High School. There is also the school emblem of Yunwan High School inside. It seems that I'm not the first person to find this place. So Xiao Duo thought to himself. At the same time, he became even more vigilant and cautious. As he continued to climb, he saw endless bloodstains as far as the eye could see. There were bits and pieces of all sorts of things. Some tattered pieces of cloth were blown up and down by the wind. There were clothes from the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. There were also pieces of clothes from the Astral Souls. Looks like there really were quite a few geniuses who came here to train, but on their way up the mountain, they were killed by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Xiao Duo increased his vigilance. He was almost always on his guard and was very careful. Rumble. Kachacha. A thunderous rumble suddenly erupted from the dark clouds thousands of meters above their heads. The rumbling was deafening. Xiao Duo's whole body was pressed against the cliff, but he couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. He saw that in the dark clouds, there was a sudden flash of lightning. It was like a chaotic storm of smoke and dust. And in the storm of smoke and dust, there was a sudden flash of golden light. That was a total of 12 huge golden lotuses blooming in the boundless chaos. The golden light spots suddenly scattered all over the sky. Chapter 805. Against the huge golden lotus. There were 12 other equally huge lotuses, but their color was as dark as the starry sky, and they collided with each other. The black light and the golden light, after the extreme collision, exploded and scattered in all directions. At this moment, the lightning connected the sky and the earth, forming a complete area of hundreds of kilometers. So Xiao Duo's eyes instantly felt an inexplicable soreness as tears flowed down. But then he opened his eyes wide. Regardless of the sore eyes, he saw that in the clouds high up in the sky, there were pieces of golden and black light spots falling down, floating in the air, but they really fell down. They fell down. Xiao Duo roared in his heart, but then his body stiffened. Countless powerful demonic beasts burst out from the mountain, biting and tearing at each other. They fought in the most ferocious and extreme way, driving each other away. Then, they used their own bodies to touch the light spots as much as possible. The first one to bear the brunt was the golden eagle. It touched 2 golden light spots, and then it couldn't help but cry to the sky. Screech! The golden light on his body suddenly surged, and his body, which was already quite huge, began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already expanded to twice his original size. When it spread its wings, it was already 1,000 meters wide. It really covered the sky and covered the earth. Then, another giant bear appeared in the air and charged into the black light spots. It roared at the sky, and its body also gradually grew bigger. Its aura was also increasing rapidly. It roared to the sky and beat its thick chest continuously. However, at this moment, suddenly from the top of the mountain, dozens of huge streamers rushed down and went straight to the giant bear. The golden eagle was shocked. It flapped its wings and flew up quickly, and its speed was indescribable. But the giant bear was too big a target, and its movement was relatively clumsy. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts pounced on it from several directions. A series of furious roars, and the two sides used all their strength to fight desperately. However, even though the giant bear's strength increased greatly after touching the light spots of the Black Lotus, and its body became bigger, it was still outnumbered. In less than 100 breaths, the giant bear's huge body was torn apart by many opponents, and its skin, flesh, and bones were eaten by dozens of demonic beasts. Only a few bones were left, and they rolled down from the mountain. In the sky, there were countless powerful demonic beasts fighting for the golden light spots and the black light spots. Those who had eaten wanted to leave, but they were immediately besieged by those who didn't. In a short time, a few huge demonic beasts were besieged, and they were eaten by the demonic beasts. The smell of blood filled the sky, and it spread everywhere. Xiaoduo felt cold all over his body. That giant bear, with just a slap of its paw, sent him flying for dozens of miles now. It, whose strength had increased exponentially, was being eaten by other demonic beasts right in front of him. Eaten. The individual strength of these demonic beasts was too strong. The most important thing was that Xiaoduo saw clearly that the golden light spots and the black light spots were only scattered bits of the original. Most of them didn't escape, and they returned to the chaotic space of the heavenly way inside. Those that could flow out through these little cracks were probably only 1 in 10,000, or even less. But just this little bit had already caused the demonic beast to undergo earth-shattering changes. What kind of treasure is this? So Xiaoduo grimaced and whispered to Xiaolong, "Those 2 lotuses? How would I know?" Xiaolong's eyes were also drooling, but he tried hard to control himself. "But it's definitely something good. I'm afraid it's not inferior to an innate spiritual treasure." "Fuck, you didn't say that." So Xiaoduo snorted disdainfully. "So you're also a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything." With the disappearance of the golden light spots and the black light spots, the whole mountain regained its peace. But not long after, Xiaoduo had only climbed 500 meters silently. Suddenly, there was another explosion in the sky. It was still the same situation as before. The dark clouds within thousands of miles were all lit up like giant light bulbs. In the chaotic space, a green vine was waving, whipping the land within thousands of miles. On the vine, there were green leaves, and at the top, there was a small gourd. It was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. This time, it was unknown what it was whipping. After a few seconds, the world returned to darkness and peace. But this time, nothing dropped. The demonic beasts waited motionlessly and expectantly. Pairs of incomparably huge eyes were focused on the sky. Even the demonic beasts that had climbed to the highest point were still thousands of meters away from the chaotic space at the top of the mountain. They didn't dare to approach. In such a peaceful moment, Xiaoduo even saw the demonic beasts changing their positions, while the other demonic beasts completely ignored them. Even if other demonic beasts stepped on their bodies or walked over their heads, they still didn't move. At most, they would roar impatiently, but they wouldn't really make a move. Obviously, all the demonic beasts were conserving their strength and concentrating, waiting for the next eruption of opportunity. All the demonic beasts were worried that if they fought with other demonic beasts at this time and the light spots suddenly erupted, they wouldn't be able to catch up and miss the opportunity. This was not an if, but a fact. If 2 demonic beasts fought now, and the light spots erupted at the right time, they would definitely not be able to catch up with the eruption. They would only be taken advantage of by other demonic beasts. At such a critical moment, no one wanted to do such a stupid thing. So Xiaoduo's body moved like a snake as he silently climbed up the mountain. The mountain range was very big, and the route Xiaoduo chose was the steepest and most difficult to climb. His whole body was completely integrated with the mountain rocks, and no aura leaked out. The heaven-defying effect of the Void Transformation Stone was perfectly and directly displayed here. Climbing up further, there was a huge platform, surrounded by traces of battle. At first glance, it was obvious that it was caused by demonic beasts. Xiaoduo hid under a big rock below the platform, only revealing two sneaky eyes. In the sky, there were many strange phenomena. One moment, black clouds rolled over, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The next moment, white clouds soared into the sky and fought with the black clouds. The next moment, there were flashes of lightning in all directions. The next moment, there were flashes of golden light. And the next moment, there were red clouds like a volcanic eruption. There were all kinds of spectacular phenomena, and there were all kinds of images of precious treasures. Xiaoduo was dazzled by them, and he couldn't wait to hug them all in his arms. But he also knew that it was just his imagination, and it was simply unrealistic. Just the aftershocks of these precious treasures were enough to kill him thousands of times over. Great, this is too awesome. It's too tempting, but I'm too weak. I can't even get one of the treasures in the mountain. Xiaoduo was very depressed. This was a real mountain of treasures in front of him. The whole mountain range was full of treasures. As long as he could get one of them, he would be rich for the rest of his life. However, he couldn't even get a single one of them. He couldn't even get a tiny bit of it. This made Xiaoduo, the miser, feel as if his heart was being fried in a pan of oil. This uncomfortable feeling, needless to say, was not something that could be described with words. There was another explosion, but this time there were green light spots falling down. On the top of the mountain, more than thousands of demonic beasts were shaking together. A hurricane was blowing, and its momentum was shaking the sky and the earth. It was a disaster. Xiaoduo was hanging on the cliff, almost suffocated by the demonic beast's astonishing momentum. He was almost crushed into a meat patty. I can't even deal with one of these demonic beasts. Damn it. I don't even dare to go out and grab a light spot. I'll die if I go out. What did I come here for? Is it just for the sake of coveting? Why do I have to suffer like this? Xiaoduo was speechless to the extreme. His whole body was sore, as if he was being run over by a truck that weighed dozens of tons, or being raped by hundreds of burly men. Xiaolong had already escaped by now. In fact, when Xiaoduo was still climbing halfway up the mountain, Xiaolong had already run away. If he continued to climb, even if he was at the same height as Xiaoduo, with the characteristics of his body of providence, he would be absorbed by the chaotic heavenly axiom and disappear in an instant. Therefore, Xiaoduo simply let Xiaolong go down to collect the earth veins. If Xiaolong was here, Xiaoduo would not be so uncomfortable. But now that Xiaolong was not here, Xiaoduo was lonely and uncomfortable, and he did not dare to make the slightest move. There was no need to mention this feeling. It was also indescribable and indescribable. Suddenly, two shrill screams came from the bottom of the mountain and the middle of the mountain. Obviously, geniuses who came in for the trial found this place. However, they did not have the heaven-defying skills of Xiaoduo. They were almost eaten by the demonic beasts as soon as they arrived. It was as if they were delivering food. This is simply... Xiaoduo racked his brains to think of a solution, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, when the demonic beasts erupted again, he quietly dug a hole under the stone and stuffed his body in, leaving only his head outside. He looked at the demonic beasts outside, quietly drooling. I'm really out of my mind this time. It's useless to come here. Xiaoduo sighed. There are too many demonic beasts. If there were only one or two, I could try to sneak in and take advantage of them. But in this situation, even if there were 100 more void transformation stones, it would be useless. They can only hide one's breath, but not one's body. Even if he doesn't have any aura, the demonic beasts aren't blind to the fact that there's such a big living person in the air. By then, my fragrance with Xiaoduo will become a stinky poop. Why don't I have a stone that can make me invisible? Xiaoduo looked at him anxiously. Slowly, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 806. The commotion in the air gradually subsided. Some of the monsters on the top of the mountain suddenly roared and activated their mental strength to shake the void. The meaning behind his words was simple and clear. Zwishauduo heard it clearly and understood everything. Get lost! Get lost! Get lost! The opportunity in the crack has ended. Get lost! As the monsters on the top of the mountain roared crazily, the monsters on the bottom of the mountain scattered instantly. The monsters on the top of the mountain, where Zwishauduo was standing, were all monsters at the Demon King level. Many of them left immediately after the roar, but there were still some monsters who refused to leave. Then the monsters on the top of the mountain rushed down, roaring crazily and fighting. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. With a bang, an inner core the size of a goose egg flew into the cave where Zwishauduo was hiding. Zwishauduo grabbed the inner core, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His heart was full of bitterness. This was the inner core of a monster at the Demon King level. It should be a good thing, but now I've come here after so much effort. Compared to the good things here, the inner core of a Demon King is insignificant. It's just a speck of dust. It's better not to have it. Zwishauduo cursed angrily in his heart. He put the inner core into the space ring with a flip of his hand. Damn it, even a speck of dust is better than nothing. Not only was the mosquito's leg meat, but so was the mantis's leg. Then he buried his head in the cave again. But a moment later, a monster flew past here. It seemed to be looking for the inner core that had just been sent flying. But it didn't smell anything and flew down to the bottom of the cliff to look for it. So Zwishauduo didn't dare to show his face again for a long time. He deeply felt that this trip was really stupid. I'd better just leave after a while. I don't even dare to move now. How can I snatch the treasure? However, the feeling of waiting was still unpleasant. It was truly indescribable and could not be described with words. Damn. In just one day, no, in just a short period of time, I personally felt 3 kinds of negative emotions that couldn't be described with words. This was truly a day of great sorrow for anyone. However, at this moment, Zwishauduo's gaze suddenly stopped. In front of him, there seemed to be some special marks on a mountain wall that he had just dug out. It actually looked like handwriting. Handwriting. Zwishauduo was shocked. It was said that no one had come here for tens of thousands of years. So how could there be any writing left behind? What's more, I happened to be digging a hole here to hide, and there were actually traces of words left behind. Isn't this too ridiculous? He tried to dig at it with his finger, and it went in immediately. The place he touched was actually very soft and slippery. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Zwishauduo was bewildered, but with the strange phenomenon in front of him, if he didn't do anything, he would be letting down this fortuitous encounter. Zwishauduo followed the small hole and dug all the way down. About half a minute later, he suddenly felt that his finger seemed to have touched something hard. He felt for a moment that it looked like a sword hilt or a saber hilt. Zwishauduo became more and more puzzled. How could there be such a thing here? He tried to pull it out, but found that he could not. This thing seemed to be inserted into the mountain at an angle. Zwishauduo changed to using elemental energy to slowly erode the surrounding mountain. After more than 10 minutes, he finally dug out the thing inside. When the object was in his hand, Zwishauduo looked at it carefully and found that it was a very ancient-looking thin long sword. Well, in terms of shape, rather than a sword, it was more like a round awl. Its entire body was dark red. Other than that, he could not find any other trace of it. However, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as Zwishauduo touched it, he could already feel an endless demonic aura emanating from it. An abundant demonic aura was rising and dense. This demonic aura was vast and majestic. It was far purer than the demonic aura of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak. Zwishauduo looked at it carefully again. The tip of this sword was pointed downwards, and it was inserted into the belly of the mountain. Reflecting on this angle, it should have come down from a high altitude. Following this angle, Zwishauduo mustered up his courage and looked up. He saw that the sword was inserted in the opposite direction of the chaotic space of heavenly Tao above his head. What was more, it was almost at the position where the light spots had just dissipated. Maybe it was because this sword flew out from there that those light spots could float out from this Shao-shaped hole. So, it's not that the seal has loosened or anything like that. It's just because this sword shot out from the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao. That's why there's such a small crack. So Xiao Duo thought about it, and felt that his speculation was not far from the truth. It was the most suitable for the current situation. Then, he became more and more inexplicably shocked. What kind of power, and what level of power, is needed to directly penetrate this sword from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao, and then insert it so deeply into this mountain? So Xiao Duo guessed correctly. This sword really did fly out from the chaotic space of heavenly Tao, and it was indeed inserted deeply into the belly of the mountain. However, as the demonic beasts continued to fight and fight, half of the mountain was almost destroyed. This was why Xiao Duo coincidentally found this sword. So Xiao Duo held this mysterious sword and carefully touched it, repeatedly playing with it. This sword was at most 2.5 feet long. The oval-shaped body of the sword was covered with blood grooves. It was extremely sharp, and the tip of the sword was so sharp that Xiao Duo felt frightened just by looking at it. The hilt of the sword was in the shape of a strange demon. It had a human head and a snake body, and it coiled around to form the hilt of the sword. So Xiao Duo tried to hold the hilt of the sword. In an instant, he felt as if the sword was about to stick to his palm. No matter who held this sword, they would feel that this sword was very comfortable to hold. This sword is really a good one. After repeatedly playing with it, Xiao Duo gradually felt that he could not bear to put it down. This sword, only the tip of the sword still showed its original sharpness and shine. The other parts of the sword had already changed color. This was not the metal itself changing color due to the passage of time, but the accumulation of murderous aura due to too many killings. So Xiao Duo speculated that for a weapon to reach such a level of precipitation, the number of high-level martial artists it had to kill must reach a terrifying number. Admiring it in his hand for a while, based on his martial artist's instinct, he slowly penetrated the sword with his divine spirit. But just as his divine spirit entered the long sword-clang, clang, two sword sounds filled with murderous aura suddenly rang out. The murderous aura among them, with a peerless momentum, soared into the sky. This was the true meaning of the sword qi soaring into the sky. Xiao Duo was instantly scared out of his wits. My life is over if there are so many powerful demonic beasts here. But he did not know that the moment the sword sounds rang out and the murderous aura soared, all the demonic beasts on the entire mountain, no matter what they were doing, all knelt down neatly on the ground. Among them, several powerful emperor-level demonic beasts were already dripping with blood. They were so scared that they wet their pants. All of them whimpered and begged for mercy in a low voice, that it seemed that they had encountered a huge and unimaginable threat. They could not resist at all, and they did not even have the thought of resisting. So Xiao Duo, who was originally dumbstruck on the spot, had his consciousness firmly attracted by a scene. It was an extremely chaotic environment. The surroundings were full of colorful rings of light, which were like tunnels. On the other side, there was a destruction formed by a terrifying whirlwind. There were 40 or 50 demonic beasts, all pale and covered in blood, surrounding a young man in white. All of them looked like defeated soldiers with no way out. The young man in white had a weak appearance. His face was pale, but his face was very handsome. He sat upright on a rock. Even though he was seriously injured, his body was still surrounded by an awe-inspiring aura, as if he was in control of the world and could overturn the universe. It circulated naturally. What he was holding in his hand was none other than the odd-shaped spirit sword that he was currently holding. The young man in white was seriously injured. His words were intermittent, but the divine light in his eyes was getting redder and brighter. There is a traitor who sneaked into the team and led me to the chaotic place of the Heavenly Tao. 300 brothers have been killed in the chaotic Heavenly Tao. Today's situation is a matter of life and death. I only hope that Lord Kuanpeng can save us in time. With the Huahuang sword as the basis, Di Kuan, please die. My chance of survival is in your hands. Then, the young man in white suddenly stood up and suddenly spat a mouthful of fiery red blood on the sword. He shouted sternly, "If I don't die today, I will rule the demonic beast court in the future. I will sweep the 3,000 worlds and repay my brother's kindness. Go!" With a loud roar, the long sword was about to be thrown out of his hand. At this moment, black light suddenly flickered. It was emitted from the dozen or so demons beside the young man in white and merged into the sword. "Brothers, please. Your Highness, take care." The 13 demons fused their remaining essence energy into the spiritual sword. Their bodies immediately collapsed and fell apart. The sword immediately turned into an earth-shattering stream of light and sped away. Then he heard the young man in white shouting, You, don't." Then he could not hear anything. As far as his eyes could see, the sword was mixed with an indestructible power. It rushed out of the chaotic space and pierced through the layers of barriers. However, at the last moment, just as it was about to penetrate the chaotic space of the Heavenly Tao, when it passed by a green vine, a white hand suddenly appeared from the void. A finger gently touched the sword. On the sword body, a black gas burst out, and a red light suddenly flashed, colliding with the white finger. The black light dissipated, and the red light disintegrated. A soft sound of dissipated in the air. However, that gentle touch still had an effect. It caused the tip of the sword to change its direction slightly and shoot towards a certain direction. The finger disappeared, accompanied by a soft sigh. Me. I caught a cold. My whole body is cold. The most unfortunate thing is that I've been writing the biggest plot of the entire book these 2 days. No matter what, I can't explode today. Brothers, please understand. Chapter 807. The tip of the sword violently rushed towards the seal of the chaotic space of the Heavenly Tao. As if it was cutting oil paper, it spun rapidly and tore open a hole. The moment the hole was torn open, it began to burn. Then, the sword turned into a stream of light, and with the power to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it plunged straight down. Xiaoduo only felt pain in front of his eyes. The last image stopped at the sword piercing into the mountain, and then disappeared in a flash, without a trace. So Xiaoduo only felt cold sweat all over his body. What was this image? Was this, in the chaotic space of the Heavenly Tao, His Highness the Crown Prince? What is Highness the Crown Prince? It seemed that this sword originally had a clear target, but because of that finger, it changed direction. It ended up here, just as he was thinking to himself. Suddenly, a thick black gas appeared from the body of the spiritual sword in front of him, and a huge amount of demonic aura dispersed bit by bit. Bit by bit, the soul imprints that seemed real and illusory appeared one by one on the sword. Faces also appeared, but they were all illusory. They had weakened to a certain extent and were about to completely disappear and looked like they would not survive for long. Looking at their faces, it was the 13 demons beside the white-clothed crown prince in the image just now. It was also them that the moment the sword flew out of the white-clothed crown prince's hand, their bodies suddenly collapsed and merged into the sword. But at this moment, they were all like candles in the wind, and their souls were so weak that they would be extinguished with a touch. One of them sighed and said, "Too weak, really too weak, and will not be able to continue. Perform the soul combustion fusion. We have to send the message out." Okay, then let's perform the soul combustion fusion. North and south 13 stars. Burn your souls immediately and gather Dubhi. That weak soul gave the order. Then, the soul that gave the order, and the other 11 did not have any objections. At the same time, their souls burned and instantly turned into spots of light, which turned into pure energy and merged into the last soul body that looked stronger. Dubhi, the crown prince is yours. You must. Before he finished speaking, the light spots had already merged into the soul. They didn't even have the time to look at each other, nor did they see what kind of environment they were in. This was because too much time had passed, and they were too weak. If there was even a slight delay, it would really be difficult for them to continue, and even this last glimmer of hope would be lost. The last surviving soul had a sorrowful expression on its face, but its body and face were clearly clearer than before. Only then did his eyes focus on Zhuo face. He asked, "Who are you? Where is the demon master? Where is my lord?" Zhuo was dumbfounded. What? What demon master? Tian Shu was stunned. Looking at Zhuo, despair slowly crept onto his face. You're a human? You're a human? But why would a human appear in the territory of our demon race? Zhuo looked aggrieved. How would I know? You demons have disappeared from this continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Disappeared for more than 100,000 years. Tian Shu was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. More than 100,000 years? Is it really more than 100,000 years? Tian Shu murmured. His originally illusory body started to sway even more. All of them were already seriously injured. Later on, they used the method of completely burning their souls to attach themselves to the swords as a precaution. However, halfway through, they really encountered an interception. As soon as he took off, all his clothes were completely torn apart by the high-altitude hurricane. His entire body was naked and clean as he rushed straight up into the sky. Initially, he wanted to tease him by saying, "That's awesome." But now, his second brother felt as if he was being madly dragged down by someone. Although he was in the sky, that feeling was really not wonderful. It was really hard to describe with words. It turns out that my second brother is actually a burden when he is too fast. Zhuo thought to himself. For his second brother's safety, Zhuo immediately performed the shrinking manhood technique to protect his second brother tightly. Sure enough, there was no longer the feeling of being dragged down. The strong pulling feeling also disappeared, and the flight was extraordinarily smooth. Zhuo suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I was wondering why girls are stronger than boys when it comes to Qigong. Now I finally found the reason. I've solved an eternal mystery. In this place, even if it was a rock, something that hadn't been destroyed after hundreds of thousands of years in the chaotic space, was an incredible treasure. Zhuo simply collected the rock and the bones left behind by the demon clan and put them all into his space ring. Even the stone that almost smashed his head when he first came in was put away, without any trace of politeness. These are all good things. If possible, I really want to collect the air and wind in this space. Unfortunately, I can't do that. As for finding and saving the white-robed demon clan crown prince, Zhuo didn't have any hope at all. Not to mention that the demon clan crown prince in the image was already seriously injured. After hundreds of thousands of years, how could he still be alive? What if it was a joke? The reason why the great demon was so insistent was probably because he wanted to complete his last mission. But since you sent me to this relatively safe space, I won't waste your kindness and loyalty. I'll do my best to collect as many things as I can before I leave. Is the ground under my feet made of dirt? I wonder what kind of dirt it is. So Xiaoduo thought, if it's useless, I can throw it away when I get out. But if it's useful, I won't be able to come back in the future. So he took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel and shoveled it into the ground. With a bang, Duo was rebounded by the force of the shovel. The heavenly witchcraft copper shovel that he had used to dig countless times was almost broken. Fuck, is it so hard? Duo squatted down to examine it carefully. The ground under his feet was neither gold nor jade. It was a strange texture that he had never seen before. Duo was excited. He took out the Huang sword that he had just obtained. He filled the sword with his primordial chi and slashed it down. Instantly, a big hole was made. It could be dug with this thing. Duo was overjoyed to see this. He dug down in one breath and threw large chunks of wondrous creatures into the void, extinguishing pagoda. However, after digging down for about 70 to 80 feet, there were only ordinary soil and stones below. Duo was more and more certain that this object was not ordinary. He continued to dig, sweating profusely. He dug up hundreds of square meters in a row. Of course, each of these hundreds of square meters was more than 10 square meters that, when Duo wanted to dig more, he realized that the Huang sword was not cooperating. It was humming loudly, full of grievance. What the hell is this thing? You're using me to dig. Do you have any moral integrity or respect? I'm being resisted. Thinking that he would have to use this sword to fly out later, so Duo did not dare to lose his temper. I'll deal with you when I get out. I'll deal with you when I need you today. The Huang sword flew lightly in the air and quietly landed about 1,000 meters away, in the middle of a few big rocks that were neither gold nor jade. On this side, the chaotic storm unique to this place was already very strong. Duo walked over carefully. He could not help but be amused after carefully identifying them. He said, "There are so many here. What kind of rocks are these? How can they be so hard? Even after being tempered by storms for so many years, they are not weathered. How annoying. Take them away." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He collected the 5 big rocks into the Tower of Annihilation. The Huang sword hummed loudly. It's all because of that Western bastard's finger that intercepted me halfway. I haven't recovered yet, and can't communicate with this guy. And this guy with a low cultivation level can't resonate with me, because his cultivation level is not high enough. It's really troublesome. Did I ask you to collect these eternal starry sky stones? I asked you to look at something else, okay? After Duo collected the 5 rocks, he realized that the bottom of the rocks seemed to be much softer than other places. Between the 5 rocks, it seemed to be very different from other places. It was as if an eagle on a cliff had made a simple nest. Was mind raced. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Is there something good here? Duo came to this place by chance. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach. He could not wait to remove all the air here. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He immediately started digging. Since the sword was not allowed to be used for work, and the texture of this place felt soft, he might as well use the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to try. As a result, he used the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel to test the water. It dug down 3 feet. So soft. Duo was shocked. He continued digging with the shovel and turned it over. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. He dug out 6 eggs with one shovel. 6 eggs the size of goose eggs. Duo was even more surprised. How could there be eggs laid by animals in this place? And they were hidden so well? What kind of explanation is this? Could it be the eggs of a divine beast? The more Duo thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He carefully picked up the eggs and made a nest with a soft cotton cloth. He then merged them into the space-destroying tower, as if he was serving his great-grandmother. I hope these are the eggs of a divine beast. Duo swallowed his saliva. 1 for Dad, 1 for Mom, 2 for Yin Yin and the cat, and 2 for me. In the future, when our family goes out, we will all have divine beasts following us. Wah! 6. 6 divine beast eggs. They must be divine beasts. Duo was a little nervous. Duo had his own considerations. How could ordinary demonic beasts come to such a dangerous place? They would die before they could even get close. to be able to survive in this place and even lay eggs. How could they be ordinary? If that's the case, what kind of eggs could they be? Divine eggs? Wahaha. After putting away the 6 eggs, Xiaoduo's cautious heart rose again as he planned to retreat. After all, since the divine beast had laid eggs here, how could he just leave it be? With his small arms and legs, if the divine beast came back, he would probably be blown to death by a breath. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. As he muttered, he held the Wahuang's sword and looked around vigilantly. In front of him, there seemed to be a green leaf swaying. So Xiaoduo carefully took a step in that direction. When he reached the edge of the open space, he took out the thigh bone of a demonic beast from the space ring and stretched it out with trembling hands. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, and the hard thigh bone of the demonic beast was instantly turned into powder. Fuck! So Xiaoduo shuddered. In fact, he had thought about it since a long time ago. Although he was very afraid of death and cherished his life, he only had one thought every time he was in such a dangerous situation, and that was to do his best. If he failed, then it was fate. If he made it out, then it was luck. He kept walking along the way. So Xiaoduo was trembling with fear. He was really 10,000% cautious. He was still naked and had no intention of putting on clothes. He was the only one in this realm. How could he put on clothes for others to see? Of course, another more important factor was that once he put on clothes, his sleeves would flutter. Along with the wind, the fluttering of his clothes might cause him to deviate. If he deviated even a little bit, half of his body might be gone. In such an environment, Xiaoduo had no choice but to be magnanimous to the end. Following the narrow path that the thin sword took, Xiaoduo leaned sideways and sucked in his stomach. His whole body was flat as he walked forward. As for flying out on the sword, Xiaoduo didn't even dare to think about it. He really didn't dare to take even a single step along the way. Even if he saw spiritual materials and elixirs that were within reach, he didn't dare to act rashly. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So Xiaoduo walked forward cautiously, but he felt the pain of his heart being torn apart. It was too unbearable. The feeling of entering a mountain of treasures and returning empty-handed made Xiaoduo feel like his heart was being torn apart and his liver and guts were being torn apart. Who did Xiaoduo offend? Why did I have to suffer such inhumane torture? So Xiaoduo looked at the heaven and earth treasures that were swaying in the wind of destruction around him. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. How many top-grade heaven and earth treasures have I missed on this trip? These were truly top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His heart was twitching and hurting. I'm not a stingy person, I'm not a greedy person, but why does my heart hurt so much? Finally, after walking for a few thousand meters, the passage still hadn't disappeared. It was still there. It was fine as long as it was still there. Xiaoduo let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, he took that sigh again. It was okay to let out a sigh of relief and rest for a while, but he couldn't let it go just like that. So, he had to take it again immediately. This was a matter of life and death. Even though I, Xiaoduo, have always viewed life and death as trivial matters, this was still my life. If he didn't care, it would be someone else's life. At this moment, there was an inexplicable tremor in the air. It came very suddenly and without any warning. The wind of destruction suddenly blew wildly. In front of Xiaoduo and behind him, everything was a blur. Xiaoduo instinctively lowered his body and curled up into a ball. He didn't move at all, trying his best to reduce his presence. A red light and a white light shot up into the sky. Xiaoduo squatted on the ground and watched in shock. In the distance, the red light shot up like a volcanic eruption. That was the ultimate yang energy, as if hundreds of thousands of fiery suns were erupting at the same time. Xiaoduo instantly became anxious. If this energy was given to me, I would be able to cultivate the flaming sun sutra to the peak. It was too pure, too awesome. On the other side, there was a white light that froze the world. It was filled with extreme coldness. Ice and fire clashed fiercely in the air. One after another, firebirds wailed and fell. One after another, icebirds wailed and fell as well. I really want to go over and pick them up. So Xiaoduo was extremely envious. He could feel that the energy contained in each of the falling firebirds was much more than the heart of the ardent sun. Although he didn't know what level those icebirds were, they were definitely very useful to Nian Yin Cat. It was a pity that they were trapped here and couldn't go over. So Xiaoduo's eyes were swollen. While the battle was still going on, the other side suddenly erupted with a rumble. In the air, the 12 golden lotuses and the 12 black lotuses started fighting again. Bolts of lightning flashed from north to south, east to west. As the two lotuses started fighting again, the entire chaotic space of the heavenly axiom fell into a trembling atmosphere. Rumble, rumble, that countless bolts of lightning whizzed past Xiaoduo's head, front, and back. They were like long swords that could split the world. So Xiaoduo curled up and didn't dare to move. Come on, I won't move anyway. I firmly believe that this route is safe. What do you do to me? Xiaoduo could of course hide in the Tower of Annihilation now. But Xiaoduo wouldn't go in no matter what. I've already gained nothing. How can I let go of this opportunity? Why was it called an opportunity? Because after the golden and black lotuses fought, they would scatter golden or black light spots. The golden and black light spots that appear in the outside world were few and far between. And now, Xiaoduo was in the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom, watching the two lotuses fight at close range. The light spots were scattered all over the sky and earth. Xiaoduo felt that even if he didn't move, he would still be able to touch a few, 3, 5, or even 10 or 8 light spots, right? As long as he could touch a little bit, it would be a great benefit. So how could he hide at this time? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lightning flashed in front of and behind him. Each bolt was 100 meters long. Xiaoduo trembled in the cracks. I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. At this moment, golden and black spots of light began to fall from the sky. Xiaoduo watched helplessly. As it landed, fall quickly, fall on me. And at this moment, another bolt of lightning came at him at the fastest speed. This one was much closer than the previous one. It swept past Xiaoduo's buttocks. Xiaoduo screamed. Half of his perky buttocks were cut off. What the hell? Xiaoduo gritted his teeth in pain. No, my buttocks are too perky. I really envy those people with flat buttocks. Damn it, it hurts. The heaven-mending stone instantly took effect and healed him. Xiaoduo didn't dare to be negligent. He operated his spiritual power and separated the skin and flesh of his buttocks as far as possible to make them flat. And in this way, he was really fine. Only his buttocks were cold and no longer covered. There shouldn't be any snakes here. Xiaoduo wanted to reach out and cover it, but he didn't dare to. Maybe if he reached out, his hand would be cut off, that he could only endure it like this. Forget it, I admit it. Fortunately, the penis entered my abdomen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to control my thoughts of missing Miss Cat. At this time, if second brother got hard for no reason, wouldn't I lose more than 20 centimeters? Xiaoduo was very grateful for his foresight. Chapter 8:10. Golden light flickered and black light flickered. The golden light spots and black light spots in the sky finally fell. Under Xiaoduo's expectant gaze, 2 drops of golden light fell on his bald scalp, as expected and as expected. Then, waves of spiritual energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed into his meridians and dantian. In an instant, Xiaoduo felt like he was about to explode. There were still light spots falling around him, but Xiaoduo did not dare to absorb anymore. He immediately entered the interior of the Tower of Annihilation and took out the 3 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls. He quickly placed them in front and behind him. What if the golden light spots fell on the jade of astral souls and had other effects? Xiao Duo had already entered the Tower of Annihilation and started to cultivate and compress his real vitality. The spiritual energy supplied by the 2 golden light spots was like a tide. It was so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. It rushed into his dantian and was instantly filled to the brim. Xiao Duo had been swinging a sledgehammer in his dantian since the beginning. I smash, I smash, I smash, smash, smash. Just the 2 drops of golden light spots had allowed Xiao Duo to compress his dantian 7 times. There was still some left for him to compress his dantian for the 8th time, the 9th time, all the way to the 15th time. Only then did they quietly lay dormant in Xiao Duo's body. Xiao Duo was not surprised by this. Demonic beasts of the Demon King level or higher would instantly double in size when they came into contact with the golden light spots. Their cultivation realm strength would also increase tremendously. It was reasonable that Xiao Duo could use this power to suppress his cultivation to such a level. Of course, Xiao Duo himself still felt that this was commendable and admirable. It was mainly due to his perseverance. Xiao Duo carefully slipped out of the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing he did was to look for the few pieces of supreme gray jade of astral souls that he had previously placed. Looking around, he saw that 2 of the 3 pieces of supreme grade star soul jade that he had placed down were missing. The remaining piece was placed on the ground, and there were 4 drops of golden light on it, shining brightly. I'm rich. Xiao Duo immediately put the remaining supreme grade jade of astral souls into his spatial ring. Then he followed in to take a look. He saw that the golden light spot was still on the supreme grade astral souls jade. There was nothing wrong with it. Only then did he feel relieved and continue forward. This trip was not in vain. This trip was not in vain. Xiao Duo looked at the chaotic space that had calmed down again. Ahem. The so-called calming down again only meant that the 2 lotuses were no longer fighting each other. The other dangers were still there, not much less. Regarding this, Xiao Duo felt somewhat regretful. Those 2 lotuses should be supreme grade spiritual items of the sovereign level. If only these 2 lotuses could be taken by me. However, why did the other 2 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls disappear? Only 1 piece was left? Logically speaking, the place where he stood should not be attacked by the wind of destruction or lightning. This was confirmed by the remaining piece. Then, why did the other 2 pieces of supreme gray jade of astral souls disappear? Xiao Duo thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. The golden light spot and the black light spot could not coexist. The piece that was left behind only had the golden light spots, but was left behind. As for the other 2 pieces, both types of light spots must have dripped onto them. The 2 types of energy could not coexist, so they were destroyed. What a pity. As he thought about it, he continued to move forward. Xiao Duo felt that his current speed was already the fastest he could move in this situation. However, after walking for more than a day, he still had not made it out. Come on, don't slack off. You must be careful, and even more careful. I've already walked more than half of the journey. Don't suddenly relax and regret the rest of the journey. The more you walk, the more you walk. You must remember this. After continuously preparing himself mentally, Xiao Duo became more and more alert. The air was still turbulent. All sorts of spiritual creatures were fighting, and all sorts of auras were fighting. Occasionally, small mountains would fly here and there. Rumbling sounds could be heard as countless landforms changed and were destroyed in an instant. However, countless new landforms were being built and stabilized in an instant. There were faint roars in the distance, but he did not know what it was. A green light suddenly shrouded the sky and immediately disappeared. Yellow light, white light, and blue light flickered continuously. Swishaoduo felt that he was 10 million times more colorful than when he was walking on the night of the Lantern Festival. With such an experience, I can definitely brag about it for the rest of my life. Swishaoduo felt inexplicably proud. Even if the flood, who was known to be invincible, came here, would he be able to escape unscathed? I reckon that he would be cut into pieces. Only I, Master Zhua, can walk through danger with ease, walk on the line between life and death, wander at the gate of hell, with the demeanor of a gentleman. Although I'm not wearing clothes, although I'm naked, although I'm handsome, my heart is free, my mind is strong, my spirit is proud. Whether a person's heart is strong or not has nothing to do with whether he's naked or not. Swishaoduo moved forward carefully and proudly. His actions were careful, his heart was proud, and his thoughts were proud. Finally, he saw the green vine at the very beginning of the entrance. At this moment, Swishaoduo's eyes were filled with tears. I'm going to go out now. I'm not going to come in again. Whoever wants to come in can come in. Bless you. He was finally going to go out. Swishaoduo was excited, but his actions became more and more cautious. He knew very well that the last part of the journey was 90% complete. Looking at the green vine from the corner of his eye, he turned sideways and walked carefully along the path for a full 3 hours. Finally, he came to the left of the vine. On the left of the vine, he could already see the triangular shaped gap created by the Huahuang sword, which was dozens of meters away. It's there. As long as he rushed out from there, he could get out and truly escape from this forbidden death zone. It was only at this moment that Swishaoduo could finally put his heart back into his stomach. This trip was really too dangerous. It could easily lead to a fatal disaster, and his life was in danger. After coming in, there's almost no gain. It was a big loss. He was so worried that during this period of time, a total of 4 days had passed, right? A full 4 days in the outside world. Even if he didn't go out to train or search for heaven and earth treasures, he could still cultivate for almost a year just by going into the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. How many fortuitous encounters, spiritual materials, and spiritual herbs would he lose? This wasn't the most infuriating thing. It wasn't that there weren't any heaven and earth treasures here. On the contrary, there were heaven and earth treasures everywhere, and all of them were the highest quality. What was the use of seeing them but not being able to get them? It was even more infuriating than not having any at all. Swishaoduo was full of remorse. He felt that he had suffered so much that he was about to cry. Tell me, what did I get? All I got was a broken sword, a few broken stones, some land, and a few eggs that I don't even know if they'll hatch. What's the difference between this and nothing? If it weren't for the few light spots at the end, which could be considered as a small gain, I would have gone in naked and come out naked but was even fucked once. That was double damage to my soul and body. I'm quite perky on the 15th of August. At this moment, the Huahuang sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. The sudden vibration almost made Swishaoduo lose control. If it weren't for the fact that this kid used his blood essence to establish a half-own mode, I would have cut him in half. Broken sword? Who are you talking about? Also, of the things you obtained, apart from the last few light spots that were dispensable trash, which one of them wasn't a good thing? Why don't you say that you're an ordinary person with shallow knowledge who can't see gold and jade and have no knowledge at all? Fuck, I'm about to explode because of this bastard. Who's his father? Damn it. I probably don't know him. Who's his ancestor? Why are you shaking? Do you know what kind of place this is? Swishaoduo grabbed the hilt of the sword and said in surprise, I'm different from you, who looks slender but is actually dead heavy. I'm about to go out, but I'm not even excited yet. Why are you so excited about a sword? Don't you know that the last few steps are the most dangerous? If something happens to me at the last moment, you'll be buried with me? I'm not excited. I'm angry. I really don't know what to say these days. I even lost my patience with a sword. Fortunately, I still have it. Swishaoduo grabbed the sword and threatened, Don't shake. I know that your sword is strange and has spirituality, but you've already swallowed my blood, so you're mine now. You're not being honest. Why don't you try shaking again? If you shake again, I'll piss on you. The Hua Huang's sword shook violently and then stopped moving. It was like a person who was extremely angry and suddenly fainted. I'm about to explode from anger. If I had lungs. However, the lungless Huang sword really didn't dare to move. Although they hadn't known each other for long, the Hua Huang's sword had already seen through this kid's temper. This kid was a mischievous person who would rather die than be taken advantage of. Moreover, his character was so weird and despicable that it made people want to beat him to death. This kind of despicable person, I've only seen two in my life. The Hua Huang's sword thought to himself. And that one more time, he was more or less dignified. He wasn't as despicable as the one in front of me. This kind of guy was a man of his words. If he were to shake again, not to mention being peed on by this brat, even if he were to be peed on, it wouldn't be surprising at all if he were to be peed on. The Hua Huang's sword became obedient. So a Xiaoduo naturally became more and more proud of himself. I can even subdue such a strange sword. Who else? So a Xiaoduo carefully walked out. When he reached the other side, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the wind of destruction was much weaker than before. Moreover, the huge vine had blocked more of the wind of destruction. Basically, it wasn't much of a hindrance. After confirming this, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. For a moment, Xiaoduo only felt relaxed and happy. He held the bone stick and stretched it around to make sure that the bone hadn't been cut or incinerated. That meant that he was really safe. Since this place was safe, Xiaoduo couldn't help but have more thoughts. Looking at the huge vine in front of him, Xiaoduo felt that it must be something good. Just the vine alone was already as thick as a tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. If this thing could be moved out, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Xiaoduo stroked the vine with a greedy look on his face. The vine in front of him was not only thick, but also extended to an unknown place. The top of his head was full of lush branches and leaves, and he estimated that it had entered the chaotic thunderclouds. He didn't know how far it went or how high it was. Xiaoduo was intoxicated. His hands were soft and gentle as he stroked it gently. He was indescribably fond of it. If he remembered correctly, there was a small gourd at the very top. If that doesn't work, you can give me the small gourd that the Hua Huang's sword couldn't help but tremble in his hand again. Are you kidding me? You actually want to touch this? This thing only needs to tremble a little and you'll fly to God knows where. It will directly throw you into the depths of the chaotic sea and turn you into ashes. It will only take a thought. It's an extremely ordinary thing. We're about to get out. Don't you dare court death. Don't you know that you are halfway through a journey? This was really the last time it trembled. Didn't you say that just now? It's your business if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. If I die with you, I won't be able to face anyone. So Xiaoduo shook the huge vine with force, tried to test it. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't move at all. The exit was right in front of him. So Xiaoduo turned to look at the exit, then turned to look at the huge vine in front of him. He really couldn't bear to part with it. His eyes were full of desire and anticipation. Since I'm already here, you should at least give me something, right? So Xiaoduo muttered to the vine. He really couldn't take it lying down now. It wasn't easy for me to come here. You said it was a coincidence, but where is the opportunity? Do I really have to go back empty-handed? This really doesn't make sense. It's too embarrassing. Since Masters was started his cultivation journey, he had never been so embarrassed. There was such a vine right at the entrance. If he let it go, it would be inexcusable, no matter how he looked at it. And no matter how he looked at it, it wouldn't make sense. Even if it gave him a leaf, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. It could be considered chance. Stroking the thick green vine, Xiaoduo's face was full of melancholy. He couldn't move it, he couldn't shake it, and he didn't dare to jump on it. He was afraid that if he jumped on it, he would be blown away by the wind of destruction. Damn. This vine was a treasure that was not afraid of the wind of destruction. The more he thought about it, the more precious it was, and the more reluctant he was to let it go. It wasn't easy for him to get here. The treasure tree was right in front of him, but he had to let it go. What should he do? Even the wind of destruction couldn't do anything to this vine. What could he do with his small arms and legs? High up in the sky, a green vine quietly bent back. On it, two small gourds, one white and one black, were quietly hiding in the wind of destruction. They seemed to have eyes and were looking at Zhuo with great interest. The two small gourds were twining around each other. They seemed to be very curious, circling back and forth that Zhuo's eyes kept rolling. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He held the Huang sword in his hand and waved it at the vine. At the same time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Let's try one last time. Let's see if the Huang sword can do anything to this vine. If the Huang sword can peel off the skin of this vine, maybe I could take a bottle of tree sap with me. Zhuo was really determined. If it doesn't work, I'll take the tree sap with me. No matter what, I have to take something with me. Otherwise, I'll suffer a loss. And with this move, an accident occurred. The mottled bark of the huge vine suddenly burst open like ripples on water. On the vine in front of Zhuo, an old face appeared. Looking at Zhuo speechlessly, he sighed and said, "My young friend, I've already let you go. I even helped you block the wind of destruction. Why do you still want to peel off my skin? People should know how to repay kindness." Zhuo looked at the old face that suddenly appeared with a shocked expression. A face had actually grown out of a vine, and it could even speak. Furthermore, it could speak with such perfect articulation. This was really, who would believe it? You are a monster? Zhuo was shocked. He couldn't help but hold the Huang sword tightly. Oh my God, the vine spoke. The Huang sword was completely speechless. Yes, this guy was a monster, but he was definitely a good monster. He was the kindest monster. He had only suffered losses in his life. He had never taken advantage of anyone. He had never killed anyone in his life. He had never hurt anyone. He was also a monster who was always kind to others. I can also be considered a monster. The old face was very kind. He laughed and said, "My young friend, you're still able to enter the chaotic space at such a clear time. It's not just an opportunity. It's really a great blessing." Zhuo was speechless. It's really a chance encounter. However, I really don't feel any great blessing. I've gained nothing this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to take advantage of you at the last moment. You're a magnanimous man. Zhuo was very smart. At first glance, he knew that this old guy was a super existence that he couldn't afford to offend. However, this old man was also very kind. He immediately began to act pitiful. He changed his tone and no longer asked for the tree sap. "I'm not a magnanimous man, but you said that you gained nothing." The old man's eyes looked at the Huang sword. "This sword is already in your hands. You're telling me that you gain nothing? How else do you want to gain it? Old man, you've been here for so many years. You must be very lonely with no one to accompany you. Look at your wrinkled face." Zhuo sighed. "You've been alone for so many years. No one talked to you. You must be very lonely. If it were me, it wouldn't take many years. As long as no one talked to me for 3 to 5 days, I would be lonely and worried. I would have to find ways to contact someone." The old man's mouth twitched. "I don't feel lonely. It's good to be alone. Why do I have to worry? What's all this about? What are you trying to say, kid? Do you want to go out and play with me? The outside world is really wonderful," Zhuo tempted. The outside world is really wonderful. However, there are also many dangers, the old man said with some melancholy. At this moment, the old man's face showed infinite recollection and vicissitudes of life. Thinking back on that mountain, there were so many old friends. Unfortunately, they only wanted things. They didn't want to stay and chat with me. Although I couldn't speak at that time, I'd already opened my spiritual sense. It was the time when I was the loneliest and most eager to be recognized by others. However, no one cared about me. Now that so many years have passed, I've already gotten used to it. However, such a little guy came and chatted with me, A vine. This encounter is really thin. A pair of eyes full of kindness looked at Zhuo. Follow me. It's definitely not dangerous. I will protect you. Zhuo patted his chest. He felt that this vine was really easy to talk to. His ambition seemed to be very promising. Huh, the old man sighed. If it was a few periods ago, maybe I would really go with you. But now, I can't. Zhuo was suddenly full of interest. A few periods? What's that? A unit of measurement of time? I've never heard of it. The old man just smiled faintly and said, Since you've come here and seen me, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Then, it fell into a long silence. After an unknown period of time, an old hand appeared on the left side of the vine. Its fingers were constantly moving, as if it was calculating something. In the sky, the two small gourds were a little anxious. They were struggling to get down. After a full 2 hours, the kind eyes on the old face opened. He raised his head and looked at the two small gourds in the sky. They were entangled with each other while trying their best to break free from the vines. His gaze suddenly became extremely complicated. Then he sighed softly. He looked at Zhuo and said, I didn't expect. I've been waiting here for so many years. I've been waiting for you. Zhuo frowned. Waiting for so many years. Waiting for me? He didn't understand a word of these words. The old man smiled kindly. After thinking for a long time, he said, Young friend, can you promise me one thing? I don't know what it is. I'm small with narrow shoulders and small arms and legs. My strength is very limited. I don't dare to take on everything. Zhuo said very modestly. The old man hesitated and said, I have 7 children and grandchildren who are wandering outside. They have been separated for many years. If you have the chance in the future, can you let my children and grandchildren reunite? Reunite your children and grandchildren? Zhuo said with a little confusion. Your children and grandchildren are all separated? But I don't even know what your children and grandchildren look like, let alone reunite them. I want to promise you, but this is beyond my ability. I can't do anything. When you see them, you'll naturally sense it. You'll know. The old man was a little emotional. I'm just doing this on a whim. It's okay if you don't agree. No. Since you've asked, I'll promise you. Didn't you say that I'll naturally know the reason when I see them? It's fate that we met. I agree to your request. Zhuo laughed and agreed. The key now was to build a good relationship. The refusal just now was just an excuse to bargain. When it really came down to it, he would definitely agree to it. It was just a reunion of his children and grandchildren. It wasn't a big deal. Besides, it was even easier to sense it when they met. As soon as Zhuo agreed, the sword of Empress Envy in his hand began to vibrate violently. I can't stand it anymore, that idiot. Big idiot. Don't agree. Don't agree. You dare to agree to whatever you know. I've really misjudged you. I thought you were such a cautious kid who would size up the situation and be scared of death. But you're actually a daring person. Damn it, that's something that no one dares to agree to. You don't even know what you're facing. Those are the top few people in the entire universe. Idiot, don't agree. Go back on your word. Go back on your word. Chapter 811. Why are you trembling? Zhuo was very dissatisfied. This sword was really not obedient. He exerted more strength in his hand and held the Huang sword tightly to prevent it from trembling. He smiled at the old vine face and said, My words are like the wind. I promise to help your descendants reunite. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely help you. He chuckled and said, I will definitely help. He thought to himself, It's just finding a few gourds. How big of a deal can it be? The old man's kind face suddenly blurred for a moment and then appeared again. He said helplessly, Don't worry. Just remember this in your heart. Even if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. This old man has a lot of descendants. If they can be reunited, it's fate. If they can't be reunited, it's also fate. Don't force it. So Xiaoduo was puzzled. I'm not in a hurry. I also said that it's fate. I will only help if I have the chance. He didn't know that the old man's words were not for him, but for the Huang sword. The Huang sword became more and more weak. It didn't struggle anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't force it, but this kid has already agreed. Since he said it, how can it only be 9 cauldrons? In such a chaotic place, every word and action was karma. That was a promise that would last forever. Zhuoxiaoduo's promise was not an ordinary karma. It was an enormous karma, such a terrifying karma. How dare you agree to it? Even the person who created this world back then would not dare to agree to it. However, this brat actually agreed without even frowning. How ignorant and fearless must he be? How fucking stupid. The old man smiled faintly and said, "Let nature take its course. If it can't continue, then there's no need to force it." This old man is just holding on to the slightest hope. I have to thank you for agreeing so readily. Following which, a cool breeze blew over. It seemed to have come from the end of the sky, and a dark green vine quietly curved over. The jade green vines were slender and verdant, and there were thin, furry thorns on them. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned for a moment. It was actually a gore vine? There seemed to be 2 small and cute gourds hanging on the thin green gourd vine. There are actually 2 of them. I think I only saw one when I was outside. Small gourds. One of them was snow white and delicate, seemingly transparent, yet not transparent at the same time. One would fall in love with it at first sight. The other one was pitch black, mysterious, and dazzling. Looking at it would make one's heart happy. 2 gourds, one white and one black. The old man stretched out a hand and gently stroked the 2 small gourds, looking very reluctant to part with them. After a long time, he said softly, "The chaos has lasted for a long time. Fate is coming to an end. It's time for all of you to be born. Go." The 2 small gourds suddenly broke off from the branches and quietly fell into Zhuoxiaoduo's arms with a tender vine. The old man looked at the 2 small gourds in Zhuoxiaoduo's hands with a deep gaze. He was a little sad and a little reluctant to part with them. He said, "I've given birth to 9 children in my life. The previous children were all taken away by them. No one cares about my feelings. Everyone only sees connate spiritual treasures. Every birth of my children is a great calamity of the world. Countless living beings will die because of it. Let these last 2 follow you. These are the last 2. From now on, there won't be any more in the chaos." The old man sighed. "Little friend, if you can let them see each other again, it's already a reunion. Don't force it. After all, it's just a dream. A beautiful dream." Zhuoxiaoduo stroked the 2 small gourds lovingly and said happily, "Yes, I know. I'll do my best. I won't force it." Finally, he didn't return empty-handed this time. The 2 small gourds looked very good. When he took them out, just holding them in his hands and playing with them would be worth the ticket price. It looked like it would be very beautiful if he played with them, that they were really too exquisite, too small. He liked them too much. A trace of melancholy appeared on the old man's face. He forced a smile. "Little friend, please treat them well." Then, a sharp thorn suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced Zhuoxiaoduo's middle finger. Instantly, blood gushed out like a tide. A strong surge of blood rushed into the 2 small gourds. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't even have time to cry out in pain before it was all over. When Zhuoxiaoduo looked up in confusion, he saw the old man point a finger accurately between Zhuoxiaoduo's eyebrows. A surge of vitality poured into Zhuoxiaoduo's body like an entire sea. "This should be enough for my child to grow up smoothly." Zhuoxiaoduo was exultant. A little more, the tide-like vitality stopped flowing. The old man's old face seemed to have aged thousands of years in an instant. The wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at Zhuoxiaoduo with tired eyes. "Little friend, please." A dark green shadow of a vine appeared and entered Zhuoxiaoduo's eyebrows in an instant. "With my soul imprint, find my children and grandchildren to reunite." Heavenly Tao. Little friend, there is no heavenly Tao in this world. Little friend, I hope you treat them well. If fate wills it, perhaps we can meet again in the future. Since the beginning of the chaos, fate has finally brought us together. Little friend, don't let down this life. The old man's words became more and more ethereal and soft. In the end, he said 2 words, but they were already like whispers in the wind. They couldn't be heard clearly at all. So Xiaoduo wanted to say something, but he saw a wave of illusory mist in front of him. It seemed like the surface of the water had fluctuated. However, the huge gore vine had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of its existence at the original place. Why is it gone? So Xiaoduo looked in front of him in confusion. He even reached out his hand to touch it, but he only touched air. The Huahuang's sword drooped in his hand. It was too weak to complain. You little brat, keep acting. I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of trouble you've caused. I really admire you for being able to laugh now. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. Wise words have always been true since ancient times. There's finally something good. So Xiaoduo grinned. He looked at the 2 gourds in his hand, one white and one black. His eyes narrowed. These 2 gourds are really beautiful. You're only looking at them now. The big trouble is behind. Just you wait, these aren't just gourds. These are 2 monstrous, big trouble. The Huahuang sword didn't want to talk to him anymore. It was useless to talk to him anymore. As for the fact that he finally got something good, that was not wrong. These 2 gourds were indeed good things. No matter where they were, in anyone's hands, they would definitely be top-notch treasures. However, do you know what it means to be undeserving of one's position? The karma that you've caused for these 2 treasures is also unimaginable. Not to mention you. Even the Demon Emperor, Empress Hua, and the other lords didn't want to provoke such karma. They didn't even want to try. They didn't dare to try. If they were in such a situation, they wouldn't want these 2 gourds at all. They would just run as far as they could. However, you little brat, your cultivation is now as thin as paper. Your cultivation is not much stronger than an ant's. You actually agreed to such an ancient promise. That's a huge karma that even the saints of the heavens don't dare to promise. Other than your commendable courage, I'm already speechless. Really, I really admire you so much that I want to die. Let's see if there's any chance. It's important for me to get away quickly. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll be implicated by you and be consigned to eternal damnation. As the Huahuang sword thought about it, he couldn't help but think of those old rivals and old friends from back then, and when he thought about how he might be the only one facing everything, he couldn't help but tremble. Oh my God, you might as well kill me directly. Those back then, every one of them had to call me boss when they saw me. Now, you want me to face everything alone, including those few gourds? I have to call him boss gourd out. What is this? Could it be that? I'm going to bear everything alone, after all. I must get away from this little lunatic as soon as possible. When Xiaoduo was about to put the 2 small gourds into the space ring, he flipped his wrist. The small gourds disappeared. However, they didn't enter the Tower of Annihilation or the space ring, but instead, they directly entered Xiaoduo's spiritual space. Then they settled down in the spiritual space and didn't come out. So Xiaoduo was really dumbfounded this time. Ever since he entered the path of Tao, he had encountered countless rare things. Whether it was the divination technique, the aura observation technique, or even the existence of Xiaolong, all of them were unimaginable and unbelievable. Recently, there was the Tower of Annihilation that produced a change in the flow of time, and the ancient thin sword, Huahuang sword, which was the treatment of a protagonist in a novel. However, no one, no life, had ever entered his spiritual space in any form. This sudden change was too shocking. The small gourds completely ignored their master's orders. They floated in the spiritual space, as if they didn't hear him. In the spiritual space, there was a green sea of vitality. In it, there was a thin gourd vine, and 2 small gourds, one white and one black, were lying on the vine, floating in the seed. They floated up and down, very comfortable. Oh my God! So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for me to get these 2 gourds. but they don't listen to my orders? Therefore, he tried to command them with his mind, but it was still useless. The two small gourds were leisurely and didn't listen to him at all. Come out, he shouted in a dignified manner. The small gourd still didn't move. Swishaoduo was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that I've invited two masters into my spiritual space? The Huahuang's sword didn't move in his hand. I'm not going to tell you. With your current cultivation, you can only raise the children of the gourd vine. You want to command them? You must be crazy. Chapter 8:12. You're going crazy thinking about it. The Huahuang's sword kept criticizing him. Wait until you cultivate for another 3 to 5,000 years. Well, if you cultivate for 3 to 5,000 years, it means that you have great talent and countless opportunities, and you can improve by leaps and bounds. If you can't do that, then 3 to 5,000 years, or even 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, who knows that you're an idiot who messes around with karma? You're an idiot who makes promises the moment you open your mouth. You're the most troublesome idiot since ancient times. I hate you to death. Swishaoduo was stunned for a moment, but he soon accepted the reality of the two little gourds who didn't listen to him. After all, the old vine was far beyond his knowledge. It could kill him with a blow, and it could easily resist the wind of destruction. His current cultivation was shallow, so it was reasonable that he couldn't use the two little gourds, right? The two little gourds were obviously extraordinary. It didn't matter that he couldn't use them now, as long as he could look forward to it in the future. If you don't want to come out, then come out. Anyway, you two can't run away. If you can't run away, then it's still mine. Thinking of this, Swishaoduo couldn't help but feel happy again. As long as it's still mine. You're not obedient now. That's because you don't know your brother Zhu's methods. There will be a day when you're obedient, and when you come out, I'll take you out in minutes. Let's go. Finally, he got two great little gourds. Although he couldn't use them now, they were still his, so he could use them sooner or later. Carrying the Huahuang sword, Swishaoduo flew out in high spirits. The exit was right in front of him, and the air shook again. It was the two lotuses fighting again. Swishaoduo almost took a step forward, but he retracted his foot. I'll wait a little longer. Looking at the golden light spots in the air slowly falling, Swishaoduo's eyes were full of desire. And that the Huahuang sword found that this kid had secretly cut off a part of his divine soul power and left a little divine soul mark at the small opening he made. What was even worse was that this kid seemed to be afraid that the soul imprint would be obliterated, so he actually added another layer, then another layer, then another layer, then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal, then another layer of seal. The Huahuang sword was speechless. Could it be that this brat had taken this dangerous place, where even ninth heaven's experts would be crushed to pieces, as his personal territory where he could come and fleece at any time? Did he leave the mark to come in the future? I don't know if I should say that the ignorant are fearless, or that this brat has been blinded by greed. The golden light spots. So Swishaoduo looked at the golden light that was about to reach the top of his head and waited excitedly with his neck stretched out. Suddenly, the wind, along the edge of the seal's edge, and a strong, along the edge, the wind, and the sword. It was followed by a strong force, as if there was something hidden in this strong wind. With a whoosh, the golden light spots were blown up again. 2 or 3 of them directly floated out of the crack. The rest were taken away, and then slowly extinguished in the air. It was as if there was something hidden in this strong wind, and it was swallowing these light spots. Swishaoduo waited for a long time, but it was all for naught. Thinking of this, Swishaoduo couldn't help but feel depressed. The Huahuang sword was somewhat depressed in Swishaoduo's hands. With its strength, it naturally had the ability to keep some light spots, but the Huahuang sword really didn't care about those light spots, and secondly, the Huahuang sword's heart was filled with a kind of atmosphere called panic. I'm going to go against the bosses. Boss Zhong, Boss Fan, Boss Ta, Boss Fu. I'm going to go against all of them? This, it's too scary. How can I go against all of them? I'll definitely be beaten to ashes, Even in the sword world, I'm not the boss, I'm actually just a little brother. The more it thought about it, the more gloomy it felt. The Hua Huang sword thought about it, and it became depressed. Back then, why did the Empress give me to the 7th Prince for temporary use? Why did the 7th Prince get plotted against? Why did those fellows have to use me to break open the space that finger of that bastard from the West really deserves to die? He made me wait for so many years, only to get such a wretched and lazy person. What a scam. The last bit of golden light benefit was still not obtained. Zhua Xiaoduo's head drooped, and it first checked the heaven-mending stone that it was wearing, then checked the void transformation stone on its chest, and then it swallowed a mouthful of antidote pills. Finally, it rushed out of the chaotic space of the heavenly Tao without hesitation, reluctantly. When it was inside, it was indeed on tenterhooks. Every minute and every second, it hoped to get out safely. As long as it could escape unscathed, it didn't ask for anything else. Now that it was finally out, it was reluctant to leave, and its thoughts were endless. Well, the most important thing was that it wasn't enough. It was lingering. Although it had some gains today, it still felt like it was a loss. After going in, there were so many good things, but I only got 2 gourds that couldn't be commanded, 6 demonic beast eggs that I didn't know if they could hatch, a few stones that couldn't be blown away by the wind, and a few light spots. Other than those light spots that made me feel like I had some gains, the only other thing was this dark and swarthy sword that still had some sense of existence in my hand. What a failure. Maybe the things that are worthless in your hands are very valuable in my hands. Maybe it is you who caused the treasures to be covered in dust, but in my hands, they can be developed. Of course, there are also those who jumped out to resist. You actually want to kill me. I pointed out the right path for all of you, allowing you to avoid the calamity and escape death, all for the sake of asking for a bit of money. You actually want to take my life. That means you are willing to sacrifice your life, but not your treasures. You are too much. Every time this happened, Zhua Xiaoduo would rush up in anger. He would use his fists, kicks, hidden weapons, and swords. Basically, he did not need to use his sword to solve the problem. Zhua Xiaoduo did not feel the slightest pressure for such a massacre. You are an enemy. Can't you kill them? Have you not killed enough martial artists from the Astral Souls continent? Since you are here to gain experience, you have to be willing to accept defeat. Survival of the fittest. To be honest, it was extremely unfair to put Zhua Xiaoduo into the nascent soul realm to gain experience. This was because this guy's combat power was obviously 100 times stronger than martial artists of the same level. If there was an encounter here, he would be completely invincible. However, no one could deny that this guy was really in the nascent soul realm. There was no doubt about it. When he met Zhua Xiaoduo in the Tao League, in the beginning, Zhua Xiaoduo did not kill many people because they were allies. However, since one time, he found a lot of other people's rings among the stolen rings. From the many things inside, many of them belonged to martial artists from the Astral Souls continent. There was even the hidden Dragon School emblem. This made Zhua Xiaoduo completely angry. Since then, no matter if it was the Umno Alliance or the Tao League, there was only one outcome when they met Zhua Xiaoduo: death. Chapter 8:13. Zhua Xiaoduo felt that if he didn't kill them, he would be letting down the dead warriors of the Astral Souls. If you don't die, what if you continue to harm the warriors of the Astral Souls? Even if I don't kill them, they will still kill my people. Zhua Xiaoduo moved from north to south, from east to west. A bloody path led from north to south, another from east to west, then slanted, then intersected. A month had passed since the start of the Crown Prince's Academy. Zhua Xiaoduo had already purified more than 1,000 geniuses of the Umno Alliance and Dao League. Although this number wasn't small, there were still many fish that escaped the net. The main reason was that this area was too big. Those who didn't encounter Xiaoduo naturally escaped the calamity and escaped with their lives. Many of them didn't even know what was going on. They immersed themselves in training and hadn't even heard of Zhuo Xiaoduo's name. Yet they were able to survive. Therefore, it was said that sometimes in a battlefield where killing was everywhere, those who could survive were basically extremely lucky. This sentence was really not wrong at all. If I kill a few more, the others will be safer. We can't let them kill our people, especially if we can snatch more things and gain more benefits. It's a sure win. Why not? Zhuo Xiaoduo's strength was far superior to his peers. His speed was fast, and his combat strength was high. As long as they encountered him, there was basically no escape. Of course, there were occasionally those who fled at the beginning of the battle when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Slowly, the news spread. The fact that Zhuo Xiaoduo was wantonly killing the experts of the Umno Alliance and Dao League was no longer secret. Therefore, when many people saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, they turned around and fled in all directions. Zhuo Xiaoduo deeply felt that he was indeed alone and couldn't snatch many people away. Therefore, he found Long Yuxing, Meng Zhongjun, and the others and slowly began to gather the Hidden Dragon High martial artist team. In a few days, he had gathered 100 to 200 people. Then, he led the Hidden Dragon High martial artists to attack in all directions. The 8 teams cooperated with each other and came and went. Once something happened, they would come together from all directions. There were sneak attacks, ambushes, robberies, and sneak attacks. The Hidden Dragon High martial artists felt that this was actually very fast for them to improve. Therefore, the team grew bigger and bigger. Under the leadership of Zhuo Xiaoduo, in the last period of time, the Hidden Dragon High martial artists became the overlords of the secret realm. The Hidden's rogue high martial artists started to stand out in this battle. Everyone from the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance felt a headache when they saw the Hidden Dragon School uniform. The most tragic one was Sansi. He had managed to rob quite a few members of the Dao Alliance, but just as he felt that his gains were decent, he ran into Zhuo Xiaoduo again. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more depressed than him. Why the fuck did he meet someone with a gold medal again? One word, snatch. Therefore, Shanghai was clean again. Let's take a look. In these people's rings, there were no Astral Souls high martial artists. Get lost. Therefore, Shanghai led his people away from Zhuo Xiaoduo and went in another direction to rob and kill the Dao League geniuses. When they gathered a large number of people again, Da Shanghai tried every possible way to get rid of Zhuo Xiaoduo. But Zhuo Xiaoduo actually brought the Hidden Dragon High School's people here again, that this was the 3rd time they met. Shanghai was living a life worse than death. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very depressed. Can you fucking stay away from me? It's so annoying. After Shanghai reluctantly endured his disgust and snatched Shanghai again. Shanghai directly shut himself up. What a coincidence. I've been robbed 3 times. The other Umno Alliance's people sent out communication signals in all directions. When they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, they immediately scattered and fled. Of course, they were also plotting revenge. Then, finally, they gathered more than 100 people. They had the advantage of numbers and were led by several recognized young genius leaders. He began to crush Zhuo Xiaoduo in a domineering manner, charging straight ahead to find trouble with him. All the Dao Leagues and Astral Souls infant transformation stages geniuses that they encountered died an unnatural death. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. When Zhuo Xiaoduo heard the news, he was furious and began to work hard to find this group of people. Both sides were looking for each other, but they just couldn't meet. In order to make it easier for the other side to ambush him, Zhuo Xiaoduo even left the main group to create opportunities for the other side. However, they just couldn't meet. After searching for a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo directly rushed to the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo. Who's looking for trouble with me? Come on, I'm waiting for you here." Those who don't dare to come are cowards. They're even more cowardly than cowards. Finally, after another day, Zhuo Xiaoduo's roar in the sky was heard by the people of the Umno Alliance. The other side surrounded Zhuo Xiaoduo from all sides and wanted to take advantage of their numbers to kill him. In the face of enemies who were 100 times more than him, Zhuo was not afraid at all. He directly jumped into the encirclement with his fists and feet, using hidden weapons and sword techniques. He killed more than 100 people and left corpses everywhere. Zhuo could face the tide of nascent soul transformation stages, cloud giant wolves alone, without falling into a disadvantageous position. How could he be afraid of them? When they came in, no one had the ability to decide where to land. Zhuo was searching, looking for treasures, robbing, and killing. Zhuo in the Huayan area was also doing the same thing. If it was unfair to leave Zhuo in the nascent soul area, then it was unfair to leave Zhuo in the Huayan area. It was even more unfair. This was because the gap between Zhuo current strength and those of the same level was huge. She had already reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, she had suppressed it a few times. She was not like Zhuo. When Zhuo entered, he had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. When Zhuo entered the Huayan area, she first fell into the Ice Snow Valley and was recognized by the Ice Soul. Then, she searched the entire Ice Snow Valley and dug out almost all the Xian ice in the mountain. Only then was she able to leave the valley and continue her journey. When Zhuo walked out of the Ice Snow Valley, her strength had increased by almost 3 times compared to when she had just entered. She was already invincible, but now she was even more powerful. All the demonic beasts she encountered were killed by the spirit-snatching sword. Then, she met a few cultivators from the Umno Alliance. When they saw that Zhuo was alone and had such a beautiful face, they immediately had evil thoughts. Naturally, they were killed by Zhuo mercilessly one by one. What happened next was strange. Zhuo would meet a group of people after walking for a while. No matter if they were from the Wizard Alliance or the Dao Alliance, they all looked like they were fighting for the treasures. Therefore, Zhuo was depressed as he went on a killing spree, killing all who came to him. There are many things that after leaving this space, perhaps you won't get a second one in your life. Especially since this is a space set up by the Demon Alliance. Most of the treasures here are rare things that our Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance's Dao Li continent don't have. This is the only chance. This cloud transformation cultivator was afraid that Zhuo would be at a disadvantage due to her soft-heartedness. So he seized the opportunity to explain everything clearly. I understand. Zhuo nodded. Does that mean that we can rob them as we wish? Kill them? Of course. As long as we're strong enough, of course we can rob them. However, if we meet someone tough and fail to rob them, we can't do anything about it. I see, I understand. Zhuo nodded expressionlessly. A wave of coldness was emitted from her body. She had long understood this point. Wasn't the previous counterattack and Meng Duo's gains all because of this? This cloud transformation cultivator of the Nine Heavens Pavilion probably didn't realize what kind of existence he had unleashed with his words. He didn't know what kind of karma his words had created. At least, Zhuo had already activated her previous passive counterattacks and defensive counterattacks. She took the initiative to greet them, overflowing with killing intent. They rested for a while. Zhuo distributed some healing resources. Then, they discussed for a while and split up again. Everyone understood that this time it would be a great opportunity for everyone in this world. Although they knew that they might die if they split up, they were destined to not gain any experience if they stayed together. They were all cloud transformation cultivators. Even if they still couldn't see through life and death, they still didn't care about it. If they didn't risk their lives, they could only watch as the Umno Alliance and Dao League members obtained resources and improved by leaps and bounds. The deeper their foundation, the sooner they would kill them. If they followed the spiritual cat or people with high cultivation, they might be safe. But what use was there for them? What was the point of cultivating? They came here to gain experience, not to be protected. Today, they had the spiritual cat and teammates to rely on. What about the future? What about the battlefield? Who else could they rely on? After Zhuo Xiaoyan left the team and embarked on the path of cultivation, she was much more straightforward than before. She even took the initiative to attack. This is a robbery. Hand over your space ring. In the beginning, when he said this sentence, he felt embarrassed and awkward, and felt that it was inappropriate. However, after experiencing it several times, he actually became very proficient in it. As long as she got used to it, anything could become a habit. Where ice and snow covered the sky, the path of fairies wrapped in silver, the cold sword in front of her soared into the sky, the remnant souls and blood behind her. Zhuo Xiaoyan's speed was much faster than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. A stream of light appeared gracefully, and in the next moment, she was already dozens of miles away. After a few flashes, she disappeared without a trace. Only a fragrant wind and broken limbs were left behind. None of the Umno Alliance and Dao League members that she saw could escape from her sharp sword. Zhuo Xiaoyan's killing intent was stronger than anyone else's. She was different from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo might think about other aspects, but Zhuo Xiaoyan would not think about it all. She was a stubborn girl. Once she decided on a path, she would walk it to the end. Since she wanted to kill, she would kill until the end. Along the way, the Umno Alliance and Dao League members were complaining. Some people even suspected that the astral souls cheated and threw in God reigning, mystery returning, and even Skysoar realm experts. They were too strong. Finally, on this day, Zhuo Xiaoyan reached the peak of the mountain. She focused her gaze on a certain place in the sky. There, thunder clouds were faintly visible, and lightning was connecting into one. It was the chaotic space of the heavenly axiom that Zhuo Xiaoduo had entered. However, from where Zhuo Xiaoyan was standing, that space seemed to be gradually rising. As time went on, it completely broke away from this space and rose higher and higher. Gradually, the mountain that was originally covered by the sky was revealed. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed like it was time to go out. She counted the number of space rings that she had obtained on this trip. The number of space rings that she had obtained was already more than 1,500. However, the biggest difference between her and Zhuo Xiaoduo was that Zhuo Xiaoyan did not know where to find the resources underground. All the heavenly treasures that she had collected all came from the ground. Previously, when she was in the Ice Snow Valley, because of the Ice Soul, she had collected all the ice treasures in that area. As for the rest, she had obtained everything that she could see and everything that she had the opportunity to do so. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo had collected everything from the ground and underground. The sky was 900 feet high, down in the God-reigning area. Qin Fangyang rushed out covered in blood. He was truly fighting alone. This was a life-and-death experience. No one teamed up with him, and not many people knew who he was. Speaking of which, this time, it was thanks to his old comrade that he was able to enter the God-reigning list. Ever since he entered, he had been constantly struggling between life and death. Qin Fangyang really didn't expect that the training this time would be so cruel. On the first day, he had encountered 3 life-and-death crises. After that, almost every day, he had to struggle for survival. After training for nearly 2 months, Qin Fangyang felt that his cultivation had been honed all the way to the peak of the God-reigning list under such a cruel atmosphere. The biggest difference between him and Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan was that whenever Qin Fangyang obtained any heavenly treasures, no matter if they were stolen or dug up, as long as they were useful to his body and cultivation, he would eat them at once. He ate them all, and every bit of improvement counted. It didn't matter if he had snatched it, or if he had encountered it by chance or obtained it. His battle experience in the past gave him the greatest confidence. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to avoid the injury of mutual destruction, but Qin Fangyang could use the small wiggling of his muscles to avoid death. Every time this happened, his opponents would die, and he would always be able to survive. Since I entered this unlucky place, just my chest alone has been pierced through 6 times. Qin Fangyang sat on a big rock, his clothes ragged from head to toe, and calculated his gains. I have collected more than 30 rings. As long as I can bring these gains out, they will be able to increase the foundation of those boys. Thinking of this, he could not help but smile. Little bastards, if you don't work hard to cultivate, you will not only let her down, but also let me down. Qin Fangyang smiled happily. The little fatty's idea was brilliant. This kind of expert's divine sense naturally covered the whole place. My little movements will definitely be noticed by him. Moreover, I did it spontaneously and secretly. This will show my sincerity even more. However, after he collected them and gave them to Zhuo, he wanted to wait for this hero to be polite. Who would have thought that Zhuo would accept them all without even blinking? He even put on a straight face and looked at the little fatty with a frown, his face full of dissatisfaction. Where are you from? How can there be such a coward in ancestral Greygon's martial arts? So Zhuo raised his eyebrows. Why are you shouting when you can't beat him? The little fatty felt wronged. I can't beat him, but I can't escape either. What can I do if I don't shout? My name is Little Hero You. The little fatty enthusiastically introduced himself. Boss, Hero, may I ask for your name? Little brother you Xiaoxia greets you. Ha ha ha, you can call me Xiaoxia, or you can call me Xiaoxia. Ha, that's what my friends and elders call me. Little shrimp. So Xiaoduo frowned and wasn't interested. Let's go. If you're so afraid of death, find a place to hide. I'll follow you, boss. Little Hero Yu's chubby face was full of flattery. Don't follow me. I'm not interested in bringing you along. Zhuo rejected him sternly. Boss, my ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Seeing that Zhuo was about to leave, Little Hero Yu hurriedly said, If I can get out safely with you, my family will repay you generously. Heavenly king of the right? Your ancestor? Zhuo suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at the little fatty from head to toe. Fuck, I didn't expect him to be an official. If your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, why did he come here to train? Zhuo frowned. I didn't want to come here either. I didn't want to come here the most. The little fatty felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Whoever wanted to come here was a coward. I was forced to come here. Among the 3 brothers in my family, I was the unluckiest one. The little fatty was still brooding. Until now, he still couldn't understand why he got the shortest draw when he obviously cheated during the draw. All right, follow me then. Zhuo said, The heavenly king is already so old. If he cries again, it'll be ugly. Thank you, boss. The little fatty agreed happily. Do more work. Okay. Following that, the little fatty was so attentive that it surprised Zhuo. He helped to clean up the battlefield and inventory the supplies. He didn't take a single cent and gave it all to Zhuo. When he was free, he started to gossip to Zhuo, the kind of gossip that couldn't be spread by the higher-ups. He even massaged Zhuo. In short, he was so diligent that he definitely didn't look like the descendant of a high-ranking official, especially not the descendant of a heavenly king. Sometimes, even Zhuo doubted him. Was this guy really the descendant of a heavenly king? Was he just making up a story to trick him into being his bodyguard? But this guy had the identity Jade token, so he could see everything clearly. As time passed, Zhuo's movements became more and more frequent. The highly skilled bandit team also became more and more active. They needed to achieve the greatest results within a limited time. This was the highest order of the bandit group's supreme leader, Zhuo. So now, everyone was sparing no effort in snatching. They even stopped cultivating for the last few days. Their priority was to snatch the supplies first. there wouldn't be such a good opportunity in the future that finally there was a faint sound of thunder and lightning in the sky. So Xiaoduo looked from afar. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, he could still see the sky over there. The dark clouds seemed to be gradually rising, and the sky above his head seemed to be constantly rising as well. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, it seemed to be growing bit by bit. It seemed that this space is really going to collapse. So Xiaoduo jumped up and ran back. Where is everyone? Come out, all of you come out. Don't train anymore. Gather together first. Wait to be taken out. The little fatty, Yu Xiaoxia, also shouted. Although his strength was low, his body was really good. His chubby panda-like body followed behind Xiaoduo. Under the situation where Xiaoduo didn't use too much strength, he was actually able to follow at a moderate speed. Xiaoduo shouted as he flew. After a few hundred miles, a large number of Astral Soul's mainland soul transformation stage martial artists had followed behind him. The bandit groups also started to gather around. It was really about time. Everyone knew this in their hearts. As they were flying forward, they saw a mountain in front of them. It was obvious that it had collapsed for some reason before. The mountain was in a mess, and the towering trees were all over the place. Xiaoduo had passed by this mountain once before. He didn't care about it. Why would he care about a place where there was nothing good? So he turned a blind eye and passed by. But this time, the situation was completely different. Before he had time to walk in front of it, there was a sudden sound of heaven and earth cracking. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light that lit up the world. Then, a magnificent palace appeared in the air from the golden light. Xiaoduo's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became restless. Good stuff. Good treasure. However, he only had enough time to be tempted. Before he could do anything else, many figures suddenly appeared in front of him. The palace also shrank in an instant. In the end, it turned into a golden light and entered the body of one of the people. Xiaoduo looked and saw that the person who took the palace into his body was Li Chenglong. Looking at Li Chenglong's side, he saw Li Changming, Yu Moyan, Yian Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Yu Moyan's senior sister, Dian. The group of people that he had tried to find but couldn't find were all among them. There was a long sword wound on Yu Moyan's face. Dian leaned on him weakly. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Xiang Bing was also limping. Xiang Chong was supported by Li Chenglong. His tall body was almost completely lying on Li Chenglong's body. Yian was carried by Li Chenglong and was unconscious. Li Chenglong was the only one with the lightest injuries in this group of people. The rest of them were all seriously injured, with injuries all over their bodies. On the other side, there were people from the Umno Alliance and people from the Dao League. Every side had many seriously injured people. At this moment, they were all angry. Both sides gathered together and forced Li Chenglong and the others. Hand it over. A young man in white from the Dao League shouted angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Hand it over. A tall and strong martial artist from the Umno Alliance shouted angrily. Come and get it if you dare. Li Chenglong spat and said, If I get it, it's mine. If you want it, it's easy. Let's fight. Let's see who has the longest life. Chapter 8:16. Li Chenglong waved his hand behind him as he spoke. He signaled Yu Moyan to stay put when I charge forward. Go up to the sky and send a message, then come back down to escort the wounded. Yu Moyan took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and nodded silently. Now, if there were no reinforcements, Li Chenglong was the only one who had the ability to cover the retreat. He was the only one who could hold back enough enemies because he had a target. It was impossible for anyone else to cover the retreat. They were not strong enough or important enough. Li Chenglong's face flashed with a heroic look. I got a great opportunity this time, but I ended up in this situation. Sure enough, danger and opportunity coexist. I'll get my all. If I don't get my all, Bing Dan and the others will all die. As long as I give it my all, I'll at most die here, but I can buy enough time for them to escape. The other side has more people, and the two continents have joined hands. I can't beat them alone, but do you think I'm scared? Boss will definitely avenge me after this. At most, I'll go first and wait for you guys in the underground world. When you come down, I'll take care of you one by one. If it weren't for the fact that you have more people, who would be my opponent in a one-on-one fight? Li Chenglong took a deep breath and was about to shout and send out the signal to move. But he heard a voice, "Hand it over." This voice was full of arrogance and domineering, like a crab walking sideways. "You little bastards from the Umno Alliance and Tao League, the dark clouds are over your heads. You can't escape. Hurry up and hand over your valuables. Hand over your space rings. Hand over everything in your pockets. Hand over your weapons, too." The ranger strode into the battlefield as if he didn't recognize anyone. "My boss is here. You little bastard from the Umno Alliance and Tao League. Hurry up and hand over everything." Who is this little fatty? Li Chenglong and the others were stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, they immediately understood. A wave of ecstasy surged into their hearts. In an instant, earth-shattering cheers erupted. Zwa! They turned their heads to look. Amidst the dust, Zwa Xiaoduo was dressed in a Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy martial arts uniform. It was snow white and spotless. He had a faint smile on his face that he believed to be elegant. With his head tilted and his hands in his pockets, he walked out with his crab steps as though he didn't recognize anyone. He had an arrogant look on his face as if he was the boss, and he deserved a beating. He was only short of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. "Did you hear that? My boss said to hand them all over. If anyone dares to hide, even a little bit, I'll search their corpses later. You won't be able to rest in peace even after death." The little fatty ranger was hooting. In front of all the geniuses of the two continents, he was arrogant and bossy, high and mighty. It was really the first time in his life that he had such a glorious moment. Little hero, you was so excited that he almost had a stroke. Behind him, Wanli Xiuzhen fluttered and Gao Qiao was speechless. Where did this little fatty come from? This fox flaunting the tiger's might. We can't stand it anymore. Moreover, Zwa Xiaoduo had never done a corpse search. If someone else did it, this guy wouldn't be at ease. He must mobilize the 3 school beauties to do a corpse search for you. Do you have any idea how insane and outrageous your actions are? But cursing was one thing. Now wasn't the time to think about it. He hurriedly rushed over. He rushed to Li Chenglong's side. He hurriedly gave the medicine in his hands to the seriously injured. Now that his side had the upper hand, their only weakness was these injured people. He had to quickly protect them and prevent the enemy from finding an opportunity to take advantage of. Li Chenglong sat down on the ground and smiled bitterly. "So, if you didn't come this time, even if everyone didn't die here, I would have definitely gone to the underworld." Zwa Xiaoduo laughed. "Now that I'm here, it's their turn to die here and join hands in the underworld. By the way, what's going on with you? What are you doing?" Before Li Chenglong could answer, the young man in white from the Tao League sneered. "You dare to be so arrogant with just a few more people? Since you're here, then you'll all die here. Attack!" With his loud shout, the people from the Tao League all rushed up. But the Umno Alliance, who were shouting together just now, didn't move. Moreover, their expressions were very strange. They seemed to be hesitating, but also seemed to be struggling. "What?" The young man in white was furious. "Attack! What are you waiting for? Didn't we just finalize the temporary alliance? Why? Aren't you moving? Do you want to take advantage of the situation when both sides are injured?" The tall and strong martial artist from the Umno Alliance hesitated for a moment and said, "The human cultivator on the other side, are you Zwa Xiaoduo from the Hidden Dragon clan?" "It's me, Zwa Xiaoduo." The ranger raised his nose to the sky arrogantly. The man from the Umno Alliance ignored him. His eyes were fixed on Zwa Xiaoduo. Zwa Xiaoduo had long been used to this kind of question. Basically, all the nascent soul transformation realm martial artists from the Umno Alliance that he met later would ask the same question. "Yes, I am your ancestor. Why? Are you going to kneel down and kowtow to me, begging me to be merciful and spare your lives?" Zwa Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and responded. This was the most effective response that he had accumulated through experience. It would be abnormal if the other party didn't have a temper after hearing this. If they didn't have a temper, how could they quarrel? How could they fight just because of a disagreement? If they didn't fight, how could they snatch things? Sure enough, more than 40 people from the Umno Alliance on the other side suddenly showed angry expressions. So Xiaoduo saw this and suddenly became angry. Why are you looking at me like this? Why are you looking at me like this? Are you looking down on me? Xiaoduo? Are you angry? Are you showing your anger? Are you going to beat me up? I spoke to you nicely and gave you pointers. Instead of being grateful, you actually dare to glare at me angrily? Xiaoduo was furious and flew into a rage. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Let's fight. After hearing this argument, the people on the other side, whether they were from the Umno Alliance or the Dao Alliance, were all dumbfounded. Was this brat crazy? Especially those from the Umno Alliance. After we knew who you were, we already planned to leave. We didn't even want to snatch the treasures. But you're still so unforgiving. They didn't know that when Xiaoduo saw the state of Li Chenglong and the others, he was already furious and wanted to kill them. You want to leave in such a situation? There's no such thing as a free lunch. After seeing that the Umno Alliance was about to admit defeat, Xiaoduo wasn't going to let it go. Naturally, he wanted to stir up trouble. The 80 or 90 people on the other side were considered to have the advantage in numbers. In the face of such humiliation, how could they remain calm? With a loud shout, the Dao Alliance moved first, followed by the Umno Alliance. The ranger's legs trembled. He turned around and ran. Good timing. Xiaoduo did a somersault and held the cat spirit sword in his hand. The sword flashed, and he shouted, "Rainbow sword." The sharp sword light was like a shocking rainbow, shooting straight to the sky. The light was dazzling and brilliant. When the 80 to 90 people on the opposite side saw such a momentum, they were immediately on full alert. Their eyes were fixed on the sword chi in the air. Everyone could clearly feel that the killing intent in this sword had condensed into a substance. The sword aura was so condensed that they had never seen it before. A strong opponent. The Dao Alliance people thought in their hearts. Xiaoduo really couldn't be underestimated. He lived up to his reputation. The Umno Alliance people thought in their hearts. At this moment, Xiaoduo shouted, "Rainbow piercing the sun, fall." Before he finished speaking, the sharp sword light had already rushed down from the sky. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and focused their attention on the battle. At this moment, the sky was filled with jade-colored flowers. Countless small gourds, small buttons, small vases, small throwing knives, small awls, and countless jade-colored hidden weapons flashed across the sky. Then, there was a series of endless screams. There were a total of 30 people, and they weren't the ones at the front, but the ones at the back. Everyone's eyes were filled with bloody light, and they were collectively blinded. The hidden weapons directly pierced through the weakest part of the eye, directly into the brain, and then exploded in the brain with a PU-PU sound. More than 30 people instantly rolled on the ground. After a few screams, their bodies convulsed, and they breathed their last. Xiaoduo had already taken out his sword again and rushed over. Watch out for the hidden weapons. However, there were no more hidden weapons. Instead, the long sword came over like a storm. The sword aura surged wildly, crisscrossing and slashing wildly. Xiaoduo, the Dao Alliance youth in white, roared in grief and indignation. His eyes were about to crack. "You're despicable." He also rushed forward with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, the tall and strong man from the Umno Alliance didn't say anything. He led the remaining people and quickly sent a telepathic message. "Run!" Just now, when Xiaoduo attacked, the Umno Alliance youth already knew that they were no match for him. More than 30 people were killed in one hit. Even if the other party made a diversion and took advantage of the element of surprise, the absolute difference in strength was still apparent. Which one of those who could cultivate to this level didn't have a sharp mind and quick reflexes? Which of the vital parts like the eyes weren't the most tightly guarded? The other party was able to kill more than 30 people in one hit. Whether it was strength, speed, timing, or cultivation, they were all top-notch. There was no doubt about this. They were definitely no match for him. Therefore, the Umno Alliance youth led the remaining 20 people and immediately retreated. Without another word, they hurriedly retreated. In an instant, they split into more than 20 directions and fled in different directions. So Xiao Duo shouted, "Don't leave." His long sword flashed again. This time, he used the body and sword as one technique to attack the enemy. He really didn't want to let any of them go. However, now that the Dao Alliance had stubbornly attacked him, the Umno Alliance had run away. What the hell was this? By the time he used the body and sword as one technique to kill all the Dao Alliance members in front of him, the 20 people from the Umno Alliance had already turned the corner of the mountain and couldn't even see their shadows. The Xiao Duo was indignant and wanted to continue chasing. "Zwa!" Yu Moyan shouted. "Look at Sister Yen'er. She's not doing well." On the other side, Li Zhongming also shouted, "Zwa! Yu Yen'er is." Gasping. So Xiao Duo was shocked. "Please give me a monthly vote. I caught a cold a few days ago and didn't update. I'm really embarrassed to ask. I'm finally better. Please support me." Chapter 817. Breathless? They were on the brink of death. Zhuo Duo immediately stopped in his tracks and arrived next to the two in a flash. He placed his palm on the Heavenmin stone and patted Dugu Yin Er's hand. Then he patted Yu Yin Er's hand and said, "What is it? What's wrong? Let me see." He moved so quickly and stealthily that no one saw the details. At most, they only knew that he came to check on the situation. Mo Yin and Li Zhongming hurriedly pointed at the two people behind them. Just now when they turned around, their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. The two women opened their eyes weakly and panted for a moment. Then their breaths stabilized and they said in surprise, I'm fine." Mo Yin and Li Zhongming were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Although the two of them were not experienced cultivators, they had been cultivating for a long time and were experts in the field of cultivation. They would never make a wrong judgment about a person's physical condition, especially when they were on the brink of death. Not to mention that the two of them had made a wrong judgment at the same time. In any case, it was impossible for them to make a wrong judgment. Just now, they were clearly on the brink of death. How could they be fine all of a sudden? Even Yu Yin and Dugu Yin themselves were in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. They were severely injured and unconscious. They were on the verge of death. If they couldn't catch their breath, they would be done for. But for some reason, their bodies suddenly warmed up and they woke up. As for why they woke up, they had no idea. So Xiao Duo said angrily, "With the two of you protecting them with your life force, how could they die? Speaking of which, the two of you are really messing around." Luckily, the injuries were not fatal. Otherwise, the two of you would have used up your life force before they died. Do you want to be a pair of lovebirds in the same fate? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Then he shouted, "Put them down and treat them. Is it so fun to hug them? Can't you hug them after they recover? Can't you guys take care of the feelings of a single dog? Is it fun to show off your love?" Mo Yin and Li Zhongming's faces turned red, and they quickly put the two women down. Both of them used their life force to connect the two women. This was true. That was why they could feel each other's condition and time. But the two women themselves did not know this. When they heard this, they knew that Li Zhongming and Mo Yin had used their life force to protect them. If they died, their life force would be greatly damaged. And they could not help but feel warm. Dugu Yin face was filled with bashful joy, as if she had nothing more to ask for in her life. Yu Yin pale face suddenly flushed red. She stealthily glanced at Li Chongming beside her. She saw that this fellow's face was simple and honest. His chubby face was filled with a feeling of wealth. However, there was also an inexplicable sense of security. Her pretty face couldn't help but become redder. So Xiaoduo immediately went forward and said, "Let them drink my medicine. Then this pill. Take it, and the two of you stand back. I will transfer my spiritual energy." He still kept the Heavenman stone in his sleeve. He reached out and touched Yu Yin Er's wrist, transferring a stream of pure life force. After a while, it was Dugu Yin Er's turn. She did the same thing. In just a few minutes, the two women's injuries were half healed. So Xiaoduo didn't go overboard. He immediately stopped and said with a frown, "Although he's still very weak, his life is no longer in danger. You two take care of him carefully and treat his wounds. Carry him on your back or carry him." Yu Yin Er struggled. "I can walk." So Xiaoduo said solemnly, "Don't try to show off in front of me. I'll be honest with you. Both of you have injured your foundation this time. If you continue to try to show off, your future will be ruined." Yu Yin Er and Dugu Yin Er were frightened. They did not dare to say anything and let Li Zhongming and Yu Mo Yin carry them. But they could not help but blush. Their hearts were beating fast. "I really hurt my life force." Yu Mo Yin was better, but Li Zhongming carried Yu Yin Er. It felt like he was carrying a ball of cotton. For a moment, he felt soft everywhere. His head was muddled and his legs were uneven. It was as if he could not walk anymore. Oh my God, this is the first time I have hugged a woman. "It feels so good," Li Chenglong said. "So come take a look at Bing Dan. So Xiaoduo took a look and patted Xiang Bing's shoulder. He rolled his eyes and said, "Bing Dan is fine. What do you want? Both of you have done everything. If you want to hug her, just do it. You don't have to find an excuse." Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, "So, what nonsense are you talking about?" She was so embarrassed and angry that she was about to explode. But she did not notice that her injury had recovered by more than half. Li Chenglong's face was also red. He said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Bing Dan and I, he wanted to say, we're innocent." But after thinking about it, he felt guilty. He could not deny his conscience and said, "We are husband and wife. Do I need you to say that? You are so thick-skinned. TSK, TSK. So Xiaoduo looked at the others again. Then he looked at Dugu Yin Er again. His face was calm, but his heart was full of worry. According to the judgment of the supernatural power, Dugu Yin Er's fate was clear. Death was inevitable. This time, her life was in danger when she came here to train. However, he used the divine mending stone to heal her once. It was no different from eliminating a calamity of death. But the aura of disaster flowing on her body, especially on her face, still did not disappear. It was still moving on her face. It was not fixed, although it could be seen at a glance. It was sometimes scattered, sometimes gathered, and sometimes moved. This situation was an eye-opener for Xiaoduo, who was an expert in the art of divination. It was hard for him to come to a conclusion. Obviously, Yu Moyan's luck helped Vivin suppress a part of the disaster. His heaven-mending stone also helped her suppress some of the disaster, but the disaster on her body was too great. It was the so-called fate of death. But because of the interference of external forces, it became a pattern of wandering between life and death. And this situation also made it difficult to see when there would be another disaster. Maybe when there was a good thing, it could be dispelled. Maybe when there was some impact, it would be worse. So Xiaoduo could not tell which direction it would deviate to. It was difficult for him to come to a conclusion. He could only wait until he got out of here. It was Xiaoduo's first time encountering such a fate of death that could not be eliminated. Saving her once was just delaying it for a while. How could this be? So Xiaoduo looked at Yu Moyan. This fella had always been a loner, and now that he had developed such an extreme personality, it would affect his luck. But now that he met a friend and gained love, the color on his face began to change. On the left, he looked like a lucky star with prosperity. On the right, he looked like a widower. He looked like a bachelor for his entire life. These two people's faces are really. Xiaoduo secretly remembered this in his heart. Something big was going to happen. After getting out of here, he must pay attention to Yu Moyan's news. Maybe if he was not careful, it would be a lifelong regret. Zhou Xiaoduo would not be careless when it concerned his brother. After a long while, everyone's injuries finally recovered a lot. Zhou Xiaoduo then asked, "Now tell me, what's the matter? Where have you been all this time? What's the specific situation?" The whole process is mysterious and bizarre. I really don't know how to start from the beginning. But the most important thing is that everyone has sacrificed too much to protect me. Li Chenglong's face was full of shame. He was the strongest among them. He should have done his best to protect everyone. However, after everyone entered the big demon's cave abode, they were all fighting for the treasures in the big demon's cave abode. The astral souls always had the upper hand in the fierce battle. In this huge palace, they did not kill each other. They kept breaking through and fighting. Time passed day by day. Then, on that day, in another explosion, they finally broke the restrictions of the inner sect and revealed the big demon's inheritance in this cave abode. It was also at that moment that everyone went crazy, especially the bright pearl in the middle, which was obviously a top-grade treasure. It was the first to bear the brunt and was the most fiercely fought for it. Li Chenglong was the strongest among them. Naturally, he was the first to rush over and beat back the many Dao League geniuses who blocked his way. He even used his blood-stained hands to grab the pearl. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change happened. This unexpected turn of events almost caused Xing Hun's entire army to be wiped out. They all perished in a single day. The moment Li Chenglong grabbed the pearl suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. It was dazzling thin. Then Li Chenglong could not move at all. At that moment, Li Chenglong was like a fish on the chopping block. He was at the mercy of others. Xiang Bing, who was the first to notice his abnormality, reacted quickly. She was the first to rush to his side and tried her best to protect him. Then, Yu Moyan and Xiang Chong also rushed to protect Li Chenglong. As Li Chenglong fell into a strange state, he went from being the strongest to being completely protected. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance saw an opportunity and joined forces to attack. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingyu, Yin Yu Moyan, Dugian and the rest. All the Astral Souls human martial artists gathered around Li Chenglong and tried their best to resist. After losing Li Chenglong, who was their strongest fighter, they had to divert their attention to protect him. At the same time, they also had to face the joint attack of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League. The Astral Souls immediately fell into a desperate battle of life and death. Chapter 8:18. Everyone, from that moment on, had no time to rest. The attackers came one after another, and the defenders could only fight with their lives on the line to protect everyone's lives. From the very beginning of the battle, the situation had reached a rather tragic level. As the battle continued, one by one, the warriors of the Astral Souls fell, but no one retreated, and no one lost their will to fight. If they retreated, Li Chenglong would definitely be killed, and they would die even faster, and there would be even less hope. If they fought, as long as Li Chenglong could wake up, the situation would change. Moreover, everyone could see that Li Chenglong should have obtained a heaven-shaking opportunity. This matter could be said to be related to the future of the Star Soul human race. Who would be willing to retreat? Dying in battle is our duty. We'd rather die than retreat. Because of Yu Moyan's sneaky attacks, every time he attacked, one of the opponents would die. Yu Moyan's attacks were sharp, and no one could stop him. It was also because of this that the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were wary of him, and the battle was not completely out of balance. After that, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's Overlord Halberd worked together to force out an area, and Li Zhongming, who had been waiting for a long time, finally found his chance. He immediately activated the Great Dream Divine Technique and brought the 7 of them to sleep. He did not dare to activate the Great Dream Divine Technique because if one of them escaped and could still move, his side would be annihilated. Many of these people had higher cultivation than him, and Li Zhongming was not confident at all, so he could only use a more targeted method to drag the 7 of them to sleep. This was Li Zhongming's limit, and it was also the best choice. But even if everyone on his side tried their best and used all their trump cards, the huge gap in their overall strength made the situation more and more dangerous. Yu Moyan attacked continuously, and after successfully killing 8 of them, he paid a heavy price, and his combat power decreased sharply. They were all geniuses of the same level, and it was impossible to kill one of them without paying a price. Yu Yin, who was seriously injured, finally activated her life potential and burst out her source of strength and killed a few of the opponents. Du Yin, who was trying to save Yu Yin, took a sword in 3 palms. While everyone was stubbornly resisting, Li Chenglong finally regained consciousness. However, before he could join the battle, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into an atmosphere of heaven and earth collapsing. The palace that everyone was standing in directly rushed out of the belly of the mountain. Then, the scene that everyone saw before, the whole palace entered the pearl in Li Chenglong's hand. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others coming to his aid. I see. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the pearl that Li Chenglong took out for him, and could not help but feel envious. Look at his luck. He just had to casually fight a battle, casually collapse a mountain, casually enter an abode of immortals, casually. And he got it. Looking at the meaning of the palace, its level might be even higher than his own tower of annihilation. This kind of luck no one else could have. Then, he looked at himself. He was a tragedy of being stingy to sigh. Swollen's harvest was really much better than his, and he could not compare to Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel envious. No, it's time to ask Swollen for money. If he does not, I will feel bad. I can feel it. I can enter this palace at any time. When I first grabbed the pearl, my hand was injured and bleeding, so I used a blood contract to create a connection between them. Later on, I could not move because of this. There's also a herb garden, a training room, a martial arts arena, and some treasures in this palace. Li Chenglong said, the original owner of this palace, the big ancient demon, seems to be called Ing Zhao, which seems to be the name of a famous big demon in ancient mythology. I don't know if it is this person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. If even you don't know, I don't know either. Won't we know when we go back and check? Is this the time to worry about these details? There's no need to check, I remember. Li Chenglong sighed softly and said, I really should wait until we go back and slowly talk about it. This is an extraordinary opportunity, but it is also because of this opportunity that 13 students died an unnatural death. Hearing this, the faces of all the students who survived this battle were filled with grief. Although we have obtained this opportunity, but the dead students will never come back to life. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, why? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the compensation that should be made must be given. The safety of the parents and family members must be well arranged. Those who have brothers and sisters in martial arts aptitude, focus on nurturing them. Those who do not have martial arts aptitude, let them live a prosperous life. He said softly, let this comfort the souls of the students in heaven. Every once in a while, go and check on the needs of the family or the needs of cultivation. We cannot be ungrateful. Okay. Li Chenglong nodded silently. He wanted to say something about the families of these students and whether he should do something, but he was directly interrupted by Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was because Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that if he really said that he would benefit the family and even put it into action, Li Chenglong would probably never have a peaceful day in the future. It should be known that the whole family was never united. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly set up a space passage to receive them. Okay. They were all peak experts working, and their efficiency was very high. In a very short time, the first passage had been set up. Flood, Golden Scale Wind Emperor, Left and Right Heavenly Kings, Celestial Emperor Zhai Xing, and a few people from the Tao League protected the passage directly through the Golden Door and extended in. The first to receive them was the Profound Returning Team. Because the Profound Returning Team had the least number of people who entered a train, it was naturally easier to receive them. Each family had 800 Profound Returning Experts. As the number of people who came out, the higher-ups looked at each other and felt that it was about the same as their estimates. The Astral Souls continent, 800 people entered and 630 people came out. The Umno Alliance continent, 800 people entered and 645 people came out. The Tao League continent, 800 people entered and 570 people came out. At the Profound Returning level, everyone was at the same level. Even if they fought desperately inside, there are not many who would die. Just from the number of people lost, it was completely obvious that these people were definitely fighting with their lives inside. The battle inside was definitely tragic to a certain extent. Otherwise, each family would not have lost more than 100 people, especially the Tao League, which lost more than 200 people. This was a huge number. Chapter 819. The faces of the higher-ups of the Tao League were slightly unsightly. After all, compared to the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the number of people who came out of the Tao League was much lower. Moreover, among those who came out, many of them were in tatters from head to toe. There were even a few who were on their last breaths, as if they would not live for long. Those who could still maintain their high-spirited state were few and far between. As for the cultivators from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, most of them were in high spirits. Up until the moment they came out, they were still in a state of mutual hostility. They were on guard against each other, and it seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Taoist Yin from the Tao League snorted coldly and said, "Let's all rest." Then, both sides sent out their higher-ups. Each side sent out 30 experts of the Skysoar realm and above to put down all their storage equipment. Then, they were checked to make sure that there was nothing left on them. Then, they took the empty spatial rings that they pulled together and entered the returning mystery area through a spatial tunnel set up by a few peak almighties to search for the remaining treasures. 2 hours later, they flew out. Although it was only 2 hours, the efficiency of these higher-ups was extremely high. There were also plenty of people who entered. Moreover, they did it without any hesitation, as if they were overturning mountains one after another. The treasures that they collected filled their spatial rings to the brim. There were more than 200 spatial rings in total. The bountiful harvest was truly shocking. One had to know that although everyone had spatial rings on them, under normal circumstances, they would not be filled to the brim. However, the spatial rings that were selected to store the treasures all had a super large capacity. All the spatial rings were placed on a huge tray in front of the Flood Witch. She was the only person that the 3 continents trusted. Everyone would not be at ease if she placed them in front of others, especially the Heavenly King of the Right from the Astral Souls and Taoist Yin from the Tao League. These 2 people were the most unscrupulous. The Flood, which was the only one who was recognized by all the continents. The Flood, which did not even bat an eye. Following which, the passage to the God-reigning area was established, and the number of heads that came out this time made the upper echelon's expressions change. The battle in the Royal God region was much more intense than the Guaxian region. Of the 1,200 Royal God realm experts that entered the Astral Souls, only 730 of them made it out alive. The Heavenly King of the Left felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. These were not ordinary God reigning realm masters. They were the geniuses of the God reigning realm. It could be said that once this group of people matured, every one of them had the potential to become a future leader. In this trial, they had lost 470 people, which was close to 40% of the total number of people. How could they not feel heartache? Of the 1,200 imperial gods that entered the Umno Alliance, 810 came out. This number was a few dozen more than the number of people in the Astral Soul's mainland. The few Grand Shamans' faces were filled with heartache and pride. Sure enough, our Umno alliance is still the strongest. However, the Heavenly King of the Left was not the only one who felt heartache and unhappiness. On the other side, Taoist Yun of the Tao League wanted to curse out loud. The Tao Alliance had also sent in 1,200 divinity reigning cultivators, but in the end, only 512 of them had emerged. They had lost 688 people. They had lost more than half of their men in battle. This kind of loss was too great, too unexpected. How can we have so few people? Taoist Yun was furious. They were all very cautious and humble. This caused the Tao League to be targeted directly. Too arrogant. On the other side, the Jade Umno Alliance cultivators of the Astral Souls who came out were also cursing. The Tao League's royal god reigning realm cultivators are a bunch of lunatics. They're all sanctimonious and think that they are the best in the world. They keep asking us to hand over the treasures, and even say that such treasures can only be obtained by those who are virtuous. Bah! Taoist Yun's forehead was filled with black lines. The ones who lost the most were the ones who had the least reason. They were speechless, unable to defend themselves. 3 hours later, the people who had entered the secret realm came out. This time, they had looted a total of 400 spatial rings. Right now, more than 600 spatial rings were placed on the stone tray. The flood, which was personally guarding them. Who would dare to snatch them? All the resources in the secret realm were inside. Whoever obtained them would instantly become the richest person in the world. However, if they dared to act rashly, they would have to cross the heavenly moat known as the Flood Witch. They would have to risk their lives. With such a heavenly moat, who would dare to try? Who would dare try? Yu Dongtian looked at the tray with the spatial rings and swallowed his saliva. Fuck, these are the ruins found in the Astral Souls, and they actually want to split them equally. That he was really unhappy. If all of these were given to the Astral Souls, there would be at least a few more Skysoar Realm cultivators. But now, they had to split them equally. Fuck, he was really unhappy. He really wanted to steal one or two of them, but he didn't dare to doubt the passage for the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators had been opened. The first batch of people to come out was the people from the Astral Souls. This time, 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls had entered the secret realm. The Zhuxianyan was dressed in a snow-white robe as she led the group out. The 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators that entered were now 2,643 people from the Astral Souls. They lined up neatly and bowed to the higher-ups. The Heavenly King of the Left, Yin Zhonghu, was overjoyed when he saw this. Out of 3,000 people, 2,643 had come out. Only 10% of them had died. Furthermore, he could tell that these people had retracted their divine energy. Compared to when they first entered, their auras were more than twice as strong. The training in the Cloud Transformation Realm, this time, was very successful. It was an unexpected success. The Heavenly King of the Left was so happy that his mouth was about to split open. Everyone, find a place to rest. Remember not to get separated. You still have to hand over your gains later. The Flood Witch and the Great Shaman looked at the Zhuxianyan at the same time. The Great Shaman couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice. Boss, the Ice Soul has recognized her as its master. The Flood Witch glanced at him and said, "So what?" The Great Shaman took a deep breath and said, "That means we can't keep this girl." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "This is the daughter of the Zwuff family. Didn't you hear the agreement?" The Great Shaman transmitted his voice. "Of course we can do it secretly. Boss, the Ice Soul recognizing her as its master is too serious. If we don't get rid of this girl, she will become a big problem in the future." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "The Umno Alliance will not break the agreement." But the Flood Witch rolled her eyes and said, "No buts. If you break the agreement, I will kill you with my hammer." The Great Shaman was dumbfounded. "What did I say?" I don't think I said anything wrong. Boss is going through menopause now. She will kill anyone for no reason. I know you dare, and you will do it. I won't say it anymore, okay? I shouldn't have stayed. I should have let Bing Ming stay and let him piss you off. Piss you off. Not only does he dare, he will definitely piss you off, you old bastard. After the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls continent left, the Cloud Transformation Realm warriors from the Umno Alliance also came out. But as soon as they came out, everyone was shocked. Not only were the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance shocked, but also the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls continent. The Umno Alliance entered 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm warriors and came out. 1,608? Where are the others? The Great Shaman was furious. 3,000 entered, but less than 1,700 came out? Where are the others? Where did they go? The Great Shaman knew that the others wouldn't slack off in such a critical situation, and it was impossible for so many people to break the rules. He had guessed the truth, but he still had a sliver of hope. However, reality was reality. No matter how cruel it was still reality. A Hawaiian from the Wizard Alliance held one of his arms in his hands, and one of his eyes was covered with a black cloth. He said miserably, "They were all killed. They were all killed." The other side was even more miserable. Daoistian almost rushed up. "Where are they?" "Dead. All killed." One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors' lips were trembling, and he couldn't speak. Daoist Yin was stunned. 3,000 entered, but only 1,354 came out. What the hell? We lost 1,600? More than half of the Umno Alliance's warriors came out. Our Tao Alliance has actually lost more than half of our forces. Who killed them? Daoist Yin roared in anger. That white-clothed woman. One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors pointed at the white-clothed Zhuoxianyan from the Astral Souls continent angrily. Too cruel. No one survived her sword. Chapter 820. Bitch. Daoist Yin cursed, but he immediately shut his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Zhuoxianyan. He recognized Zhuoxianyan. She was the daughter of that man with the surname Zhua. However, this woman looked as cold as ice. Why was her murderous nature so strong? Moreover, her strength was not as simple as being the best among her peers. She was at least 2 levels above her peers to achieve such results. Daoist Yin suddenly had an uncontrollable thought. This woman must not be left alive. She would become a huge threat if she was left alive. The Astral Souls continent had the Sky Surveyor throne and the Emperor Zhai Xing. There were already too many of them. There could not be any more peak existences. A few thousand meters away, Zhuoxianyan felt as if her heart was being clenched by someone. She immediately shuddered. Before the Emperor Zhai Xing and the left and right heavenly kings could make a move, they heard a cold snort. Daoist Yun's divine sense was immediately dispersed. The Flood Witch turned around and looked at Daoist Yun's face. She asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Daoist Yun was shocked by the concentrated divine sense from her cold snort. His face flushed red. He said angrily, "The Flood Witch, what are you doing?" The Flood Witch sneered, "I'm protecting fairness." "What fairness?" Daoist Yin shouted. "It's already been stated that everyone who enters is responsible for their own life and death." The Flood Witch said calmly, "No one is allowed to interfere. After the trial is over, no one is allowed to take revenge. This was agreed upon in advance. It's fairness." Daoist Yin took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Of course. He turned around and did not say anything else. However, the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. He could feel that with this woman's strength and cultivation that could suppress all the geniuses of this generation, all the geniuses at the same level as her would be overshadowed by her presence. and lose their will to fight. With this kind of pressure, as time passed, it would naturally form a phenomenon of fate gathering and plundering. All the fates of the same level would be diverted and used by her. Because of her, everyone's confidence would be affected. When confidence was affected, it would directly affect one's combat strength. Naturally, it would affect the direction of one's fate. This point in this world was no longer within the scope of metaphysics. It was also a realistic path of human affairs. High-level figures could completely see and even experience things, just like the great flood shaman from before. After the flood, which was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert, almost no one at Daoist Yun's level could go any further, because in your heart, you were already convinced. Since you were convinced, what was the point? Perhaps there was only one person who was not convinced. He had never been convinced even after repeated defeats. And that person's current achievements had already surpassed everyone else. The higher-ups sent out a group of people to search the Hawaiian area. 3 hours later, they came out with another 300 interspatial rings. As time went by, it became easier to search for treasures. Because this space was about to collapse, the mountains and earth veins inside were gradually in a state of loosening. A group of powerful figures who were far beyond the upper limit of what they could withstand were flattened all the way. It was basically no different from directly picking up the treasures. However, there were many loopholes, and those that could not be found could only be left to be destroyed along with the collapse of the space. Then, it was the last nascent soul area. Just like before, the passageway opened, but for some reason, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League all looked gloomy. Everyone had the same bad premonition in their hearts. The trial takers came out. It was still the people from the Astral Souls continent who came out first. Seeing Zhua Xiaoduo in front of them, who was dressed in rags and seemed to have been bullied, the left and right heavenly kings were almost relieved at the same time. As long as this treasure came out, everything would be fine. But why did he look so miserable? Could it be that with this kid's cultivation, there was someone who could bully him here? This doesn't seem right. As they continued to look, everyone was speechless. Behind was Xiaoduo. Li Qinglong was so weak that he couldn't walk. His face was pale, and he had to rely on Xiang Bing to support him. Yu Yin was unconscious in Li Zhangming's arms. Li Zhangming also trembled with every step he took. Dugian was unconscious in Yu Moyan's arms. Looking at them, they were all covered in wounds, like wounded soldiers who had just come back from the battlefield. Moreover, they were full of wounded soldiers. None of them were uninjured. The wandering hero came out with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His whole body looked like it had been torn apart. After he came out, he actually choked with sobs. Ancestor, I came out alive. Yu Dongtian looked at the horizon with an expressionless face. This embarrassing little fatty has nothing to do with me. Then, an endless stream of nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent came out. Every one of them looked miserable and unbearable to look at. From the beginning to the end, not a single one of them was intact. Everyone looked like they had been seriously injured. There were a total of 3,000 nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent. When they saw the miserable state of the people, the left and right heavenly kings were already mentally prepared to lose more than half of them. However, although the people who came out were all miserable, the number of people seemed to be unexpectedly high. The number of people who came out had already exceeded 2,000, and there was still an endless stream of people coming out. 2,300. And there was still an endless stream of people. 2,500 until they came out. 2,798 people. Seeing so many people coming out, the left and right heavenly kings were overjoyed. 2,798 people. This was almost equivalent to no casualties. The casualties were actually less than 10%. Although they all looked miserable, they were fine as long as they didn't die. Moreover, the cultivation of these people who came out seemed to have reached the peak of a nascent soul realm. Not bad, not bad. This experience was worth it. The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Souls continent lost so few people, which meant that they didn't lose many people either. Everyone was of the same level. If there was a battle, the casualties would be about the same. Moreover, looking at the situation of the Astral Souls continent, they probably formed an alliance with the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The people who came out were the people from the Tao League. Taoist Yin looked on with anticipation. 300, 500, 700, and 800 people came out. And there was no more. 803? Taoist Yun's face darkened. Where are they? The people who came out next were the people from the Umno Alliance. 3,000 people from the Tao League entered, and only 800 people came out? Taoist Yun was furious. He came to the front of the group and shouted, "Where are the others?" "Dead. All killed." This. Taoist Yun felt his vision going dark. "All dead. Most of our space rings were stolen." A nascent soul stage cultivator cried out. A nascent soul transformation cultivator who came out complained tearfully, "A total of 803 of us came out, and those who still have spatial rings don't exceed 500. The others were all robbed." Taoist Yun and the others widened their eyes. Everyone looked at them. Indeed, some of them didn't have space rings on their hands. Who did this? Who dares to do this? Taoist Yin was furious. The other higher-ups of the Tao League were also furious. This was too despicable. They even dared to rob them and took all their space rings. Zhuo, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the Tao League, didn't care about his face anymore. He pointed and shouted, "It's that Zhuo and the people from the Hidden Dragon High School." Zhuo brought the people from the Hidden Dragon High School and surrounded us. As long as we met them, they ordered them to hand over their space rings before they attacked. They didn't have to die, but once they attacked, they took their lives, their rings, and their weapons. Too tragic. Too tragic. This person wailed. His heart of a cultivator was shaken. The students from the Hidden Dragon High School are a bunch of bandits and hooligans. When we met the Cloud Ancestor Dragon and the Army's nascent soul stage cultivators, even if we couldn't beat them, we could still retreat. But when we met the people from the Hidden Dragon High School, they had a lot of people. One group was fighting, another group was watching, and another group was lying in ambush. They even have teams that specialize in cleaning up the battlefield, creating traps, and collecting the spoils of war. This kind of robbery is everywhere. The Hidden Dragon High School is a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere. Sometimes, when we fought with the Umno Alliance, they would lie in ambush. When both sides were injured, they would rush out and rob from both sides. "Ancestor, please help us." The higher-ups of the 3 continents looked at each other. Everyone was speechless. Even the higher-ups of the Astral Souls were the same. They were all speechless. This matter, how should they explain it? How should they settle it? Could they blame the martial artists from the Astral Souls, the students from the Hidden Dragon High School, and even Zhuo himself? They shouldn't have done this, and shouldn't have been so ruthless. They couldn't say this either. Taoist Yun and the higher-ups of the Tao League looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators from the Astral Souls with murderous eyes. Looking at the beggars' clothes over there, they really wanted to kill them. You guys were so hooligans in there. How could you come out and pretend to be like this? The king of Zulu also turned his head and saw that Zhuo and the others were looking at him with grief and indignation, as if they were waiting for him to uphold justice for them. We were bullied. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was so vivid. The king of Zulu quickly turned his head back. Damn it. I shouldn't have looked at them. I almost laughed out loud. That these people are from the Hidden Dragon High School? Looks like I have to change the name of the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. The Hidden Dragon High School of Performing Arts. Chapter 821. So the Xiaoduo glanced at Taoist Yun from the corner of his eyes. This old bastard is looking for death. He actually scolded my wife. However, I can't deal with him now. When I'm stronger, I'll settle the score with him. Did Masters would give you face? Masters Boy is too weak now, so I have to give you face. However, when I can defeat you, I'll say this again. I'll say it in front of you, not in my heart. I'll say it openly in front of the world. On the other side, the Alliance's team had also come out. The Alliance's higher-ups, including the Wind Emperor and the Golden Scale Grand Shaman, were all dumbfounded. They were just gloating over the Dao League's misfortune, but now that all right, it was better than the Dao League. The number of people was still a lot more. The Alliance's 3,000 nascent soul transformation experts had come out. 888 people? Compared to the Dao League, there were more than 80 people. It was a little less than 100 people. This number was really auspicious. My ass that moreover, this group of people looked even more miserable than Zhuo Duo. Much more miserable. What's going on? Alliance's higher-up asked. Inside, Shahai was crying. Gone. Many people were killed by Zhuo Duo. We were also robbed by Zhuo Duo. That Zhuo Duo brought people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School and ambushed everywhere. They robbed whoever they saw. They were crazier than a mad dog and more ferocious than a hungry wolf. It was a massacre. We stopped attacking people from the astral souls, but they still refused to let us go. Shut up. In the sky, the Golden Scale Grand Shaman was speechless. You're really embarrassing me. Shahai shut his mouth. Continue. The Wind Emperor looked at the Golden Scale Grand Shaman. You idiot. It's fine if you don't say anything. No one will think of you. Now that you're speaking, aren't you telling others that you're related to the crying weakling below? It's all Zhuo Duo's fault. It was all Zhuo Duo was doing. Zhuo Duo and the people from Hidden Dragon High are clearly a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere and attack whoever they catch. As long as they are not from the Astral Souls continent, they won't let anyone go. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Shahai's lips trembled. I was robbed by Zhuo Duo 4 times. I was robbed 4 times. They too. They just got the ring and found a batch of good things to put in, but they were robbed on time. We have 888 people. Only 300 of us still have our rings. That's because we haven't met Zhuo Duo yet. We're extremely lucky. As long as we meet this bastard, we'll skin him alive. Shahai raised his head and cried out in grief and indignation. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for us. The golden-scaled great wizard was so angry that his entire body trembled. Such a shameful thing. Why did you call me? But now, everyone's goal was finally clear. Zhuo Duo. The Dao League was complaining about Zhuo Duo, and the Alliance was also complaining about Zhuo Duo, the biggest culprit. The Alliance and the Dao League's high-ranking officials also focused their fierce gazes on this kid. Even the Flood, which turned to look at him with displeasure in her eyes. I remember. I warned you. You brat, you actually killed one of them and made him suffer a crushing defeat. Are you looking down on me? Zhuo Duo didn't go into the crowd. He had already shrunk his weak little body behind the king of Zhuolu, looking left and right calmly. I'm hurt. You have to protect me. You said that you would help me. Words are like the wind, and your words carry weight. I'm counting on you. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent, as if it had solidified. The Flood Witch's gaze fell on the king of Zhuolu. The king of Zhuolu's face was a little pale. Little junior brother, I did say that I would help you, but... If this old thing really goes crazy, I won't be able to handle it. That I really want to throw this kid out. The pressure is too great. So Zhuo Duo naturally didn't know that the great king of Zhuolu couldn't handle it. He was now hiding behind Zhonghu and felt very safe. Sure enough, it was good to have a backer. In the Astral Souls mainland god-reigning team, Qin Fangyang was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, these guys gained much more than me. I wanted to use the things I snatched to gather these little guys, then give them things, give them benefits, and enjoy everyone's admiring gazes. I thought that I could at least hear a few cheers like Teacher Qin is so awesome. But now, after a long time, the Flood Witch finally retracted her gaze and coughed. Everyone, return to your teams. After all, She had said earlier that the opportunities inside were determined by the heavens, and life and death were their own responsibility. After coming out, no one was allowed to take revenge. If you were killed or robbed, you could only blame yourself for not having the ability. Everyone was originally on opposing sides. If they were ruthless and even ruthless, there was really no room for criticism. It was just that the number of people who were killed and robbed this time was really a little too much. The Alliance had lost 2,112 people, and the Tao League had lost 2,197 people. The rings in the hands of the remaining people added up weren't enough for each person. In other words, more than 5,000 rings had been robbed. How could the disaster be so serious? Everyone waited quietly. 3 hours later, the people who had gone in to loot also came out with strange expressions. They took out 50 rings worth of items. All the higher-ups were dumbfounded. What's going on? Are there so few treasures in the nascent soul area? After the Gaishin area was done, 232 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the spirit control area was done, 413 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the Hawaiian area was done, 308 interspatial rings were taken out. The nascent soul area was awesome, but only 49 interspatial rings were taken out. 49 interspatial rings. This gap was a little too obvious, wasn't it? Cough, cough. The mountains in the nascent soul area are looser than other areas. No, it's much looser. A higher up of the astral souls who had entered had a look of disbelief on his face. What do you mean looser? A higher up of the Alliance said discontentedly, "It's obvious that the mountains have been dug up. In the past, I thought that digging 3 feet into the ground was an adjective, but today that's not enough to describe it." The king of Zwolu said lightly, "It's just a sign that the space is about to collapse. The lifespan of this space is about to end. As time goes on, the signs of collapse will only become more obvious and faster. You're the last to enter the area, so what's wrong with having so little harvest? To put it bluntly, even if you and I went in, even if the flood which went in, would we know what's buried under the soil? Digging up the soil, digging up the mountains, and trying our luck, what does that mean?" The golden scaled which said lightly, "Yin Zhonghu, there's clearly something wrong with this nascent soul area. Even if you deny it, it won't change anything." The king of Zwolu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Fate is determined by the heavens, and life and death are our own responsibility. Once we come out, we won't investigate. So what if there's a problem? It's still a matter of fate." The golden scaled witch snorted. Taoist Yun said angrily, "I request that you check Zhua Xiaodua's space ring." The king of Zwolu was furious. He pointed at him and scolded, "What do you mean, Taoist Yun? What right do you have to check the space rings of the astral souls cultivators? What? I even suspect that the Tao Alliance committed mass suicide to frame us, and the rest of the people collected a large number of space rings to frame us." Taoist Yin was so angry that his mouth was floating. "We committed suicide to frame you? We're an alliance." The king of Zwolu sneered. "So you still know that we're an alliance?" Taoist Yin said, "The reality now is that your people killed our people. They're too ruthless. They don't deserve to be sons. They don't deserve to be sons." The king of Zwolu didn't budge an inch. "Ask your people, have they not killed our people?" Taoist Yin, "Why are the officials allowed to set fires, but not the common people?" "What do you mean? Or is this what you mean?" Yu Dong Tian crossed his arms and said, "This double standard is really strange. Taoist Yin, you're actually talking about the alliance. The Alliance didn't say anything, but you're anxious. What are you anxious about?" Taoist Yin almost vomited blood. "The Alliance. That's right. Why didn't the Alliance say anything?" The golden-scaled witch and the Wind Emperor looked at Yu Dong Tian with a strange feeling in their hearts. "Who said that we didn't say anything? The moment we came out, you two were arguing. Did you give us a chance to speak?" The nascent soul of the Alliance and the Tao League didn't return to the team. As for the space rings that were found in the nascent soul space, 49 of them were placed alone next to the big pile. It looked like a small sand dune next to the big mountain. It was really pitiful. The Wind Emperor was also full of anger. He said, "Take out your space rings and let me see what you've gained." He gave the order to the 800 people of the Umno Alliance. With a crash, a pile of space rings was placed next to everyone who still had them. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. There were a few people who still had a few space rings that they had snatched. However, when it came to the treasures that they had gained, the high-grade ones were pitifully few. Basically, they were just some ordinary things. However, his cultivation had improved significantly after this round of training, but it was obviously not worth the price of the ticket. Not to mention that there were so many empty-handed people who just stood there blankly after hearing the order. These people even snatched the space rings that Choo Choo had brought in. Among these empty-handed people, there was also Sha Hai. This result made the Golden Scaled Witch so angry that his nose was crooked. It was so embarrassing. Under the gaze of the old ancestor, Sha Hai didn't even have a place to put his hands. He lowered his head and felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. I was the last one to come out and I'd already seen the big group of people gathering. So a Xiaoduo found me, then intercepted me and snatched the last one. "Only you have a gold medal? This makes me so unhappy. Hand over the rest of your things." At that time, Sha Hai was completely dumbfounded. Under this light, it was a dazzling array of items. Especially Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Zhongming, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhangjun, Wan Lixiu, and the others. Among them, the most unique one, Gao Qiao. Although the items she showed weren't of high quality, there were hundreds of interspatial rings in her hands. It was almost like a mountain piled up from the ground. Just the interspatial rings were almost above Gao Qiao's calves. Gao Qiao was also dumbfounded. "I didn't expect it to be like this, but I have too many things on hand. So his harvest from the first few days is still with me. I have nowhere to hide it. During this period of time, when I was free, I even deciphered the rings and wanted to organize a batch of them. Now, all of a sudden, it seems to be several times more than Li Chenglong, who has the most. The eyes of all the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Tao League, and the Umno Alliance turned to Gao Qiao. This girl looks like her cultivation level is ordinary. TSK. Her killing intent is quite strong. She actually killed so many of us that only was Xiaoduo. Everyone was speechless when they saw Xiaoduo's harvest. 7 or 8 interspatial rings, and some worthless herb that he didn't even bother to pick up. This is your harvest? This is the harvest of a bandit like you? Who are you trying to fool? The most ridiculous thing was that there were also a few pieces of fragrant demon beast meat. Also among those things, there was only a sword. There was nothing else that belonged to Xiaoduo. Oh, that's not it either. There are also a few books on how to get along with interpersonal relationships, cultivators' self-cultivation, war and military theory, on the severe situation of the Astral Souls continent, and many other professional books. It's all here. You can't slander me like this. I'm inside. I'm law-abiding, kind to others, trembling with fear, sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants. Enough. The flood which stood up, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then keep it. She made the final decision. Taoist Yun and the golden-scaled great shaman both wanted to ask Xiaoduo more. This kid must have another storage space. That much was certain. Taoist Yun still felt unreconciled. After all, the Tao League was really too miserable this time. But when the golden-scaled great shaman heard the Flood Witch's voice, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. Fuck, boss's aura. What the fuck that he immediately understood. Looks like boss has made some arrangements. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but I don't want to ruin boss's plans. Then, I'll be in deep trouble, at this thought. No need to look anymore. The golden-scaled great shaman hurriedly said, keep it all. Fate is decided by the heavens. Life and death is your own responsibility. Once you leave this place, you won't be investigated. This is the rule. Everyone has to abide by it. Then, he turned and glared at Taoist Yun. Do you have any other questions, Taoist Yun? Taoist Yun immediately fell into a state of confusion. This wasn't right. Was the Astral Soul's continent an alliance with the Tao League continent? Or an alliance with the Umno Alliance continent? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by two continents? Logically speaking, these two continents shouldn't be in alliance. Chapter 823. Zhuo Shahai yelled. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had suffered a loss. This loss really made him unable to rest in peace. Zhuo had gone too far. Just you wait. My brothers didn't come this time. Just you wait. Shahai gritted his teeth. Now that he had someone to back him up, he was safe. He could finally say a few harsh words. Zhuo also gritted his teeth. Shahai, just you wait. I didn't rob you at all. Your great shaman threatened me from the beginning. If I dared to do anything, he would target my parents. How could I dare to do anything to you? You slander me like this. You are guilty of a great crime. You are confusing right and wrong. Just you wait. I, Zhuo, swear that I will not let you go. Bah! Zhuo spat a mouthful of saliva. He yelled like he had been wronged. Is this how the Umno Alliance slander others? Making things out of nothing, calling a deer a horse, confusing right and wrong. Oh God, open your eyes. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't oppose the ruling party. How could I be called a rogue robber? Shahai, in this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Zhuo yelled in grief and indignation. He thought that he had indeed been threatened by the great shaman. Suddenly, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. I'm already like this. What else do you want? The great shaman was furious. He slapped Shahai and shut him up. What were you doing earlier? Now you're like a fucking dog. Barking just because there's an old man here? You are embarrassing me. Fuck, Zhuo, you actually dare to drag me into this. Do you think I came here willingly? It was Boss Flood's order. He is the culprit. On the other side, the king of Zwolu was speechless. Little junior brother, you can speak with such grief and indignation. If I didn't know your character, I would have believed you. After that, Zhuo and the others were ordered to return to the camp. Goodbye, Zhua. Goodbye, Boss Lee. Goodbye, Boss Yu. Goodbye, Boss Long. Goodbye, brothers. Goodbye, sisters-in-law. Goodbye, beauties. Goodbye, classmates. When you reach Shangjing, you must come and play with me. I'll take care of everything. I'm not bragging. I'm quite influential in Shangjing. The ranger reluctantly bid farewell to each of them. He really couldn't bear to leave. The days he had spent in there were simply too satisfying. He could rob whoever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted, and bully however he wanted. It felt so good. When she returned to Shangjing, how could she have such a life? Even though their family background was impressive, they still needed to behave themselves. If anything went wrong, the old ancestor would order people to come back and beat them up. I really don't want to go back, but Xianyi is still waiting for me. If it wasn't for Xianyi, I would have gone to the Hidden Dragon Empire and stayed with Zhua. Where else would he be able to find such a good life just by doing odd jobs and sucking up to others? The Heavenly King of the Right's ears perked up as he listened to the fatty's farewell. He couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. This little shrimp seems to be quite close with Zhuo and the others. Should I focus on developing him? The team of soul transformation cultivators quickly retreated. After all, they were just small characters. No matter how talented and outstanding they were still soul transformation cultivators. Although this group of geniuses would probably advance to the cloud transformation realm soon after they left. However, in terms of the actual situation, it was still useless and had nothing to do with the main goal. However, the King of Zwolu and the Heavenly King of the Right, as well as the higher-ups of the four armies who stay behind, were all excited. The reason for their excitement was because of these soul transformation cultivators. Forget about the others, those casual cultivators, the warriors from various departments, and the soul transformation cultivators in the army were really unable to do much. After all, they were old. Even though they had improved a lot this time, these people were at least 40 or 50 years old. Some of the older ones were already over 100 years old. Even if he had a bright future ahead of him, it would still be very limited in comparison. But this group of soul transformation cultivators was different. Most of them were only in their early 20s. Yes, except for a few, the rest were all in their early 20s. The oldest was only 21 or 22 years old. This was simply the seeds, genuine seedlings of powerhouses, soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. And there were more than 2,000 soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. This was definitely the hope of the astral souls in the future. This was something that had to be protected. Next was the division of the spoils of war. Goatian District, 232, Spirit Control District, 413, Cloud Transformation District, 309, Soul Transformation District, 49. In total, 1,008 pieces. They were all in a mess and piled together. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes first. The Flood Witch's face was calm. Yu Dantian stepped forward and, according to the usual practice, took 34% of the share, which was 342 pieces. The Tao League stepped forward and took 33%, which was 332 pieces. Similarly, the Umno Alliance also took 332 pieces. In this way, a total of 1,006 rings had been distributed, and there were still 2 pieces left. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes the surplus unequally. The Flood Witch said, Yu Dantian stepped forward and took 2 pieces. The Umno Alliance has 332 pieces. Yu Dantian, you can take 33 pieces. The Flood Witch's face was calm. This is what Lai Hua and Bing Ming lost to you. Yu Dantian rubbed his hands. How can I? Although he was modest, he quickly stepped forward and took 33 pieces. He didn't dare to take more. This was the Umno Alliance accepting defeat. If he dared to take advantage of the situation and then pretend to be obedient, the Flood, which would probably fly into a rage on the spot, and he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, this time, the astral souls had already taken advantage of the situation. However, he didn't dare to take less. With the Flood Witch here, he would probably be beaten up if he took less. Are you looking down on the Umno Alliance? At this point, the loot from the ruins had been distributed, and it had come to an end. At this moment, the golden door in the air had become modeled. Vaguely, a terrifying aura was gradually rising from the golden door, as if it had broken free from some shackles. Without needing any orders, the higher-ups of the 3 continents who had sensed that something was wrong immediately swept everyone up and retreated hundreds of miles away. When facing an unknown object, temporarily avoiding it was always the first choice. Then, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A gray cloud of chaos suddenly rose into the air and rushed toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the mountains under the Crown Prince's Academy disappeared. Only a gigantic crater with a radius of about 3,000 miles was left. The crater was bottomless, and white fog was rising from it. At this moment, the faint sound of water could be heard from the bottom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that this place was going to become a gigantic lake from now on. However, what kind of influence had caused this? The Flood Witch raised her head and looked at the space of chaos that had disappeared without a trace. She sighed silently in her heart. I finally remembered what I had forgotten. It was the mysterious space in the Crown Prince's Academy. When she had gone in a train, she had been repeatedly ordered not to go near it, so she had never gone near it. But now, it seemed that it was somewhat extraordinary. The Crown Prince's Academy had collapsed, but that space could still soar into the sky, the flood which vaguely felt that she had missed a great opportunity. She was at a loss. However, during these 2 months of training, the flood which had discovered something else. Her luck was constantly increasing, especially since about a month ago, it had suddenly soared by 1 piece. That time, it had caused the energy to overflow from the small space that he had opened up. The amount of luck was so huge that it was shocking. It was more than twice as much as her original luck. This was a great surprise. The flood, which was also an expert in the art of observing luck. Naturally, she knew that she had received help from a benefactor. As for who this benefactor was, the flood which knew in her heart. There was also another layer that she clearly felt that in the distant east, when she had suddenly received this burst of luck, the aura of her old enemy had also soared into the sky. Moreover, the 2 auras were entwined with each other and soared into the sky together. However, they disappeared in the sky like fireworks. Sensing this change, the flood which did not know whether to be envious or jealous. She sighed. She knew that her old enemy had officially ended the mortal dust incarnation. Moreover, it had ended the mortal dust incarnation in a perfect way. From this moment on, she was no longer invincible in this world. Moreover, there might be more than one opponent who could fight with her. That was when he truly had an opponent who could stand up to him in every aspect and level. However, the flood which did not have any scruples about this situation. Instead, she looked forward to it very much. She had been invincible for too long. Therefore, she did not feel any pressure for so long. Therefore, it was difficult for her to make progress. This was beyond doubt. After all, without pressure, there would be no motivation. The main reason why many of the former number 1 in the world could not live up to their reputation was because of this. They had lost the motivation to make progress. They always thought that they were already the number 1 in the world. However, they did not know that although their reputation and prestige seemed to be unshakable, once they fell, it would be fatal. The flood, which had always been vigilant about this, what she was worried about was never the appearance of a powerful enemy. Instead, she was worried about her own mentality. Therefore, she needed an opponent to suppress her own mentality. Now, with the appearance of this intertwined aura and the completion of her old enemy's mortal dust incarnation, the flood witch's heart was at peace. Moreover, with the substantial increase of her luck, the flood witch immediately began to break through. He was going to break through the last step. At that moment, in addition to the feeling, there were signs of enlightenment. He could feel that he only needed to go into seclusion and there would be a qualitative change. He would go one step further, and he had been waiting for this change for too long. Chapter 824. Sure enough, I can't get anything if I die alone. Life in the mortal world, bloodline, inheritance, continuation, reproduction. Only then is it complete. The flood which thought silently. After this, the higher-ups will go into seclusion. Powerhouses above the heavenly king level, the 12 great shamans, and the 7 swords of the Tao League are not allowed to appear in the pugilistic world battlefield. The flood which took a deep breath. Is there any problem? No problem. This was discussed long ago, and it was also a joint decision made by everyone. Everyone, if the Demon Alliance doesn't return, will fight to the death after we come out of seclusion. We'll beat this continent to a pulp. The flood which stood with her hands behind her back, her hair flying in the wind. If the Demon Alliance returns, we'll accompany them and beat this continent to a pulp. Let's see who can destroy the mountains and rivers and rebuild the universe in the end. After the 12 great shamans return, gather at the flood palace. The flood which stood still with her hands behind her back, but her body slowly rose from the ground. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she soared into the sky. She went higher and higher, and finally, her figure disappeared. Today's matter is over. Everyone return. The golden-scaled great shaman shouted, No alliance, gather your troops and follow me. All those who entered the secret land to train were to form an independent army, and their possessions will be confiscated. You can keep 10%. Those who don't get anything will be punished with 90% of the resources. You must hand it over within a year. Violators will be exterminated. The No alliance left. The Tao League also left. On the side of the astral souls, they were also organizing their troops. The principle of confiscation was the same as the No alliance and the Tao League. Those who participated in the secret area could only keep 10% of the loot and profits. The remaining 90% had to be handed over as the commonwealth of the entire continent. This was a benefit that was fought for by the strength of the entire continent. It wasn't something that could be entered just because you were a soul transformation stage genius. Without a strong backing, even if you were a genius, in front of these top figures, you were still worth nothing. Once you enter, you will be able to raise your own cultivation. That is already a great fortune. Naturally, the majority of the resources obtained during the trial had to be handed over. From Gui, Xian to below, everyone took the initiative to hand over all their gains. It was the same when it came to the God-reigning realm. Qin Fanyang wasn't reluctant to part with anything. If Zhuo and the others didn't gain much, Qin Fanyang might feel a little heartache and regret handing it over. However, those little bastards had gained much more than he had. Qin Fanyang instantly felt that these resources were no longer of much value. I might as well hand them all over. Even I feel embarrassed if I keep them. Then, it was Hua Yun's turn. Zhuo Xiaoyan was quite honest. Other than the ice elemental treasures that were taken away by the ice spirit, she handed over everything else. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoyan's harvest shocked everyone. She directly poured out a mountain. There were also a few hundred spatial rings. Even the heavenly king of the left was shocked. He wanted to check it out personally and said gently, "You can keep some for yourself." Zhuo Xiaoyan was very calm. "Take them all away. I only need the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the ice attribute. I've already kept them for myself." "That's good." The king of Zwolu was very pleased. He didn't expect that there would be a normal person in his master's family. No, it should be said that there was finally a normal person in his family. "You're good, very good." The king of Zwolu praised her. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression didn't change, but the people around were surprised. Everyone had handed in. Although she handed in more, she didn't deserve the king of Zwolu's praise. Next, it was naturally the nascent soul area. Gao Qiao looked at the things that Zhuo gave her with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry. "What should we do, boss?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded, but he immediately expressed his understanding. "It's okay. Just hand them over." Gao Qiao still felt wronged. A few minutes ago, she was calculating how much she could make this time. In the end, it was confiscated. However, it seemed that she could still get back 1/10. Gao Qiao instantly decided what to take back, and she already had target. But in the end, looking at the pile of junk that Zhuo Xiaoduo handed over, the heavenly king of the left frowned and walked over. He sent a message to Zhuo Xiaoduo. "No one will believe you even if you do this. Isn't this fake? Hurry up and take out more." Zhuo Xiaoduo pursed his lips and dug in his left armpit. Then he took out 30 space rings and said pitifully, "There's no more. That's all I have." The king of Zwolu frowned. "Take out more." Then Zhuo Xiaoduo dug in his right armpit again and threw out another 30 rings. With a bitter face, he said, "There's really no more this time." The king of Zwolu was unmoved. "Take out more. If you can't take out more, I'll kill you." Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. He felt around his back and took out another 30 rings. "Just continue." The king of Zwolu glared at him. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo put his hand into his pants and took out another 30 rings. Continue. The king of Zwolu was sure that this kid would not take out everything. So far, he had only taken out the tip of the iceberg. So Xiaoduo reached behind his, but and took out another handful. This time, he took out 48 rings. Some were even, some were even. She went back to the villa first. Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiao, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and the rest gathered again. All of you, follow me to the villa. Delay your departure for a day. Zhou Xiaoduo suggested. Okay. So, everyone went back together. Long Yuxing and the rest stayed after applying for leave, while the other martial artists went back with their people. Yu Yin'er didn't go back with the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Instead, she followed Li Changming with a blushing face. She didn't say a word, only biting her lips and stepping lightly on the ground. She felt a little empty. There didn't seem to be any substantial progress. She was hugged and slept with. Why didn't he say anything? This idiot. Why didn't he say something? Yu Yin'er also naturally followed Yu Moyan. Seeing this, she went to accompany Yu Yin'er all the way back. Only then did Yu Yin'er's awkwardness disappear. Li Changming scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He waved at Yu Yin'er. What a coincidence. Yu Yin'er rolled her eyes and ignored him. She only cared about whispering to Yu Yin'er. Nobody knew what they were talking about, but the two girls giggled. Their smiles were like blooming flowers in spring. Everyone went back to the villa. So Xiaoduo called Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiao, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming together and said mysteriously, "Come to my room. I'll show you a big treasure." Chapter 825. He wanted to divide the golden light spots among the four of them. The golden light spots were mixed with the power of warmth. It was not only unsuitable for Zhuo Xiaoyan, but it also conflicted with her. He had already enjoyed two of them. Li Chenglong had a great opportunity this time, and his attributes were not compatible. Naturally, this opportunity would benefit Long Yuxing and the other three. During this meeting, Zhuo Xiaoduo was very sensitive and felt that the current state of the four of them, and even their foundations, were the kind of state where they were about to destroy themselves because they cultivated too hard. However, compared to geniuses of the same level, their actual strength was not much higher, at least not to the extent of overwhelming suppression. Especially Yu Moyan. If he continued to cultivate according to his established cultivation path, he would soon develop internal injuries, but he could understand the mentality of the four of them. He and Li Chenglong had improved too quickly, and the four of them were very anxious, but they did not want to show off, so they could only torture themselves. However, the four of them, although they were geniuses, they were only geniuses of one place. There was a huge gap between them and the level of peerless geniuses and heaven-defying monsters. To a large extent, their current achievements were obtained on the premise that their personal foundations were used up. Once their foundations were depleted, there was no way to go forward. Based on this situation, each of you write an IOU. So Xiaoduo said. Then he took out 4 pieces of white paper for pens and a box of ink. Don't forget to leave your fingerprint. 10 billion. One person. So many. Long Yuxing exclaimed. Wan Lixio rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Just fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four of them did not say anything else. They skillfully wrote the IOU and handed it to Zhuo. How rare. TSK tisk. Zhuo clicked his tongue. They actually wrote down the repayment period and interest. TSK, I will repay them in this lifetime. TSK. Creative. I will be able to find you in my next life. Really. Now, even people who owe debts can be so comfortable and calm. The four of you still owe me a few $billions for your interspatial rings. Yu Moyan said blankly. Wasn't it millions back then? It had only been less than a year, and the interest rate had increased so much. Even the interest of rolling on the ground isn't that exaggerated, right? So Xiaoduo said fiercely, You have a problem with that? No problem, no problem. Yu Moyan said, You could just write it down. I'll return it to you when I have the money. In any case, We'll definitely return it in this lifetime. The four of them said in unison. Xiaoduo's nose was crooked from anger. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait. As he spoke, he took out a large piece of top-grade Astral Souls jade. On top of it, for golden light spots were slowly rotating, emitting rays of golden light. Now that he had the time to take a closer look, he finally understood that they were 4 sesame-sized golden lotus flowers. They actually had petals, stamens, and flower stalks. They had everything that one could think of. How exquisite! Wan Lixio exclaimed. All right, put your hands on it later. 1 flower for each of you. After eating it, quickly circulate your martial arts to suppress it. After that, quickly scram. Just looking at you guys makes me annoyed. Debtors are really arrogant, Xiaoduo said impatiently. Hee. Thank you, boss. The 4 of them sat quietly on the grass of the villa and practiced their martial arts. Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong stood guard at the side. Why don't I have one? Just 4. Besides, this thing doesn't suit your attributes very well. I want it even if it doesn't suit me. You're favoring one over the other. Well, yours is with Xiangbing. Go and eat it. Xiaoduo circled around the 4 of them and used the sky-mending stone to nourish their bodies silently. This time, my foundation should be able to be improved, Xiaoduo said softly. Li Chenglong was silent for a moment before he said, Zua, you're being so generous this time. I'm not used to it. Xiaoduo looked up at the sky. He let out a soft sigh. Do you know why? Why? What I'm thinking of now is the 12 great wizards and the 7 swords of the Tao League. Xiaoduo said lightly. I don't know what I'll think of in the future. Who knows? Li Chenglong was silent for a moment. It's really good, Li Chenglong emphasized and said from the bottom of his heart. It's really good. You sound so gay. Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong. Don't speak in such a disgusting tone in the future. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel angry. I'm really happy. How is it gay? Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. It was probably because Xiaoduo was so generous this time that Li Chenglong saw the embryonic form of a huge group in the future. Therefore, Li Chenglong was really happy and overjoyed. He trusted Xiaoduo in every aspect and was even confident in him. The only flaw was that Xiaoduo had a stingy character, which he was worried about. Want to be the boss. Pay for the meal. This sentence seemed to be unscrupulous, but in fact, it was very reasonable. Li Chenglong was very worried about his and Xiaoduo's group. Perhaps when they were young, their feelings were pure and they were happy to play together. However, as one's cultivation level increased and one's experience deepened, the so-called brotherhood spirit of youth, even if it didn't fade away, would inevitably fade away. Because at this time, everyone would have to shoulder a lot of burdens. Whether it was their family or their wives, children, parents, relatives, old friends, classmates, or family interests. All of these were burdens. There were responsibilities and obligations. They were all burdens. At this time, what everyone was pursuing was no longer the youthful spirit of sacrificing everything for each other, but interests. The word interest was really all-encompassing. Whether it was progress, relationships, ability, future, or responsibility, everything was tied to interests. There was no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. This was a famous saying. It was probably at this time that it was the easiest time for the young Shao group to break up. Many young brothers who had been through life and death together when they were young became middle-aged, and the root cause was this. At a time like this, those who were loyal to each other when they were young and still worked hard together, improved together, and moved forward together. Firstly, they must have a common goal and future. Secondly, the role of the leader was also very important and significant. If the leader could bring benefits to the brothers under him, he would naturally be able to make the group go far. Otherwise, everything was just a fortress on the sand, a floating foam building that would collapse. Just based on the words "you are my brother" when they were young and hot-blooded, it was absolutely impossible to last long. Therefore, many of the injuries, betrayals, and conflicts between friends happened at this time. This was also why many people sighed and said, "So-and-so has changed." But they didn't know that it might not be so-and-so who had changed. It might be that this group no longer met his needs or was no longer in line with his interests. This saying was also unscrupulous, but it was also true. In life, everyone wanted to live for a long time and wanted to live well. It was the instinct of survival, and the root cause was undeniable. If the small group that came together because of fate always had the same interests, it would naturally be stable for a long time, and the friendship would be everlasting. If the interests were different, the prospects were different, and there was a great disparity, the people's hearts would naturally not be united, and the friendship would not last long. Li Qinglong used to be most worried that Zhuo Xiaoduo would be muddle-headed in this kind of matter. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's attitude in the face of wealth was really worrying. It was not difficult for brothers to gather together, but once they were separated, it would be impossible for them to reunite like before. But now, Li Qinglong was relieved. So Xiaoduo understood very well that this was what he was most worried about, and it changed right in front of his eyes. When Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "I think of the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League," Li Qinglong's excitement and relief reached a certain level. He only had one feeling in his heart: it's done. The two of them chatted and laughed, and there was no grudge between them. They waited until the sky was dark before Wan Lixio, Long Yuxing, and the others finally stopped cultivating, and their faces were all red. Wan Lixio, Long Yuxing, and the other 3, with the Shao Lotus, had raised their cultivation to the point of breaking through to the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, it was suppressed 9 times, and they were about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. When they went back, they only needed to stabilize for 3 to 7 days, and then they could break through in one fell swoop. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. However, what really surprised Xiaoduo was that he saw on the faces of Wan Lixio and the others, and he saw that they were full of vigor and vitality. They had a deep foundation and a solid foundation, unlike those of his peers who had made great progress in their cultivation. These old friends of his had been cultivating as if their lives depended on it after they parted ways with him. Although they had made great progress in their cultivation and were even better than their peers, they had consumed too much of their foundation. Especially Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming, who had previously used up a lot of their vitality to keep Du Yan'er and Yu Yan'er alive. After this golden lotus opportunity and the nourishment of the heavenly stone, they had greatly made up for their previous losses, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Their foundation had also improved, and they had already surpassed the original level of a genius. Even if they were not at the level of a peerless genius, they were not far from it. After the few of them stood up, they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong, and they all rushed over with cheers. They hugged and slapped the 2 of them, and even Wan Lixio did not avoid suspicion. "Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Our friendship is one thing, but owing a debt is another. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. When you go back, all of you have to work hard to earn money from me. If you dare to forget to pay your debt, I will chase you to your home to ask for it." Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled in pain, and he kept muttering, "I will pay you back in this life." The 4 of them laughed. That night, everyone had a big meal. Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's old team, so she did not participate. Chapter 826. After eating, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio left first. They had to rush back to Yunwan High School. They said that they could break through to the cloud transformation realm at any time. After all, they still needed to break through and consolidate their foundation. Goodbye. It should be on the battlefield. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio stood side by side. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully looked at their faces. These two people were not dangerous, so he nodded and smiled. Then let's meet on the battlefield. Be there or be square. He waved his hand and threw a ring to Juan Licio. This is your wedding gift. I've given it in advance. Don't ask for red packets later. Juan Licio caught it and said with a red face, How can you give it in advance? When the time comes, I'll make it up. If not, I'll scold you in the newspaper. Oh my God, no way. So cruel? Ha ha ha. Let's go. The two waved and left. Li Zhongming also wanted to go back to Dragon Soul High School, but Yi and Air seemed to be disappointed. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife for you. Don't worry about me. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and started to play dirty again. Yu Yan'er's face was red, but she did not refute. Li Zhongming was also embarrassed and did not say anything for a long time. However, the layer of window paper between the two of them was finally pierced by Zhou Xiaoduo's words. When Li Zhongming left, he was relaxed and happy. Zhou Xiaoduo also gave him a ring and raised his eyebrows. Li Zhongming knew that Yi Yan'er was too embarrassed to stay and went back to school with a red face, so he followed her. On the way, Li Zhongming laughed and said, Boss gave me some benefits. Let me see what it is, and I'll give you half. Yi Yan'er blushed. I don't want it. Your boss gave it to you. What does it have to do with me? Li Zhongming said righteously, I have to be responsible for you. Bah! Yu Yan'er's face was red to the neck. Wow! Li Zhongming was shocked. So many top-quality jade of astral souls. Here, I'll give you half. Yu Moyan and Devian were also preparing to return to Guangdong, but before they left, they were stopped by Zhou Xiaoduo. The more he looked at the faces of these two people, the more confused he became. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was filled with a mixture of good fortune and misfortune, full of murderous aura, no less than 90% of the aura of death, with only a thread of life remaining. Yet this kind of face was sometimes absent, sometimes not. Unexpectedly, it was difficult for Zhou Xiaoduo to come to a conclusion, unable to give a method to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. Wait, I have something for you. Zhou Xiaoduo took out the Void Transformation Stone and gave it to Yu Moyan. This thing, he sent a voice transmission to Yu Mo Yin, even telling him what he had to pay attention to. Such a rare treasure. Yu Mo Yin's eyes lit up. To Yu Mo Yin, this stone was simply a supreme treasure that was made for him. What Yu Moyan needed the most now was this kind of treasure. To be honest, once Yu Moyan broke through to the cloud transformation realm, with this stone, his battle strength would be comparable to a refined, profound realm expert. Be careful on your way back. Zhou Xiaoduo reminded him seriously. You and your wife have been added to the group. No matter if it's you or her, you have to send me a message every 2 days. Don't forget. Yu Mo Yin took a deep breath. So, is something going to happen to us? It was not that Yu Mo Yin was overly sensitive. It was just that Zhou Xiaoduo's previous examples of spirit techniques were too shocking. As for the people around him, such as Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan, they had long believed in Zhou Xiaoduo. Li Chenglong sighed as he did it with great interest. He was enjoying it. He sighed, but in fact when he did this work, it was really full of fun and boundless joy. From all the clues, I find what I need the most, and then restore the truth of many things. This is the most fun and most fulfilling thing. Although the process is boring, moving forward step by step and deciphering little by little, every discovery is an accumulation of a sense of accomplishment and a superimposition of surprises. Li Chenglong began to work. Zhou Xiaoduo went upstairs. Zhou Xiaoyan was frowning in the room. She was worried and looked restless. Nian Mao, Zhou Xiaoduo came over with a drooling face. Stop fooling around. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and said, I sent a message to Mom and Dad, but they haven't replied yet. They can't get through when I called them. They didn't respond when I sent a video call. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. I immediately sent a message to Mom and Dad after I came out. Let me see. He took out his phone and looked at it. He could not help but cry. They didn't reply. How could this be? Chapter 827. Unwilling to give up, the two of them dialed frantically, but still couldn't get through. Then, Zwishaoduo went online, found his parents' email, and tried all kinds of ways to contact them. However, after a long while, there was still no reply. At this moment, both of them panicked. Zwishaoyan was even more flustered. She said, "How about we go back and have a look?" "But Mom and Dad won't let us." "Gosh, do you know what time it is? Why are you still listening to them?" Zwishaoduo waved his hand. "If they don't send us any news, I'm the head of the family now. You have to listen to me. Let's go back and have a look." "All right." Zwishaoyan rose to her feet without another word. Subconsciously, she wanted to go back, but she needed someone to make the decision for her. Now that Zwishaoduo had said that, Zwishaoyan felt that she should go back. If Mom and Dad got angry, they would beat the dog first, not her. At that thought, she felt relieved and her mind was clear. Putting that thought into action, Zwishaoduo and Zwishaoyan took to the air and flew back to Phoenix City. More than a month ago, after Zwi Chonglu and Wu Yuding returned to Phoenix City, they searched the area around King Qi's tomb again and finally confirmed that there was nothing there. Back at home, the couple no longer had anything to worry about. They calmed down and prepared for the breakthrough. Everything was going according to plan now, but they still felt that there was something left undone. Hence, they put it off for a few more days. Finally, one day, they were struck by a sudden burst of inspiration. They could clearly sense a boundless fortune descending from the heavens and filling their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the heavens. What the two of them didn't know was that Zwishaoyan had received a huge benefit and was returning a portion of his fortune to them. But this was the best time. The husband and wife immediately returned to the old residence of the Phoenix Dance home and went into seclusion. They let go of all their suppression and entered their own heart to comprehend. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in the instant he felt all the spiritual cavities in his body open. An even more powerful aura descended from the sky, as if it was born from nowhere. Zwishaoduo's luck naturally wouldn't come for no reason. It was because Zwishaoduo had come out of the chaos space. After that, the two of them received another massive influx of fortune energy, and they felt as if their spiritual platforms had become extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through to the return to void stage. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Without any superfluous words, their souls left their bodies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining two bodies remained in the room. They were lifelike, as if they were in a deep sleep. However, every inch of their skin was emitting specks of light. Gradually, the two bodies turned into nothingness. The doors and windows of the rooms were all sealed, and all the changes were carried out in silence. Only that ultimate life energy was leaking out bit by bit. Everyone in Feng Wu's residential area felt that their bodies and minds were at peace, their spirits were refreshed, and all kinds of diseases were gone. They were in high spirits. A large number of specks of light were still floating around in the room. That, with a whoosh, Zwishaoduo, as Zwishaoyan landed on the ground and rushed upstairs like whirlwinds. They took out their keys and opened the door. As soon as they entered the neighborhood, they sensed the unusual atmosphere around them and rushed over as if they had lost their minds. With a click, the door opened. "Mom, Dad, Mom." They rushed through the door like a gust of wind, hoping to see the figures they had been praying for. However, all they saw was the dense light specks of life in the air. As soon as they entered, they seemed to have found their target and scrambled to gather around them. The two of them could clearly sense that every speck of light was their parents' love for them. The two of them, who had benefited greatly from this scene, didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they were overwhelmed by boundless fear. "Dad, Mother!" Zwishaoyan screamed as tears streamed down his face. She was about to rush into her parents' bedroom. Wait, Sister Nien, look over there. Zhou Xiaoduo, whose eyes were also red, stopped Zhou Xiaoyan. He pointed at the wall opposite them. There was a piece of calligraphy on the wall. It was written by Zhou Chonglu. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Don't cry if you don't hear from me for 3 months. The large exclamation mark at the end was especially harsh. The two of them felt as if Zhou Chonglu was standing in front of them and scolding them. Zhou Xiaoyan was terrified and hid behind Zhou Xiaoduo. She sniffled and muttered, Dad, I'm not crying. Zhou Xiaoduo coughed and said, I'm not crying either. After that, the two of them came to their senses. Zhou Xiaoyan walked around the room with red eyes and pouted. She tiptoed to open the door of her parents' bedroom and her father's study. She was lost in thought. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as before they left home, except for a letter on the desk. Open it, Zhou Xiaoduo said. You should open it. Zhou Xiaoyan sniffled and said, I'll read it from behind you. How dare you? You're my daughter. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted in disdain, but in reality, his fingers were also trembling. He was afraid that if he opened it, it would be a farewell letter. The trees were silent, waiting for the rain to come. The letter was opened in the end. All they could see was Zhou Chonglu's handwriting. The first sentence made Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan laugh at the same time. Look at the two of you. You don't look like my son or daughter. I've installed several cameras in our house. More than 40 cameras? Oh my God. It's all your fault. You ruined my image as a good girl. How are you going to compensate me? Zhou Xiaoyan bit her lip. Zhou Xiaoduo felt like a big black pot fell from the sky. He said, feeling wronged. How can you blame me? Every time we kissed, you were also very. Stop talking. She covered Zhou Xiaoduo's mouth. Zhou Xiaoyan was burning up. There are cameras. You idiot. Whoa. Zhou Xiaoduo almost rolled his eyes. Elbow, Brother Ming's elbow, is really good. With his mouth covered, he mumbled, let's go quickly. The two of them quietly closed the door of their parents' bedroom and tiptoed out just like before. They really looked like thieves. As soon as they reached the living room, they unexpectedly let out a scream at the same time. There was a piece of paper stuck on the door of the house. You're not staying for the night. So Xiaoduo walked out of the room with satisfaction, leaving Zhou Xiaoyan lying on the bed, panting. Luckily, she managed to hold on and was only kissed a few times that seemed that it was not a big deal. She grabbed her phone and started to shop crazily. Bastard, do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? See if I don't spend all your money. The several shopping carts that had accumulated before were all emptied. However, when she looked at the balance of her account, she did not even spend a fraction of the money. She pouted and said with a red face, Xiao Duo, he always bullies me. What should I do? He's too rich now. I can't spend it all no matter how I spend it. This was the most effective tactic in the past, but it's useless now. Ice Spirit emerged from the sword and looked at her suspiciously, but I felt that you were enjoying it very much just now. You. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was burning. She glared at Xiao Duo fiercely. Xiao Duo was confused and said, Isn't that so? Your cultivation is much higher than his. How could he bully you? You were the one who wanted it. Did I say anything wrong? Did I? I didn't want it. I didn't want it. Zhou Xiaoyan threw a tantrum. You wanted it. You obviously wanted it. You were very welcome. Xiao Duo was very straightforward. You. Zhou Xiaoyan threw herself on the bed and said angrily, Anyway, I won't let him get what he wants so easily. Xiao Duo rolled her eyes. She said it as if she was very persistent. If Xiao Duo didn't give up just now, you would be. Humph, too lazy to talk about it. She went back into the Spirit Snatcher sword. This kind of thing was so boring that Xiao Duo was really not much. How could he have the same name as her? That was too low for her. So Xiao Duo ran to Grandma Shi's side. Grandma Shi was making dumplings. She didn't raise her head and said, "Ask your wife to come over and eat dumplings later. You're alone, so I won't entertain you." Okay, so Xiao Duo agreed obediently. Hurry up and distribute it so that everyone can recover. Grandma Shi directly threw the heart of stars over. Yi Changqing caught it and looked at it. He was shocked and his voice changed. "This is the Star Jade Core? And such a big piece. Your student has committed a big taboo for you guys." Grandma Shi said sarcastically. He found this thing in the remains this time and actually took the risk to hide it. Yi Changqing, you have benefited a lot from your student. If Principal Ye's selfless nature flares up and you hand this thing over and then send your student in, it will definitely be recorded in history. Grandma Shi's words were praise on the surface, but derision on the inside. There was a hint of hypocrisy. Yi Changqing blushed with shame. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Am I, Yi Changqing, the kind of old fool who doesn't know right from wrong? Not to mention that Xiao Duo took such a big risk for this matter, just a sincere heart." Sigh. As he spoke, he sighed, "I'm really ashamed to accept it." After thinking about it, Yi Changqing was really ashamed. Chapter 829. From the supreme gray jade of astral souls to the heart of stars, he had received so many benefits from Xiao Duo, but there was nothing he could give in return, especially the restoration of his origin. That was a huge favor. And Xiao Duo was a student in Hidden Dragon Academy. If he relaxed his requirements and let him be more carefree, it would be harming him instead. But if he continued to strictly discipline him, what was the difference between that and normal? All right, don't put on an act. I know you're happy in your heart. Grandma Shi pursed her lips. You're good teachers. That's why students give you things and remember you. This is a kind of recognition. You don't need to give anything in return. If they really cared about your rewards, why would such a thing happen? What do you think you can give in return that's worth the heart of stars? Take it, take it. Don't annoy me here. As for who uses it, you have the final say. Anyway, these are enough for dozens of people. Grandma Shi impatiently chased Yi Changqing away. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. He carried the heart of stars back and hid in his study room. He stared at the heart of stars in a daze, only feeling his heart was boiling. This was not the heart of stars. This was the student's recognition of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Although it sounded a little official, Yi Changqing really thought so in his heart. After so many years of hard work, although I've never asked for anything in return, I didn't expect that the rewards would be so generous. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. Without delay, he called Wen Xingtian and the others. Come over. At night, Grandma Shi made dumplings and called Xiao Duo and Xiaoyan over for dinner. The two of them happily came, but after a few minutes, Lone Eagle, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others all came over one after another. They actually sat down at a big table, without saying anything, only coming to eat. Some words didn't need to be said anymore. Grandma Shi was very dissatisfied, but she couldn't chase them out. She angrily put down the basin and said, Are all of you here to eat for free? I don't want to serve you. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. Thus, a group of principals and teachers began to roll out the skins and fillings to make dumplings. While working, they watched the news on TV. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Xiao Duo and Xiaoyan also hurried over to help. Their speed was getting faster and faster. As they made the dumplings, they compared who made the best dumplings. Laughter and laughter filled the room. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly went black. Everyone was stunned. Then, it turned into a white background. Then, lines of blood-red words slowly rose from the bottom of the screen. Emergency report. 10 minutes ago, at 7:10 p.m., the UMNO Alliance's army suddenly launched an all-out attack. All 8 fronts are in a state of emergency. The UMNO Alliance has mobilized a total of 15 million troops to invade. Currently, the border is already in a bitter struggle. The UMNO Alliance's slogan, "Destroy the astral souls in one battle." At the front of the Sun Moon Pass, the Heavenly King Pass has fallen. The entire Heavenly King City has been turned into ruins. None of the 30,000 soldiers guarding the Heavenly King Pass survived. The final battle between the UMNO Alliance and the Astral Souls has begun today. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely solemn. Everyone, whether it was Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Zhuo Xiaoduo, or Zhuo Xiaoyan, were inexplicably shocked. Their mouths were open, but they couldn't say anything for a long time. This message, in blood-red words, scrolled 3 times before the screen returned to normal. However, it had become a scene of fierce battle at the front line. It was obviously filmed from a high altitude. On the vast ground below, countless soldiers were fighting, and their shouts were earth-shattering. When the screen zoomed in, one could see that the battlefield was already littered with corpses. There were soldiers of the UMNO Alliance, and there were also soldiers of the Astral Souls. They were quietly lying on the ground. From time to time, they were helplessly lifted up by the strong winds of the battle, and rolled around helplessly one by one. Human heads rolled helplessly on the battlefield amidst the strong winds. Blood spurted high into the sky. The ground had already turned into a bloody mess. The caption slowly appeared. According to intelligence, the UMNO Alliance is currently recruiting soldiers. The follow-up troops of the UMNO Alliance are already on their way. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. Perhaps this is the final battle of the Astral Souls. We are not sure if we can win this battle, and we're also not sure how long this battle will last. Right now, we can only report this news. Also, on behalf of the soldiers who died protecting the continent, I would like to ask, is there anyone in the Astral Souls who is willing to avenge me? Are the people of the Astral Souls still hot-blooded? The minister's order to conscript the entire nation is still being carried out in full swing. At this moment of life and death, let us fight. After hearing this news, the entire continent was silent, shocked. No one would have thought that the war between the two worlds would break out just like that, and at such a delicate moment. And once it broke out, it was so tragic and spread across such a vast area. Battles were everywhere in the 10,000 miles of defense line. War of life and death. The final battle of the continent. Yi Changqing's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were staring blankly. It has broken out. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were also shocked by this sudden change. Although the two siblings' cultivation levels were not bad, and they had considerable experience, and their hands were stained with blood, they had never really been on the battlefield. At this moment, watching the real battle scene on the television, the two of them could feel the bitterness of the battle. It was an extreme bitterness that would not appear in any Jianghu battle or any sparring session. As the camera panned higher and higher, the scene was still full. In the distance, the UMNO Alliance's army was rushing over, and here, the warriors of the Astral Souls were rushing over. In the sky, the experts of the UMNO Alliance were rushing over, and here, there were also countless warriors of the Astral Souls rushing over. It was like two huge waves colliding with each other, and after the collision, the entire wave turned into countless water droplets. Countless lives were lost in a single collision. In the distance, the UMNO Alliance's army was endless. More and more corpses fell on the battlefield. In just a minute or two, there were already people fighting over a thick layer of corpses. There were corpses of enemies, and there were also corpses of comrades. A strong wind collided, and both sides spat out blood at the same time. The corpses on the ground were no longer able to resist, and they were all torn apart by the strong force. Without the protection of the true inner force, the corpses were naturally unable to resist the impact of the strong cultivator's attacks. No wonder. Teacher Yujuan had said repeatedly that those who could leave their corpses intact on the battlefield and leave their names on the memorial monument were extremely lucky. So Xiaoduo looked at the scene and only felt dry in his throat. In such a chaotic battle between armies, it was practically impossible to preserve a complete corpse in the end. The Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance's army were doing the same thing as they fought. Whenever they had the time, they would reach out and tear off the collars and badges of the corpses on the ground. Both sides only took the badges from their own side. This was because the badges had the names of the dead comrades. Even though they were fighting and risking their lives, both sides still had a scruple. When killing each other, they would try not to damage each other's badges if they could, so as to leave a chance for future generations to commemorate them. This was the last mutual respect between soldiers. Therefore, those who did not have any scruples and directly destroyed the badges of the other side would be immediately attacked by the other side, regardless of the cost. This was the strategy of exchanging lives with the tide of people. Even if they had to sacrifice more lives, they had to kill this person. No matter how you had no choice but to destroy the badges of the other side, the result would be the same. However, after we killed you, we would keep your badges. This was the difference in nature. The fundamental difference. When Xiaoduo saw this, he realized that he wasn't the only one who had realized this. Everyone who was watching this battle could see this realization. It was so obvious, without any concealment. There were constantly people who were shining with brilliance, shouting their names, and jumping into the dense crowd of enemies to self-destruct. Before they died, they shouted their names for their comrades to hear. "Don't forget to burn incense for me." At this moment, the whole continent was silent. Countless people were shedding tears as they watched this scene quietly. On the battlefield of blood and fire, in the battle of life and death, it was this kind of detail that made people realize something. However, this detail was so touching. Our soldiers are fighting, sacrificing themselves, charging forward, and falling down. On the television, the host's voice was sorrowful. They're waiting for our reinforcements.